feel like you ain't right here. Nothing that you like here. I know you were keen to cut ties. There's fire in your eyes, 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 fire in your eyes.
1 year ago, the CRL National Championship leveled up and evolved into the World Championship. Northwood University captured that title, and now the reigning champs are back to defend their throne. It's a 50-50 split of North American and European teams here at DreamHack Dallas in our top 8, looking to claim the title of Best in the World. The stage is set, so fire up and let's roll! And welcome to Championship Sunday!
The weekend began with 16 teams, 10 from North America, 6 from Europe. 8 have gone home, 8 still remain. Championship Sunday is upon us at the CRL World Championship in Dallas. Of course, the desk is balanced. 2 from EU, 2 from NA. What up, George? All the way down there.
What's up, Bates?
I see a Lacto, feeling good, and I believe we got a local banana.
That's me.
That's me. Of course, local banana. Welcome to the desk. For those who don't know you, just let the people know at home.
Yes, I'm Local Banana. I'm a starting player for Amsterdam CRL Esports. We made top 8 yesterday. Super exciting stuff, and we're super excited to see how far we can go today. Thank you guys so much for having me. I appreciate it.
I know, very well spoken indeed. He's going to be a good time to Lacto's really happy to have you on, Des. I'm happy to have you here as well. Before we get into all that, before we get into the CRL World Championship, I just want to touch base real fast. We do have RLCS World tickets going live Tuesday, June 6th at 10 a.m., 1 Eastern Standard Time, 5 UTC. You don't want to miss it. And you want to get them Skybox tickets, listen, they might sell like hotcakes. Make sure to buy those tickets as soon as possible. I'll be there, Lacto will be there. Everybody will be there probably, I'm assuming. I don't know. Everybody's going to be there. It's going to be a great time as you try to crown an RLCS World Champion. But that's in the future. We're now in the present. And what's the present? CRL World Championship time. It's been an absolutely great weekend so far, Lacto.
Yes, it has. I feel like I'm still and finally really having recovered from the despair of last year. We got half the teams in Championship Sunday, European universities. And I don't know about you, Local Banana, but that was beyond my hopes.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I did not expect to get 4 teams. I was hoping to get at least 1 team. I mean, obviously, Buhmann as first seed in the EU was sort of expected to make it, but then again, so was maybe Berlin and Portsmouth last year. So, yeah, 4 teams in the playoffs, that's just incredible. I'm super excited how far we can go today.
That's right. That was the overall group standings. We have groups A, B, C, and D. We're taking an in-depth look at each group coming up. Group A right now, Jorby. Did it go as you expected it to?
I mean, pretty much went as expected. Northwood Blue, they get out easily, but then the first EU team to qualify for championship someday, Hamburger, making it. I just absolutely love that name, back and forth. But man, that Group A really just started a whole tumble of dominoes for the rest of the day.
We really did, because after that EU, they got comfortable and they started rolling. Looking at Group B, Berlin gets their revenge against Stockton, Lacto.
That's right, the group where all 4 universities returned from last year, but it was better this time for Europe. Berlin may not have been able to take out Columbia, but like you said, the revenge convincing over Stockton. Just don't let them know that they played Northwood today.
Oh, well, listen, they know. They know what I'm talking about. That Group C, Local Banana, this is your group. Akron, they handled business up top, but y'all ran the gauntlet underneath. Beat set 2, and then you took out Boise in 5.
Yeah, absolutely. We got reverse swept by Boise in the group stage, and then we went in confident, and we showed. I mean, I told you guys, if it goes to Game 5 or Amsterdam, we're going to win, so that's what we did.
Amsterdam came out the playlist, and that's what matters. It doesn't matter about the original match. It's about the cider match. That's what Amsterdam did. Beat Boise State when it mattered most. Group D, our last game of the night yesterday was Dr. Buhmann going up against West Virginia. A rematch of the first game of the CRL World Championship, Jorbs. The result was a little different.
result was a little different. Fundamentals won that game, and Dr. Buhmann getting into the top 8. This is, it's interesting, this final bracket, though. All NA versus EU matchups to start the day. That's just how I like it.
That's how it should be. The comeback is on for Europe. After last year, Europe against NA was 1-11, but currently 7-17.
Right.
We're on the comeback, and most importantly, Europe went unbeaten against North America yesterday. That might have something to do with the fact that the top 4 teams had already made it to today.
Okay. What started the deciding matchups, Hamburg going against Northwood White. Calix and the boys were Hamburg. They came out and they had a message, a mantra. Attack, attack, attack. Northwood White, can you take it? Jorby, I think it ended up going well for him, didn't it?
It went real well for them. I mean, look how many times Nox, he tried to do it. He tried to get it done, but he couldn't. And look at that. It's tough read. Calix, he was sinking a lot of goals in that series. Northwood tried to fight back, but Hamburg just got too strong of a start. And look at that. Leave the shot. It goes in. Beautiful design, and that's why Hamburg ends up taking them down. Just look at that one more time. Love the leave. That's an RLCS level leave on the back wall right there.
Look at the passion coming out. You can just tell it meant so much to these teams. And Dr. Buhmann having to go up against a West Virginia team with nothing but mechanics, I like them.
Absolutely. And West Virginia continued to put up the highlight plays. The goals they were conceding far less attractive. And I know that bothers you, Bates, but local banana, this is what Buhmann does, right? They just force the mistakes over time.
Ah, gosh, yeah, they're like a BDS light from back in the day. They just play good Rocket League. I respect it. I respect it. I can't say I enjoy watching it too much, but they're not doing it for me. They're doing it for themselves. They're doing it for their own outcomes. And when you're playing nice, solid Rocket League, good positioning, take advantage of mistakes, that's fundamentals. That's what you want to teach your kids. You want your kid to go pro. Watch Dr. Buhmann's gameplay. You can learn a couple things. Amsterdam, Boise State, local banana. Boise State, they weren't going out easy. It was a little bit difficult.
It was very difficult. They are so fast. We were struggling so much to keep up with their speed, but we managed to make it work. Managed to put more in their net than they did to us. So.
Buttling analyst.
What is this recovery from
That was an insane shot. We watched it back like 5 times. I don't know how he did it. He doesn't know how he did it. He got some sort of flip reset fake, and he just put it in the net. And he started screaming. I was like, oh. And then it was you
didn't even know he scored.
No.
Oh, man. And how'd y'all feel about that pogo reset that almost went in at the end of the game in Game 5?
I don't remember.
Don't even remember.
Oh, you don't remember it?
No. It's 1-1. Durtho's just equalized, and then Instinct's taking it up the wall. He resets from the ceiling. He's landing down, and then he pogos on the ground, and he's got a bump coming his way, and he somehow makes the save.
Yeah, I didn't see the pogo until I watched the replay. I was so scared because I went up and I went high, and then he went under me, and I was like, no, I heard he got a lag reset too, so he should have gotten a flip reset. And then it didn't go in, and I was like, we calmed down, and then after 5 seconds, we win.
5 seconds to win, that's what happened. Speaking of individual plays, that was a play that almost happened, but there were 5 in particular that were a little bit better than everybody else. Let's take a quick look at them. Coming in at number 5, it's actually Dr. Buhmann.
Dr. Buhmann hitting a boomer right here. Look at this off the ceiling with the reset. A little bouncer. You're not saving that one. We had some quick ones, and that one off the corner. I mean, that's just sick play right there.
That's beautiful. That's the most mechanical play Dr. Buhmann had the whole entire weekend.
I mean, what about this pinch from Leafbox? I mean, it's just a 50, but that was 100 MPH when it went in, and it just flies off his face.
I thought you said it was 98.
It was, but I rounded up. I rounded up.
You don't round there. It was 98 miles per hour. Deck.
Deck.
He's doing exactly what needs to be done. This was in Game 4. Everything was on the line. And Deck said, we got to at least push it to 5. Champions Field didn't happen, though.
Number 2. Coming downfield, look at him go. It's a beautiful read from Top Cheese. Hits it on the ground. And
Hit the ground.
You know, it wasn't straight in the net, but he still got the goal. So who cares? You're still going to make the top plays on that one. Beautiful first touch. Wonderful follow-up. And, of course, number 1. It's the double-decker off the sidewall. Look at him go. Oh, baby, what a redirect. He hit a couple of sick ones, but unfortunately, as it goes in Rocket League, when you get the clip of the match, you lose.
Yeah, just like Jaron's right back in UR Spring. But that was against Kiel. Where was Amsterdam in the top plays, though? You saving them for today?
Yeah, definitely. So we talked about it. We had DevZ popping off on Friday, and then we had Cass popping off yesterday. So now it's my time.
Okay.
I like it. I like it.
Ooh, okay. We're gonna find out. it out. Just want to ask y'all real quick: who y'all think is the strongest team? Who has looked the strongest going into Sunday?
I mean, obviously
You can say
Northwood have looked great,
Northwood
but like
Blue.
outside of Northwood, I have been impressed by Akron, what they've brought, by how they dominated Group C, but I'm kind of worried that they can probably play even better than that.
Okay.
I liked what I saw from Columbia College. I thought that, the Berlin series was a potential trap game for them, and Berlin played them tight. I mean, 2 of those games went to overtime. Berlin took a game as well. They definitely had the ability to do it, and that could have been disaster for Columbia, but they held on.
Okay, who's the weakest?
Is it Amsterdam?
What do you mean?
Okay.
Of course not.
Oh, gosh.
Excuse me.
Just asking, just having a little bit of fun trying to figure it out. But every single team that's made us this far, they have a chance to win the CRL World Championship. There's a reason they're playing on Sunday. It's because they are good. They are great teams, even great players, all SSL level, everything else in between. I expect nothing else from these teams. But before we move on and talk about that, I want to talk about something in particular. Because there's a reigning World Championship squad. They formed in the fall 2020. The organization did, at least, the Inter-Rocket League. And ever since, it's been utter domination, Lion Blaze, Buddy, hockey. I don't even understand how. Buddy doesn't even remember how many championships he has. He doesn't. I asked him. I remember on the broadcast, he stopped counting. He said about 4 or 5, something like that. They don't ever seem worried. The question I want to ask everybody, if they end up winning the CRL World Championship, going back-to-back, are they officially the greatest CRL team of all time? And, is there even a question?
I don't think it's a question. I think that when you compare it to previous seasons, national championships, right, you talk about Akron, but this is the World Championship. Europe have performed the best that they ever have, and if Northwood Blue win it again after that, I don't think there's a question in my mind.
Okay. Oh, yeah, okay. No question in your mind. What about you, Lacto?
Yeah, it has to be. It was a different era back in the days of Akron, but I just don't think what they did was comparable to what Northwood are doing right here.
Interesting. So let me change the question a little bit. What happens if Akron wins?
If Akron wins, my brain might explode. I might explode from happiness for Buzz.
What do you make of Akron when you scrim them?
I love scrimming them. They're such a solid team, very solid rotations. So I think that's going to – Buhmann and Akron are going to – it's going to be such an exciting series. They both have very solid rotations. But I don't know. We scrimmed against them, and we went pretty evenly, but that scrims doesn't really mean much.
Who are you more confident against?
Buhmann or Akron?
Buhmann or Akron?
Akron, for sure.
Akron. Okay.
All right. That's big. Buhmann don't lose to EU teams, that's why.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, who looks the best in scrims? Just
Who looks – well, we haven't scrimmed Northwood Blue, but I heard they scrimmed Buhmann, and they stopped scrimming after a few games because they were just beating them too much.
Oh.
and so they didn't scrim you because they basically egoed you?
Probably.
Okay.
We haven't even asked.
Well, listen, that's the NA problem. That's what happens in RLCS. We stop scrimming everybody, while Europe, they scrim everybody now. That's why Europe might just be a little bit better than NA at the moment. So maybe we need to drop the egos over here in NA. I do think, just putting my own 2 cents, Northwood wins this. They're the greatest of all time, but I think it's in the air right now. I don't want to just call them the greatest. I think Akron's right there. And also, maybe I just have a little bit of bias. I just think that also, I don't know. I lost Akron a little bit, so I got
You lost a couple times.
I got first. I've seen it live.
Bates, if you check the RL Esports Twitter, the recreation of a very famous photo between Lion Blaze and a particular Buzz, that is worth checking out.
Was that the Ronaldo Messi photo?
Yes, it was.
That's pretty good content. I like that type of content. But yeah, it remains to be seen. If Northwood ends up winning the World Championship again, they are the greatest team of all time. And I think Lion Blaze is the greatest of all time. But EU teams could catch up, because you've already have 4 teams already making it this far. You never know what could happen. Maybe I'll have all 8 teams. And if that happens, then Talacto's going to be very happy in this spot last year. I might as well let you host at that point, too.
We don't even have 8 teams at the tournament at the moment, but we could have got 6. Maybe after getting 4 to the playoffs, we'll have to up the number.
I see. It's now time to get into the last day. One final day for a lot of players here. A lot of people are retiring. I've seen a couple tweets already. Buzzy's not going to be playing anymore. Top Cheese's tweet was a little bit cryptic, even though he's like a freshman. I don't know what's going on.
That was like, he just started. What are you tweeting? What are you doing?
But there's one player in particular. He's been playing CRL since 2018. He has almost 400 games played total. We're talking about Buzz. This is his last dance, and he has a retirement video here for you.
It's been really fun playing with Buzz throughout all these years. We've been playing since 2019. Friends before then. It was always a great guy to be around, and I think he's cultivated this culture here at Akron.
It's my first semester playing with Tristan and Buzz, and I believe Buzz really helped me get the team chemistry together. He was always there for me after practices, after games, talking with me, and he was just a really big help to feeling the college team.
If I mess up, he says, okay, whatever, right? We go next, kind of has the go next mentality. It's really, really awesome.
I think one of the most valuable things Buzz brings to the table is his communication and intangibles. I think he's always the one bringing up the positive vibes and always there to bring us back up.
I want to say thank you, Buzz, for literally everything that you've done for me for this semester. You showed me what CRL really is, and I cannot thank you enough for that.
I remember meeting Buzz back when he was in high school. I wasn't the manager yet, but I remember meeting him, and he was just like so excited to be at Akron, so excited to be working with the Rocket League team, and he was like a top 100 ones player at the time. So like I was geeking to meet him. So it's just like I remember that moment kind of vividly, and it was really awesome.
I think my favorite moment with Buzz was definitely winning the 2019 championship. It flew by so quickly. I think the moments we had there and before and after is what sparked the whole entire journey.
Anything with Buzz is fun, especially like ranked threes. It's hilarious to play with him, and we're always just goofing around, and it's some of the best moments I think I've had in Rocket League.
Congratulations on graduating. I know that I wasn't the manager or your manager for very long, but it was a pleasure working with you, and congratulations.
Just want to say congrats, Buzz. It's been a long ride for you, and thank you.
Playing in CRL has become a big part of my life. When you dedicate a lot of hours every week into a video game and get to impact your own life, impact other people's lives, and just overall playing a big stage is crazy to me. CRL has just given me many more opportunities than I ever would have expected. The fact that I had residence in the first year with Salty Popsicle, and then add Tristan to that roster and replace with Salty Popsicle to me is crazy. And then to have a team so solidified in our roles that it just worked. Like everything just flowed smoothly. Amazing to me, and they're phenomenal people. I wouldn't have traded them for anybody else. They're the best people I could have asked for, genuinely. My favorite moment of my entire career has been the 20-0 season that we had. I mean, you can't really top that. We went undefeated. We had less than 10 wins in the season. I want my legacy to be what I built with my team. I don't want it to be a thing of focus on me. I want it to be known that I couldn't have done it without the team that I had. Genuinely, I may have ended up on the top of stats pretty much all across the board, but you can't do that if you're not getting set up by the greatest teammates in the league. So I just want to be known, like my legacy is our legacy. It's the Akron squad. It's not just mine, it's all of ours. We did it together. We'll start with Isaac. I know you're probably still watching. You're not here, but thank you. You dealt with a 16-year-old. That was I don't know how you dealt with me, dude. Like I was a lot. I still am, but you put up with me, and then it just meant a lot. And then Tristan, same thing, dude. I don't know how you deal with me. I'm a lot. I really am. And the fact that you guys dealt with me for as long as you did, thank you. To everybody else, I appreciate your support. I couldn't ask for anything more. Genuinely, everybody's given me a lot of support and a lot of care, and I'm just thankful. That's all. I hope my name's remembered in this league. I think I've kind of made my mark, but we'll see. I mean, time will tell. So thank you for the time. Thank you for the memories.
You can really tell the measure of a person by what the people around them say about them. And they had nothing but awesome things to say about Buzz. And then Buzz just reflecting all of that back. I think that Akron, their story and that culture that they say that Buzz helped cultivate, I think that is an absolutely beautiful thing. Like near the very start of CRL, Akron have been one of the leading examples in the league, and it's just awesome to hear from Buzz and his story and his team story.
Yeah, Buzz, one of the greatest CRL players of all time. And when you were 16, you were a hot-headed kid. You were a really hot-head, and you were really annoying. But I will say that you have matured, and you are one of the greatest CRL players of all time. 398 games played, over 158,000 score. He averages over a goal per game. He has the most goals in CRL history. He has the most assists in CRL history.
You sound a bit jealous.
No, I'm not that jealous. But I will say that I'm very proud of him for what he's done and what he's accomplished. One of the greatest of all time, and that video was very touching because, I mean, Akron, there's something special, and Buzz is something special too. And he has one, but he's not done yet. He's had one final day. It's time to get into our prediction bracket here. Let's roll it up. They have 4 analysts here on the desk, and here's how we're going to do this. We're going to do a vote per each match. If we vote for, say, Northwood Blue, and that gets the consensus, then we're going to put the series, we'll say 3-0 or something on those type of lines, and we'll move on from that. Make sense?
Makes sense.
I'm good.
Okay. Northwood Blue, Berlin. Bates will go Northwood Blue.
This is going to have to be Northwood Blue for me, too.
Yeah, Northwood Blue.
Northwood Blue.
All right.
3-0.
So it's 3-0. Is it 3-0?
3-2 for me.
3-2.
3-0. Oh, there's got a good W. I like that better production. That's easier. Fisher, Amsterdam. Base will go Fisher.
Yes, a local banana sat next to me, but is security on site? Yeah, I'm going Fisher as well. Sorry.
Whoa.
You're just not a real.
What do you mean? I'm not.
I'm going to Amsterdam.
Yeah, of
I'm
course.
disappointed.
You know what? I'm gonna go with Amsterdam here.
All right. Matter of fact,
Yeah, I'm gonna pair my local banana.
We got 2 Amsterdams. You're the deciding vote to like the. You get the. You
Well,
get to make the call.
I already went Fisher. I can't
All right,
split, I
then
can't
we'll go
flip-flop.
Amsterdam. Then why now? I'll swap. Amsterdam
What?
gets the W over Fisher. Why not have some fun?
Sorry, Sosa.
Amsterdam versus Northwood Blue in the semifinal. Amsterdam with the greatest upset of all time. Columbia going up against Hamburg. Columbia.
I've got Hamburg.
Yeah, Hamburg for me as well.
No meme Hamburg.
No. Oh, okay. Hamburg ends up beating Columbia. The West goes home.
I mean, that's what they do. They show up great, then gets to playoff, and they drop out. They did it last
Akron
year.
Blue going up against Dr. Buhmann. Buzz's last ever time on the stage. I got Akron.
I've got to go Dr. Buhmann. I'm sorry, Buzz.
I mean, after that video, I got to go Akron. I'm sorry.
Fair.
Shout out to the world. Shout out to LeBron. I'm
Shout
going
out to
Akron.
Northwood Blue. Akron wins that one. Northwood Blue. Amsterdam. Northwood Blue.
Northwood Blue. Don't even get to me.
Yeah, no, I am going Northwood Blue.
All right, Northwood Blue wins that.
Sorry.
Local banana, you're going home. Hamburg.
He doesn't even
Akron,
get to
Blue.
Didn't even give him a chance.
Akron. I'm gonna go Akron here.
Akron, huh?
That's right.
I'm gonna go Hamburg.
Yeah, Hamburg, man, Hamburg.
Okay, Hamburg wins that, and then Northwood Blue versus Hamburg. Listen, if Hamburg makes it all the way to the grand final, I'm rolling with Hamburg. Give me Calix and the boys. He makes it all the way to the grands.
And if they do get to grand final, I've got to go Hamburg as well.
Yeah, me too. If they
Hamburg.
go to grand finals.
It'll be Northwood Blue. I know my vote won't
Yeah.
matter here, but
This is the worst bracket of all time. Hamburg ends up getting the W.
that's not true. I've watched first
We are
touch.
going for the 0% accuracy run, any percentage. It is. Well, we have
It's
Northwood beating
interesting.
Berlin.
I don't know. We don't need to look at that no more. It's time to get into the kickoff. Hamburg is our prediction bracket. Let us know at home what you think. Put ones in the chat if we're delusional. Put twos if you agree with us. Here's the schedule. Akron Blue, Dr. Buhmann. Your first quarterfinal matchup coming live to you right about now. And of course, you got those other three games behind it, but we don't care about those. Because we're worried about Akron. You just saw the Buzz retirement video. You just saw the Buzz retirement video, and now you got Dr. Buhmann on the other side. They're the #1 EU seed here, Telacto.
That's right. I'm curious how we feel they, face up against the sheer physical play from Akron, who are the team dropping the most demos per game coming into this event. And you know what they did after they dropped what is the only game they've dropped so far this weekend against Setu. They dropped 16 demos on their heads next game in game 2. You heard about that, Local Banana?
Yeah, I saw that. That's crazy.
Literally. These guys do not mess around, and they will adapt. And as much as Dr. Buhmann, with their coach, would like to say they do the same, I am worried they could get blown away.
They could get blown away indeed, but it's time to get the players on stage. It's time to get live. It's time to get loud. Let's welcome in. Welcome in. Looking at CRL legends, it's just Tristan, it's Buzz. Bullseye joins the fold in place of Reticence Jorby. On the other side, you got nothing but Dr. Buhmann, the Germans, man. They're just playing solid rock like it scared me so much. If you're an EU fan, you're confident because them boys, they make no mistakes. But Akron, they do every single thing. What were the 4 things, Jorby, that Chief said yesterday?
Identify.
That's right. Disrupt.
Trust.
Trust and execution. And there's a few teams that do that better than this Akron squad. I like that. You said they had the most demos yesterday?
That is right. Akron are the most demoing team, but they certainly didn't get any yesterday because they already got through to today on Friday.
I gotta ask you, Local Banana, for Dr. Buhmann, what's the biggest thing, the biggest difficulty that you have and that you expect Akron to have when they take the pitch?
It's just super solid rotations, which means that if you make any mistake at all, they'll be right on it and probably score from it. So
Yeah.
if you make any mistakes, if nerves get to you at all, then it's going to be really difficult to win the series for Akron.
Looking at Bullseye right here. He's Mr. Demo himself. And then you got Buzz in the middle. I ran through all of his historical stats. None of that really matters right now. What matters for him, and I know he's a competitor, he wants to perform right here, right now. What's he need to do to beat Buhmann?
But that's the thing. What is he going to do? I wonder how much pressure he feels is on him, because it can go both ways. Is there pressure to leave the legacy behind with a signature on a positive note, or does he feel like he's already done all he ever needs to achieve?
I talked to Buzz after the games yesterday, and I was ribbing him a little bit for his 86-point game at his very first one when he played. But he said, yeah, I was worried too, but we were able to figure it out, and I'm just mega confident going into tomorrow. I'm just happy we made it to Sunday. We get a chance to run. I think Buzz is just happy, and I don't know if he's really feeling that pressure right now.
I do wonder. I do wonder. But
And there's
Tristan, I mean, as much as we've talked about Buzz, I just feel like Tristan is the cutting edge of Akron when you get down to it. The numbers he puts up as well, terrifying. And he just looks so comfortable. I mean, some would argue, local banana, you might not like this, that Group C was a little bit of an easier group, at least for Akron. You never got the chance to play them, of course, but do you feel that's fair? I mean, Boise, when they met them in the upper finals, they went down without too much of a shout.
Yeah, that's fair. I definitely think we could have put up a better fight with Akron if we had beaten Boise. But you're right in saying that we had a relatively more easier group than the other ones, if I see what the other teams have been putting up. So.
Yeah, this Akron team, they have 21 demos, 17 demos, 21 demos. In comparison, Dr. Buhmann, they played more games and they have significantly less, 10, 10, and 11. They know demo, they play defense. Dr. Buhmann, though, Fabso, you saw him in the highlight. He was one of the few people on this team who took it to the sky, made a mechanical play, but they don't necessarily need that. They're just so consistent. Local Banana, I'm coming to you, man. You played this Dr. Buhmann team many a times. Are they as good as advertised? Have they played as well as they usually do back at home?
I don't think so. I think they played a lot better in Europe. I don't know. They're still very consistent, but what you just said, Fabso was the most mechanical player yesterday. Normally, that, in my opinion, that's not the case. I think I don't know how to pronounce Psy, right?
Yeah.
Okay. People have got a different name. I don't know. So he is incredible. He's such a good player. He's got so many mechanics. So whenever I see him go up for the ball, I am just shivering in my seat. But that's not really been the case here. So I definitely think they have a lot of untouched potential, and I hope they pull it out here today.
And then, of course, there's Zeto, who just finds the right place at the right time every time in the rotation. Dude is just sending balls towards the net. An undoubtful striker. I don't even know if undoubtful is a word. If it's not, congratulations, it's in the Troy Dictionary.
Yep. Now they've got the experience. They got 2 key ball players on the team, and for me, it's all about them being comfortable. They're not even wearing outright jerseys. They've got hoodies. They should be more comfortable. They got the little owl plushie on the desk. If that's not enough to let them get into the zone, I don't know what is.
Yeah, and they've been tested significantly more than Akron has. A couple game 5s, they even had a loss upon them. Akron, they stormed through. We saw that last year coming out of Columbia. When you go easily through the group, it doesn't end up going well sometimes on Championship Sunday. What is everybody at home thinking? Y'all usually are rooting for Europe this whole entire weekend. We'll see if that continues. If you believe in Akron, use hashtag UA-B. If you believe in Dr. Buhmann, use hashtag Boo. And as we get those fan votes coming in, it's now time to come back to the desk, because it's time to get y'all's predictions here. I think I already know where Local Banana's going to go, but I want to know where everybody else is going to go. Jorby, take us off.
Shout out the world. Give me Akron Blue. I can't not go against this team. I have been a part of CRL as long as Buzz has been a part of CRL.
That's facts.
And so I got to ride it out with him till the end. I got Akron.
Yeah, I just predicted Akron as well. I'm not going to go back on that, so I'm predicting Akron.
Whoa! I mean, sorry, Buhmann.
I've got to go Dr. Buhmann, you know, but especially because you mentioned Anya, the Nijmegen player, saying he had a vision of Dr. Buhmann winning this series and going all the way to the grand final. Now, Anya's already eliminated, so I'm not sure if I should listen to him, but Dr. Buhmann deserves at least 1 vote on this panel.
This ain't that so, Raven. You can't just say you got a vision or something along those type of lines. What does that mean? You ain't no psychic. Give me Akron. Shout out LeBron. Shout out the world. Shout out LeBron. Shout out everybody else. See what everybody's thinking back at home. 61% going in favor of Dr. Buhmann. The chat has shown that they really love Europe over North America here at the CRL Championship. We started the weekend with 16 teams. We're now down to 8. 4 from NA, 4 from EU. Who is going to take home the CRL World Championship trophy? It's time to get into the match.
DreamHack Dallas. Welcome to day 3 of the CRL World Championship. But I've got a special message for 4 teams in particular. Europa, herzlich willkommen, Urem. Ersten Championship Sunday!
Welcome indeed. Couldn't have it any other way. Happy to have you here at long last. And let's go ahead, get the game underway. A lot of things to be asked here, questions to be found. Dr. Buhmann, do you have what it takes to beat down a veteran team like Akron? I like that early aggression.
Yeah, early aggression is definitely the way to come out swinging against a team on either end of the field in this one. Dr. Buhmann, they've got a long journey ahead of them against a team like Akron Blue, especially on a championship Sunday.
Done yet. Tristan gonna turn one in. A nice pass for Bullseye off the corner. Shook the defense with his nasty roll up, just got around him and too hot to handle up off the top. And of course, you can always trust Tristan to make that read.
And unfortunately, Fabso just not in the place to make the save there. But very early on in the game, very early on in the series, it's only game one here. Fabso up in the air, it's gonna be Buzz getting a nice touch. Tristan collecting it with a shot towards the net side, getting the save.
Done. Really looking for Dr. Buhmann to find ways to clear the space quickly because Akron, they do have that really strong rotation. They know how to hold pressure. They know where to move the ball, and now they find themselves a 2-on-1 back the other way. Tristan trying his best to break down a few defenders back into the middle, not quite able to collect it. And Bullseye disciplined there in the midfield, not rushing in.
Despite how slow these shots feel from Akron Blue, it's just one after the other, and eventually I feel like it's gonna tire Dr. Buhmann out. But this clear, that's the breathing room they wanted, and the transition on the counterattack comes back just as quick.
Yeah, need a little bit of space. Just have to find some breathing room there if you're Dr. Buhmann. We saw this a little bit back in day one for them. You know they've got that strong defensive structure that really makes teams work for their goals. It's definitely not a bad quality to have. It's just a matter of can you make sure you get that ball out of your half, win a couple challenges, and force Akron to sit back on defense rather than just being under pressure all day.
Exactly. There's this ball gonna fall down. Buzz wanted to take his time. Sai had a nice challenge on him up off the ceiling. You can see two players going up. Gonna be Buzz trying to disrupt Zito. Demo sends him all the way home. And Tristan wanted to break past midfield, but Zito got him beat, keeping this ball in that half, and Akron Blue doing a great job that even when Dr. Buhmann is able to cross that midfield line, it's just someone forever up in your face, making it very difficult for you to even get near the vicinity of that net there. But a shot towards the net gets sent on back by Sai. And Dr. Buhmann have to keep finding a way to answer that first goal.
A couple of really smart attempts there from Dr. Buhmann. Some misdirection there in front of the box, fake challenge, pull it off to the guy coming through, hiding behind the ball, find a demo, and it's great discipline from Buzz and awareness on that goal line to make sure that one stayed out of the net. Could have easily been tied up 1-1.
This one up in the air. Zito pinch off the ceiling. Sai looking to collect it. Tristan looking to challenge and flick towards the net. Slow enough for Buzz to be able to get the save. And the 50 in the corner goes in favor of Akron Blue. It's one challenge after the other. A team bump there might open up the opportunity for Akron to keep on going, but it's Fabso leaving this for Zito to take a clear. Again, it's these very slow clears, not really doing too much for them. They need something a little stronger, and a double commit 100% make sure that ball stays out.
Ooh, Tristan trying to manage that challenge. Fast follow-up from Buzz, but not quite enough. But you are starting to see a little bit of what you're looking for out of Dr. Buhmann. They are getting that ball out of their half, spending a bit more time over on that Akron side, and that's really what we were looking for a couple of minutes ago. So definitely starting to find their stride a little more as time has gone on. Now it's just a matter of, can you break through? Oh, yes, you can. Can you break through? Tristan can't get there.
We were waiting for it, and again, it feels almost slow motion.
Oh, he's up so early.
Yeah, it was just a really high pre-jump that was timed poorly on that one, but capitalizing on that when you see it happening, being fast enough to make sure that you can find your way on in is the best way to go about it.
I think Tristan might have got scared of something getting ripped towards that top left corner of the net, and he just wanted to get up there and block it. Wasn't even thinking about the backside of it. Dr. Buhmann, excellent equalizer. Can you keep that pressure going?
This one up in the air. Zito trying to beat out Bullseye. He does. Nice long clear, but it kind of goes no man's land. Tristan able to send it right on back. It's Sai in the midfield, making sure this ball stays. A redirect makes it possible for a shot, but Buzz keeps it out. He just wants to keep that ball magnetic to his car. Everyone on Akron Blue just holding it close. I think everyone's starting to realize these big long clears might not be the answer.
They're trying to go for that slightly more ground-focused approach. They want that control, force Dr. Buhmann come and take it off him. Now they let Tristan does what he does best, get up in the air and try and make defenders miss. Unfortunately, kind of lost control fairly early. Fabso trying to show him how it's done off the wall, and Tristan waiting for it. Easy enough clear, but not a lot of boost. He's just trying to keep it contained, and Dr. Buhmann, a good opportunity here to press hard. It's off the post and will ricochet in.
I loved this one. You could see Tristan was trying to bring it on down. Sai takes a shot of his own, and Zito absolutely ready, but it was the disruptive bump in the play that really messed Buzz up to not be prepared to go on the other end of things, try and make that save.
Really great press from Dr. Buhmann. 30 seconds left. Akron, what do you got in the tank? In control for so long, now you have to fight for it.
Fabso with the shot towards an open net, and he misses it! The opportunity goes wayside. You gotta miss those. I mean, they're difficult on a day with a lot of pressure, but you still gotta take it, and he'll take the second opportunity for his own. At 12 seconds, Dr. Buhmann go up by 2.
Way to reset Buzz. I think completely blindsided again. Low boost for Akron, not really able to track down that ball as fast as possible. Dr. Buhmann sweep on through, extend that lead to 2 with 12 seconds left. Great close to game 1 after at least initially kind of getting put through the ringer on defense. Battle back, and at least the scoreline looks like it was a comfortable win, but Dr. Buhmann showed they got the pressure down there.
Yeah, it definitely was a win earned, but it was a struggle to get there in the first place. Akron Blue doing such an incredible job in the beginning of this game 1, but this is what you want to see of your Europe, right? You want to see them coming out strong, swinging like they've got a fighting chance.
Pretty solid show of shots. That's what, 4, 7, 8 total for Dr. Buhmann, only 5 for Akron, so definitely losing a little bit of that pressure as game went on. Started off really strong, even plenty of demos for Akron. 4 for them, 3 for Dr. Buhmann. But across the board, just a little bit more put together. Tristan, a really nice read, but unfortunately after they conceded that one, there's that disruptive play in the net on Buzz. That's execution. That's what they were talking about during the pre-show. You know, they know that if you make a mistake or if they've got the numbers, they're going to make you work hard for it, and Akron couldn't hang with them. Well-deserved win.
Exactly. Very, very well-deserved win in game number 1 there. Well, now we're going to have to see, though, can they keep it up? I think that's the question everyone's really been waiting for is, can a European team keep up with NA with all of the pressure? Again, it's the first showing, right? You're trying to make history for them. So many historical games of going on. But on the other end of things, Buzz, he's leaving everything out on the field. His teammates are leaving everything out of the field in his honor. It's going to be difficult.
Big mental reset here if you're Akron. As they said, we'll test that interview. Is it really the GG go next? If you start to get a little bit flustered, we'll find out. Akron trying to pick up where they started off game 1 on the attack. See if they can stay there this time.
Buzz centering this one off the sidewall. Sai had it saved. Tristan wants to keep this attack going. Zito's got him beat. Buzz centered a bullseye shot in the net. Akron Blue find the early goal lead.
This one's all about the pass out of the corner. It stalemates, and look at Buzz managed to get this one off the wall, out into the middle of the box, away from that defender camped on the back wall. Excellent execution from Buzz. Don't have to do much, just got to get it somewhere a teammate can go get it.
And it kind of goes back to his interview, right, where he said he's nothing without his teammates. You got to work together to get the job done, and I feel like that was a great showing, kind of what he wanted to bring to today. And I think if Akron Blue can recreate that a few times, they'll be able to set themselves up for some success here. This ball's going to go back. Tristan setting himself up for success. Maybe he can find the angle, but Zito's got him beat.
Really great speed from Zeto. They know they have to get up early if they want to stop a guy like Tristan Sai as well. He's been having quite a day 2, and now heading into today, excellent defenses. What? He's just gonna out-bustle 2 people?
They saw Akron Blue do a team play of their own, and they said, watch this. Look at this execution, just absolute speed and accuracy back on even playing ground. Dr. Buhmann found a goal.
That was terrifying.
That was really scary.
Guys got 2 people in front of them. They're like, yeah, you can go get that. You love the trust. Great play from Dr. Buhmann, and they might have found a second one. Indeed, they catch Akron hand in the cookie jar, 2-1.
Akron Blue, you just...
Tristan, buddy.
Yeah, oh man. It's just a bit too over. I'm not gonna label it overconfident, but it was a little over something.
Yeah, he had his 2 teammates already stuck in the opposite corner of the pitch, and he's definitely third man there. He knows he needs to get a hand on it, and he just absolutely went up and pretty much gave up on it because he knew he misjumped and did not make the right read and gave that one up for free. Tough one to allow.
Well, you can see it. one of the most demo-heavy teams here in the CRL, is starting to bring him back, but that's not gonna stop Sai from setting himself up. Dr. Buhmann go up by 2.
The tester for the defense, so tough to handle. Bullseye knows, is it gonna be coming straight down? Is it gonna take a line out back into the middle? Tries to cut the middle and see if he can intercept it somewhere along the path, but just not able to figure out where it was headed. Sai all over it. Another 2-goal lead, and this one much quicker for Dr. Buhmann. Tons of pressure on Akron right now. You'd like to see them cut this lead down to 1 in fairly short order so they feel like they have a lot of time. But right now, struggling to even get out of their own half.
Oh, there's an attempt at another shot, but going back to what you were kind of talking about, this team's got incredible and not just constant, but consistent pressure. It's not guessing on what they want to do, and there's Zito trying to go up for that shot there, but in game number 1, I was really looking at Sai. He had 4 shots of his own, and no, not all of them went in, but in this next game, it has been one after the other. And I feel like Akron Blue are really starting to see that that's got some pop-off potential. He really wants to be up in their faces here. Spobso sets him up for another goal to collect. Here he is to himself. No connection to get that redirect towards that net there. But a clear lets Dr. Buhmann reset.
And so if you're Akron right now, pretty much the only thing you need to be worried about is stop the bleeding and don't try and do too much with the ball, because that's how you're going to let this lead get way out of hand. You still have plenty of time. You just passed halfway. You don't have to make big, risky approaches on the ball right now. It's maybe worth trying to just take a deep breath, and that's a nice tip from Bullseye. He gets to redeem himself from earlier, but there's another one coming. Fabso is going to drive the nail home.
These follow-ups from Dr. Buhmann are so quick, and I feel like that's really what's keeping them just a step ahead of Akron Blue right now, just staying in their face. And by staying, I mean they are right up in the grill of those cars.
Excellent pressure. That's what they were talking about. Local banana, Local Banana on the pre-show. He knows Dr. Buhmann, if you make a mistake, they're going to be right there, ready to punish. So far, he's looking dead on the money.
Sai taking his time, and no boost in the tank, says, I'll leave it for you, Fob. So take the open net shot. Dr. Buhmann, they're on their way to a nice vacation in a land called Brazil.
It's a long way to go, and hopefully they can avoid having to buy some plane tickets. But boy, if you're Akron, you're not happy with how game 2 went.
No.
Game 1, you know it slipped away. Game 2, you got put in the hole early. You got put in the hole deep. And to make matters worse, you didn't even bring it back. Kind of just let that lead get extended, and that mental game, oh, again. Oh, no. Dr. Buhmann's all over him.
I'm not toxic, but I want to see it happen. But I feel so bad for Buzz. You can tell, though, he still smiles at the end of the day. Akron Blue, I think they're aware some sort of change has got to happen, but in a best of 5, you don't got a lot of time to make that change. Dr. Buhmann is on their way to match point.
That's the hard part. Akron generally used to having the benefit of 7 games, even if they haven't always come out on top. But they do tend to adapt quite well, but you don't have enough time in the best of 5 as you'd like to really start dialing in on where you need to adjust. 2-0 in a series and in a second game where you got absolutely blasted. Not looking good as the open net for Tristan goes awry. He can't find the target. Not able to bring it back at all.
This is a really interesting one because I'm looking all over the field at this point, and both teams are very aware that everyone's trying to go for these like passing plays, and they're bumping whoever's going to intercept it or whoever's supposed to be up next or demoing them. So I think Akron Blue knows what the game plan sort of is going to be for this next game here, but I am excited to see Dr. Buhmann taking control of this series.
Looking really good. Clearly took them a while to settle in here on the championship stage, but boy, day 3's coming around, and now you see it's like, oh, that's the #1 team from here. Okay, I get it now.
It's always fun when you get to play them for the first time in a high-pressure situation. A little do-or-die moment. This ball's gonna find itself midfield, pop up high. Zito, he's like, let's just waste the next few seconds, or maybe we can get the Brazil last second. No. Still in play, though. You never know, but Buzz, he's gonna kill it, and Dr. Buhmann, 6-1 in game number 2, head to match point.
Excellent show. I mean, that's a 931-point game from Sai, 715 from Fabzo. I'm pretty sure that Sai single-handedly has more score than all of Akron. That was a rare beatdown on Championship Sunday. It takes a real good team to make Akron look like, what are you doing?
Yeah, I feel like that's kind of what's going through everyone's minds right now. Is like, what is going on? But you can never be the winner a billion times. At some point, somebody's going to start to figure you out, and Dr. Buhmann is doing that right now. And again, I was watching Sai from game 1 to see him step up in game 2 like that. His whole team just coming together. But on a lighter note.
That's the most Tristan fun fact ever. CRL player. Thanks, man.
I didn't know that, sir.
He has always had a penchant for the deadpan. A exciting interview in a very ironic sort of way, because you just know what's coming, but you just want to see it happen anyway.
Oh my goodness. Well, we're gonna head over to game number 3 very shortly here. I am curious. I mean, I believe that Akron absolutely has the capability to turn things around, but right now their biggest feat is climbing that mental game that is against them.
It's always the hardest part. Just about any level of competition, getting out of your own head. Go out there, just got to play a good game, and hate to say it, a lot of that, playmaking ability does kind of come down to Tristan's speed and his ability to get that ball through the midfield. That was definitely his MO when he really came into CRL, as they might make that happen, as Bullseye just needs a little help here. But as time has gone on, Tristan definitely willing to be, oh no. Oh, Buzz.
Everyone close your eye.
Moment of silence for that own goal.
Oh, that's unfortunate. I mean, granted, we're... oh, man.
He immediately threw his hands up when you put it in, and on the replay, now he's laughing. Oh, now that's mental toughness. I hate that start.
Yeah.
You should hate that start if you're Akron.
That's a valid statement. To be fair, though, there was a little ping of hope at the beginning. You saw Akron Blue really just trying to open up the field for each other. They had one person in front of another, and there it is. Buzz with the demo opening it up. Flick towards the net. Doesn't find its way in, but the follow-up well. Tristan ties things up.
There they go. They start the counterattack back the other way. Really like Bullseye making sure to get that ball up and not accelerate that play too quickly. He wanted to give that time play to develop, let his teammate get in front of the play, really disrupt the opposition, find that demo, and Tristan just trying to position himself well, give himself the best opportunity to put the net in. It's a full team effort from Akron to tie it back up.
Now Akron Blue, they're going to need to find another goal just to extend this lead so they can try and play time maybe. Because once Dr. Buhmann, they find another, they will run with it, pass over to Sai. Buzz with a light save there. And I say light because that means Dr. Buhmann's got another follow-up coming their way. A pinch into the corner, though, might open things up for Akron Blue. Buzz is trying to drop this one down. Nobody there to find it.
Keep your eye on Bullseye. They've sent that man on a headhunting mission. He's going all through the entire Buhmann half, looking for any type of demo. But right now, he needs somebody to pass the ball to. Does he have the mechanics to find the ground pinch? Yes, he does!
Buzz is back! That's the confidence we were waiting to see. He knows what he's absolutely capable of. He puts it down low, and so fast, Zeto could not get there to make that save.
Totally froze the defense, thinking maybe that flip reset's coming. Bullseye, great deception, and an attempt for Buzz, top right corner, 3-1.
You love to see it. This is the Akron Blue I think everybody's a little bit more familiar with. It may have taken them 2 games to warm up and kind of figure out what the Dr. Buhmann game plan was, but they now know pass and plays, remaining in control, but more importantly, controlling how fast they want to play the game is the best way to head into this game, trying to find another win for themselves, and Akron Blue stay up by 2.
Find themselves in a very similar situation to what Dr. Buhmann was in last game, up 2 fairly early on. I think that's about all they would be able to hope for, considering how games 1 and 2 went. but you got a long time to keep Dr. Buhmann out of the back of your own net. And we all know that they're great at finding each other. That's a ripper down the middle, and he can't get back in time. Fabso trying to make something happen in the midfield, got caught one step too far forward.
Look at this one. It was an on-target clear and just not early enough for that to go above the crossbar and stay out. You saw the idea, just not enough speed on it.
So close. And Dr. Buhmann kind of fall into that Akron trap from game 2 where you're just trying to get something back, and a nasty bounce gets over Tristan's head. He'll try and keep it in play, but Dr. Buhmann got to start somewhere. Just get the ball back in your possession is the best place to start.
Exactly. Akron Blue have definitely figured out that what Dr. Buhmann was doing to them was no space was allowed, and now they're doing it on the reverse end of things, and it's working out great for them. Nice big clear back into the Akron Blue half. It's going to be one of the few times we're going to see Dr. Buhmann take a shot of their own in this game number 3 here with just over 2 minutes to go against an Akron Blue that's playing as strong as they are right now. I'm curious to see, are they going to be able to find 3 goals and maybe even have to find 4?
Tristan looking to buy a little time, but Dr. Buhmann doing a great job manipulating some of these challenges to just get around defenders and start pushing that ball back the other way. They haven't been able to really box Akron into the blue half yet, but they understand how Akron's starting to challenge the ball and making them work for possession. Oh, never mind. Oh, they saved it. I thought that was going in. My bad.
No. It's Akron Blue right now. They're on like mid-peak on their way to, taking this game back or series back on their own. Tristan sending this one into the corner. Challenge by Zito. It's gonna be Buzz with a nice clear inside, just waiting on that midfield line. They gotta place these clears a little bit higher than that. I think Dr. Buhmann know that there's gonna be an attempt to start some airplay, to start wasting time. One minute left to go. Trying to get a clear into that corner, but Buzz up in their face. Tristan might attempt this as a save. It pinches back. Bullseye redirects it to the backboard to make sure it stays on out. Fabso with a shot of his own. Thankfully, Bullseye. Right place, right time to keep them out.
Really great structure, though, from Dr. Buhmann. They understood where each other was, how to move the ball to get them into a position to score. That drop pass, an excellent idea, but unfortunately, that Akron defense too ready for it. Only 26 seconds, game 3 looking like a wrap. Akron not gonna go down in a sweep.
No, they will not. Again, it's do or die for these teams today.
Come take the ball.
Come take the ball, you go next.
You wanna win, you gotta come take it off me. I'm gonna waste 5 seconds off the clock. I love that play. That's what I do.
That's ranked mentality showing. Zero seconds left, and there's obviously not enough time to come back. Akron Blue find their first win in the series today against a very strong Dr. Buhmann.
Dangerous Dr. Buhmann, to say the least, in games 1 and 2, but at game 3, came out swinging as hard as they could, got a lot of good pressure off the kickoffs, had some really solid follow-ups. Of course, able to figure out how to time the approach a lot of the time, and excellent job from Akron to bring this series back into a more playable position as Bullseye. There you go, that ground pinch off the sidewall. Excellent press. Of course, Buzz slotting one top right. He got the injured started early, and at that point, it was kind of just cruise control to the win.
Yeah, I find this one really interesting. I remember even going back in the stats, in Akron Blue to this point, before their first initial losses, they'd only dropped 1 game on Friday. So this was kind of almost a refresher, a wake-up call for them, I think, to realize how hard these teams are going to be coming. But on the other end of things, what is it? I could walk before I could crawl?
Nah, I don't believe that.
I don't know about that one, sir.
He's just that good. To be fair, Zeto's been having one heck of a series. Guys getting involved specifically in the dirty area of the game, that midfield challenge down there in the pits, grinding for possession. He's been a nuisance for Akron to get through and keep that type of pressure up. Not much could go wrong.
Zeto with a clear into the corner. Bullseye wants to take his time. A pop-up allows Tristan to go next. But it's a slow hit, enough for Fabso to take it up to the sidewall, collecting that 100 boost there. could be enough to stop the challenge that Buzz is about to put on with Tristan there. He's gonna carry it all the way towards the net. Shot of his own, not sent in, follow up too high. Maybe 3 times is the charm, but that one also, it's just, I don't know if it's overconfidence or a little bit of nerves coming into this one, because at the end of the day, Dr. Buhmann, they're still on match point. You're pulling off a reverse sweep as they find their first goal of the game.
Buzz got a little too greedy here. He's trying to cut this ball back across the middle of the field to his teammate, but Zeto, he could see that line Buzz was taking. He just hit the brakes and let him hit it into him because he knew that touch was going to be so difficult to get across the pitch with pace. And so he banked on the fact that Buzz wasn't going to be able to execute on it, and he just picked it off and dished it to his teammate for a free goal.
Ball's gonna sit, waiting for someone to take control side, bumping Buzz out of the way, but the follow-up continues the attack. Popso taking his time, Zeto, 100 boost. And that's how you know that boost control could make or break Akron Blue right now. Shot towards the net, denied by none other than Bullseye. Flick to center field, nobody there to collect. It's just one challenge after the other for these teams.
Bullseye knew he wanted to go up there and challenge, but just knew he was going to be too late to the race. Decided to give up a little bit of ground to approach from a stronger position defensively, and it's worked out. Akron earned the ball back here in the midfield and see if they can put something together on the push.
Buzz going into the corner off the sidewall, but Popso saw it, tried to clear it. Tristan, right place, right time. But again, it's Sai. He's forever up in their faces. It's the over-aggression, I think, that is keeping Dr. Buhmann holding on to this 1-goal lead, because you know Akron Blue wants to do it for themselves. But again, if you have one player in your face constantly and you're not taking him off the field, what else are you going to do?
Oh, nice ball, but the only one there for it is Fapso, and unfortunately, one of Akron's ace in the holes. You know, when they get Tristan on that air dribble, he can make some people miss, and Dr. Buhmann have not been giving him a whole lot of space to really operate in the air. If they see Tristan up and starting the air dribble, you can already bet somebody's right there on him as quick as possible, and that's made it quite difficult for Akron to slip through that defensive line uncontested.
Zito with a shot towards the net, Buzz with a save, Demo onto Sai. Akron Blue knows you got to start getting aggressive at this point, but Dr. Buhmann is not afraid to do it back. Bullseye preparing for the challenge, wins it, keeps this ball in his control, gets intercepted by Fapso in the air.
Oh, nice turnaround from Tristan. Tester for the defense, poked off the post. And Akron not quite done. One more dish across the middle. Tristan needed boost. He'll be late to this one. And Akron just going to try and hold on to possession now.
Buzz gonna send this one back, collect that boost there, enough to carry it in the air over to Tristan. He's got Zito in his face. It's another attempt at a shot. Low boost there for Buzz, allowing Dr. Buhmann to carry this one on in. They want to start another attack of their own. And also, even when they're on the attack, they're just wasting precious time. Zito up in the air, ready to make the save and keep it away.
The misdirect play, but gone horribly wrong here for Akron. Bad spot. Sai is able to get over the last man and just squeezes one under the bar.
The floater into the net to keep this at a 2-0 lead, just extending and even past extending. You're just creating an immense amount of pressure for Akron Blue to have to keep up with, and it feels like as the clock is winding down, they're getting more nervous about if they can or can't.
No time like the present. Start things going back the other way. 90 seconds, 2 goals. I'd say just about every team here should feel pretty confident of finding 1 goal if you got about a minute on the clock. So it's just a matter of, can you make something happen? That was a really nice dish off the wall, but playing too tight on support, couldn't adjust to the angle. And Akron waste a few seconds. That's a great ball for Tristan. Can he get up there? He knows he can. He lets his teammate come through, but it's the pass back. They didn't see it coming, and Akron unable to execute.
Akron Blue, they're just throwing themselves at this ball and almost grasping for straws, because Dr. Buhmann, it's just too strong defensively right now. And even when you get sent back just for a short moment, the over-aggression and confidence keeps them going. Fapso doesn't make the clear, but he gets the demo, opens up some space for side to pass to Zito. Nothing is found, but 35 seconds left before Dr. Buhmann could be sending Akron home.
It's just this constant max aggression for Akron. Can they find some way to squeeze through and give them a chance? That miss from Zeto, but that solid follow-up from Sai. Great press, and number 3 in the back. Unfortunately, the end of the road in sight here for Buzz.
17 seconds left. Now, I will say, I've seen some crazy things in Rocket League. I'm not going to sit here and say it's impossible. But
It has happened one time.
It has happened once. And they're going to see if they can do it, but precious seconds are floating away. But Buzz says, hold on, let me cook. 12 seconds to go. Akron Blue have found a goal for themselves.
Everybody just too far forward there for Dr. Buhmann, thinking that kickoff went so normal. They'll make it happen, so 12 seconds on the board. We'll see if Akron can find something to work for with this kickoff. Tristan towards the corner, double commit, and he'll just try and extend the play. It's the only option. It needs to go in the net right now. Bullseye can't figure out how to do it. And Dr. Buhmann gonna knock off an old favorite in Akron. What a show they put on, and a well-deserved win to head on into the next round.
Such an incredibly well-deserved win. I could not be happier for them right now to see so many European teams make it to today and to continue to find success knowing that they were coming in being questioned if they were able to do it, and to pull it off is nothing short of a congratulations.
You always had to wonder, you know, they came in a little bit flat into this CRL World Championship. You're like, man, that's the #1 team out of Europe, but now you see what they're capable of. That speed, that aggression, the misdirection on offense. There's a lot of good ideas over on that Dr. Buhmann side of things, and you can see how they wind up being #1, totally undefeated, and now they show that, yeah, we came here to play and we came here to represent. Much deserved victory, and unfortunately, over on the other side of things, the end of an era for one of CRL's oldest and longest standing players in Buzz. Tristan, have to move on without him, and Bullseye, of course, as well. It was a good run while it lasted.
An incredibly good run, and nothing but smiles, even to the end for them. Huge GGs to Akron Blue, and an even bigger congratulations to Dr. Buhmann for pulling off an incredible run so far, and it's going to do nothing but continue.
And that's all you can ask for when it comes to the World Championship. As Jorby likes to say, just win your games, and good things happen. And so Akron Blue, you go home, you'll rebuild and figure out how to come back next year, but as it stands, we have to figure out who is going to move on. But before we do that, let's go ahead down to the stage and talk to some members of Dr. Buhmann.
I'm here with Fabso. Fabso, congratulations on the win. You made it top 4. First things first, what do you got to say to people who didn't expect you to be here?
I mean, we expect us to be here, and that's all what matters, I guess.
That's right. That is all that matters. So you guys had an excellent performance. I want to talk about the series, the start of it as well. You guys ended up stealing game 1. What was going on to your guys' mind at the beginning of the series?
I mean, we knew it's going to be a tough match, but we also knew we're way better individually. So we just stick to our plan, and then we kept the plan, and we won.
Yeah, the plan did work. I mean, that game 2 was so dominant from you guys. Sai had a great performance individually. Talk to me about him.
I mean, Sai just peaked. He plays all day back there, so he's gonna peak.
Okay, I mean, simple as that, simple as that. Now, of course, there was a little bit of a bounce back there from Akron in game 3. How did you guys come from that loss and getting that strong performance in game 4 to close things out?
I mean, they changed their plays a bit, they demoed more, and yeah, we just made mistakes. And we didn't make mistakes in the last game, so we won.
There you go, there you go. Now, of course, Columbia versus Hamburg is going to be that next match. You're going to play the winner. Give us a little preview of what you think is going to happen.
We think Hamburg is going to win, and then we're going to beat Hamburg.
Oh, okay, so you're grand finals bound then. I like that, I like that. Of course, I want to give you a chance to shout out to the fans. I think you had something you want to say to them in German?
Yeah, I want to say something in German. An alle Deutschen, die zugucken, danke, dass ihr uns supportet. Grüße an meine Familie und Freunde zu Hause.
Can you translate that? What did you say?
I was just greeting my family and friends at home watching.
There you go. Shout out to the family, shout out to the fans, and shout out to you as well. Congratulations on the win, and thank you for the interview. We're going to send it back to the desk for them to break down this matchup.
Shout out to the fam back at home in Germany. Dr. Buhmann, they continue this march along. They're starting to figure it out. They're starting to figure it out, and that was the best they looked all weekend in my eyes. The mechanics, they're starting to show. It was what Local Banana was talking about. He hasn't seen it all weekend. He doesn't think they've been playing up to snuff like they usually do back at home. But they've gotten this far, Championship Sunday, and now they had their best series of the weekend.
And I have been telling you this, T-Bates, but T-Bates won't take it from me. Dr. Buhmann finally finding the levels that they displayed back domestically in Europe. It's now 6 series in a row for Europe against North America, 1 after yesterday. I'm worried it might become 7 right now because Jorby, this series outside of Game 3, it was not it for Akron.
Oh man, Sai looks the best that he has all weekend, and you've been talking him up about how good he is, and there he is hitting that redirect, and he had a couple others. Akron, they came back in that Game 3, and you thought, okay, maybe there's a reverse sweep happening here. They almost looked vintage in that Game 3, but then Buhmann, they locked it down. You gotta respect it, man. Bullseye really went alive in that Game 3. You thought they might have had it, but then Tristan missed a redirect late in Game 4. They couldn't bring it back, and Buhmann, you have to respect it. The fundamentals, so solid, and a little bit of mechanics get them past into the semis.
Yeah, they're not making any mistakes. Nobody's forcing them to do anything. They seem very comfortable. They're playing a lot of 50-50s. They're playing a much slower game. And the moment that you give them a little bit of a glimpse, a little bit of an edge, they take it a mile. They end up capitalizing on you. They move on to the semifinal, and they await the winner of Colombia versus Hamburg. You heard Fabso over there? He said, who did he say was going to win?
He said Hamburg.
He said Hamburg.
He said Hamburg, and then he said they're going to beat Hamburg. So he's expecting Dr. Buhmann to make it all the way to the grand finals. I expect nothing less. It's going to be interesting to see Talacto, man. Just gas your region. Just gas him up. I know you want to. Go ahead.
I don't need to. They're leaving it all on the pitch, T-Bates. I mean, we've got plenty of series left today. We had an all North American top 8 last year, so nothing that Europe do today can probably top that embarrassment, but we can go for the EU top 4. That's going to take some miracle. But if Hamburg are to take the next series, that would be already a European team in the grand final.
I don't think it's that ridiculous to think that Hamburg could beat Colombia. I really don't think that's as far-fetched as some might believe.
Yeah, I think it's going to be close. Chat's actually on the money every single time. Y'all have been running with Europe
like undefeated.
About 12, and y'all have not missed. Maybe I should go with Chat more often. We got matches coming up here on Championship
Never thought I'd hear you say that.
Colombia, Hamburg, Fisher, Amsterdam, Northwood, Blue, Berlin are the rest of the quarterfinals. All the quarters are best of 5s. Once we get to the semifinals, we get to the best of 7 territory. The CRL World Championship will continue right after this break.
Leading to opportunities like this. Ahmad off the ceiling. Ahmad with the 7 from heaven. Can they get control of this? Pop back from a towel as he takes control. Are you kidding me? This is really happening. It's really happening. It actually happened. Fortune favors Liquid.
This one flipped out. First killer. Does he have a flip? He's trying to use it to pass out. It's unbelievable.
Game 5. Double match point on the line. Fury and Boys 5 minutes away from discovering who will have all of that on their side. It won another prize under pressure. That was a forced mistake. Matrix is around the demo, gets the ball. He's now taking the opposite side of the field. On the reset, can he outplay everybody? That was otherworldly.
time should heal, but it's been too long. Couple months and I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to. I can't seem to. Not that you're I can't seem to. I can't seem to. Laying on my floor, thinking about all the things that we've been through. From 24/7 to pretending like I never met you. No, it's all for the best, cause I know where I'm at every time we're together. Going out of my mind, and I wish I could lie, tell you that it gets better. Now that you're gone, they say time should heal, but it's been too long. Couple months where I can't see.
I was putting in the hours. Every single collegiate player has been putting in the hours. Akron, they put in some of the most ever in CRL history, but it wasn't enough because this is a new dawn, it's a new age, it's a new saga. Europe is here and they're not going anywhere. Dr. Buhmann, they're just getting better and better as the tournament keeps moving along. Talacto's smile just keeps getting wider and wider, and I'm starting to get a little worried about CRL. Uni Rocketeer, they might surpass us. I'm joined by Lemon, I'm joined by Stacks. What are your thoughts on that matchup that just happened?
Well, what happened there was, I think, kind of a combination of issues compounding themselves, and Buhmann just was flat out better.
Yeah.
There's not much to break down other than that. Dr. Buhmann was ready to play. Akron looked like they just kind of couldn't get out of their own way. Couple of own goals, couple missed plays in the midfield, and it just one issue on top of another. Unlucky.
Yeah.
Kind of picked the worst time to play the worst we've seen them play in a while.
Well, Dr. Buhmann are a very kind of slow, methodical team that I think frustrate teams. It forces especially these North American teams to push further and further and have to commit and frustrate themselves. And that's where Buhmann are able to punish a lot of these teams.
Yeah, they do. They punish a lot of teams. You take a quick look at the bracket here. Dr. Buhmann, they move on. They play the winner of the next matchup, Columbia. Hamburg, Columbia, man. The 3 C's, the best team in the West. They couldn't do it last year. They're trying to make amends. Hamburg, they were here last year. They made it further than they've ever expected to. Calix and the boys, they're dominant. They got the energy. The question is, can they move on?
Well, let's bring them onto the stage. The 3 C's of Columbia College and the Hamburg Sharks.
The 3 C's, Cosmic Flippy, Cryptic, and Cam, they've been dominating the West for the past 2 seasons. Had a little sprinkling of JD in the roster, but ever since this team here, their record in league play is like 39-2 or something on those type of lines. They don't lose. On the other side, though, Lemon, Hamburg, Calix, the energy.
Calix in an interview said he wanted to shut Cam up and they were targeting Columbia. This is a rematch also of last year's groups and it was 3-1 for Columbia. Very dominant, but this is a new year. This is new Europe too, it feels like.
New year, new Europe, and new Hamburg. Hartman and the boys, they've joined Calix and they have been balling now. Their style is so distinctly different from Dr. Buhmann. Dr. Buhmann's more slow, methodical, as you touched on. Hamburg on the other side, they're just attack. But they're going to have to deal with this man right here because you attack too much, that man Cam, he counterattacks.
Yeah, Cam's one of only a handful of players left in this tournament that's still averaging over a goal per game. And I want to give you a cautionary tale. I remember very vividly somebody talked a lot of trash to Columbia College the same way Calix has been. That guy was Braun B. What happened to him and what happened to LSU right after that happened? It was not pretty, Bates.
Well, Braun B, listen, sometimes you just yap too much. That might be an LSU special. We don't have to worry about that. We just like talking down the bayou. Anyways, Cosmic Flippy, he does a lot of yapping as well, but he backs it up. He always is performing, and he sets the tone for this roster. He's going on the back line, making it easier for Cam to attack, making it easier for Cryptic to take it to the sky. And when the 3 C's are all in sync, all in unison, they're very hard to beat.
This is the only thing you want to question about Colombia is, yes, they're extremely dominant online. How do they perform at LAN? Yes, they got to this point, but last year too, they got out of groups very easily, but fell in the first round of playoffs. They lost to Stockton, and they don't want to repeat that. They want to go further. Even in other lands, they kind of lose earlier on where you expect them to make it further. They're the first in the Western Conference, 4th at the National Championship. They're still a team to fear, but how will they do at this year's Worlds in playoffs?
Yeah, how will they do? And on the other side, Hamburg, they already saw Dr. Buhmann move along. They're trying to join him in the semifinals, and Fabso wants him there. Fabso said, that's a free one, I'm not worried about it. The Lee Fox, he's been mechanical. You saw him in our top 5 plays earlier, giving him pinches. He's been arguably the best players. It's been him or Calix, but they've been a complete team.
You know, Lee Fox has been awesome, and yes, I think he has been the best player on that roster. Everything has run through Lee Fox. Offense, defense, in the midfield as well. I think, you know, the unsung hero of the team is sitting on the other end of that roster.
You're right about that.
Look at the man in the middle. He's the heart and soul of this Hamburg squad.
I like what you said. You know, the heart and soul Hartman, but also Calix, who is so good, gets recruited to a North American team. And, you know, it's sad to say goodbye to Europe when they feel they're at their peak, but going to a top school like Maryville is going to be big. This is an all-around good team, considered the #2 in Europe after, you know, the previous #2 team got a substitute. They're already putting the crowns on their head. They're feeling good in this quarterfinal.
Yeah, you want to know how good Calix is? Just ask him. He'll tell you all about it. There's Hartman, though. He was phenomenal yesterday in the rematch with Northwood. I mean, without Hartman, with literally probably any other player in this tournament on the field, they don't win that series. He was, for me, the MVP of that series at Northwood. And I don't think he gets nearly enough love because he's not the one putting the ball in the net nearly as often, but he was the table setter. His defense was superb. He has been outstanding for the Sharks.
Yeah, he's been outstanding. He also doesn't get as much of the love because he's not yapping like Calix. Calix doing promo
Let
videos.
this game do the talk.
Calix doing promo videos on Twitter before every single matchup, saying he's coming for people. He's talking trash. He let Cam know that wherever you're at in the venue yesterday, I'm coming for you. And now he's got his opportunity.
And he was making Colombia break eye contact. He was staring them down the entire time before they went on stage. Came over to me, he's like, I'm in their heads.
How can you not be? I feel like Lee Fox and Hartman connect so well on the front lines, but you got the 3 C's for a reason, and everyone's hyped on the stage.
Yeah, you got the 3 C's from Columbia College. Who do y'all believe is going to win that home? I already know where y'all going to go. Use hashtag CC if you believe in North America. Use hashtag HAM, the best hashtag of the whole entire weekend, if you think that Hamburg is going to meet their European fellows in the semifinal. I already think I know where y'all are going back at home, so now it's time to figure out where the desk is going. I believe there might be a little bit of a split here. Stacks.
Give me the shark. Give me the shark. Oh. Yes, sir. Sharks flying high today, baby. I got Hamburg over CC. I think Calix is firmly in their heads. And as great as a league play team as Columbia is, this is playoffs, baby. Time for the Sharks.
Nah, the only team that's getting chumped is Hamburg. I'm going with Colombia. The 3 C's. Get out of here. They beat Stockton in groups. Columbia came out the gate swinging. Hamburg are the ones who have had losses and had to fight through the lower bracket. Columbia will not make mistakes on LAN again. And I think they're making a deep playoff run. I'm going Columbia.
I like that Columbia pick, but I think that the Sharks, I'm just playing. Throw the Shark all the way over there, man. Give me the jersey. Of course I'm rolling with the West Columbia College. Cryptic's mom said they're going all the way, and I'm with her for a reason. CC, the best in the West. They're representing. They're beating Hamburg here, chat. I don't care the fact that you picked 77% of you picked Hamburg. You're going to be wrong this time. The best in the West going up against one of the most mechanical offenses in Europe.
second quarterfinal of the day about to get underway. Hamburg taking on Columbia College, one of the standouts of CRL. Do Hamburg have what it takes, Ty Lacto?
Certainly going to find out. It is another showdown here on Championship Sunday at the CRL World Championship here in DreamHack Dallas. Will EU continue the win streak? Well, Columbia, they are certainly still on the shrinking list of CRL colleges who have never lost to Europe, Jordy.
Cosmic Flippy bent on making sure they stay on that list. For Hamburg, been one of the standouts overall in the tournament. They've had some great looks, they've had great games. This is their toughest match yet. They haven't played a team of Columbia's caliber just yet, but they have shown a similar caliber of play. We both have a feeling that it's gotta be close. I know the desk going one way, but Cosmic Flippy's going another. Columbia take the first goal.
Calentz's Jaeger not able to stop it, and there's a lot of hype around this Hamburg side, but when you see the passing plays from Columbia, you remember we didn't see them yesterday because they were unbeaten on Friday. They got here in comfort.
And Calix, in his post-game interview yesterday, after he clinched that top 8, talked about Hartman and adding him to this roster and the journey that he's been on with Hartman, helping him get from GC2 to this level, SSL, in a year's time. That's an insane level up in a short amount of time. I don't think people understand how difficult something like that is. Calix coached him every single day. So this Hamburg team, well, they're beaten right now. Cryptic sends some lead into the net.
What an opening from Columbia. It's off the backboard from Cosmic Flippy, and Cryptic buries it. The man who really wasn't needed that much on Friday, just the 4 goals and 4 assists. Well, he's already very much on the scoreboard here with 4 minutes still on the clock.
Hamburg, not exactly how they want to start this out, and already under more pressure. Avoids the bump, Hartman did. Cam, though, got the first read. He's going full in. He's not going to get a look at it.
Hamburg do need to worry. I was thinking about this series. I was thinking Hamburg need game 1 when you talk about the momentum. That's a whiff from Cam. Not something he's going to want to see again.
Yeah, he kind of jumps off the back wall at a weird angle here. You see him go up. He got the full tank. He's feeling comfortable there. And he just jumps underneath. You see his car sideways, but he ends up jumping down. He doesn't start boosting immediately, and he can't carry his momentum. Hamburg will take it.
Gravity, certainly not a friend of his. Going to be left off the birthday invite list. What I was saying about game 1s is, well, Hamburg, of course, nearly got reverse swept by Northwood White yesterday. They were dominant in the first 2 games, but heavily outshot by their opponents in the remaining 3. They needed a fast start, and against Columbia Berlin on Friday, they did get that fast start, putting up 11 shots in that particular game, while they were getting 4 or 5 for the rest of the series as Columbia adapted. So if they're already in front here in game 1, well, for me, that is a worry for the Germans.
Well, Hamburg still putting on pressure, and they get another one. Lee Fox delivers the banger, and Hamburg tie it up.
Proper thump to tie the game. It's a comfortable 2-0 lead, and Cosmic Flippy, he thumps the inside of the post, and suddenly we're tied.
2 mistakes there from Columbia. The post ruining him. Hamburg keeping that touch out, forcing Columbia into uncomfortable positions on defense. They started so fast and almost got that goal, but Cam just couldn't find the target. Cosmic Flippy all his boost as Columbia rotate back. Another quick shot denied, this time by Calix.
Backboard questions being asked of Hamburg as Cam gets another decent look at the net, but he is yet to bury it just yet, as Stacks alluded to. One of the few remaining players over a goal per game. The thing for me that's overwhelmingly impressive is he's putting up over 500 points per game so far this weekend, and we all know score means everything.
I mean, score over time is pretty indicative of how you're performing overall, and 500 to average that much per game. You're doing a lot of work on the pitch consistently. Cryptic trying to force his way back to Cam. Lee Fox has been on the highlight reel all weekend, but Cryptic, he's punching his spot into that reel. Another lead shot into the top.
Yeah, Lee Fox in the corner gets forced into the 50 by Cosmic Flippy, who catches Hamburg out. And you cannot be giving Cryptic a chance like that when he's in this shooting form already today.
Now those shots have been perfect. Hamburg do not have an answer for it in game 1. Only 1/2 and 5 goals scored between both squads.
it does feel like the defensive on both sides are a little touchy, and it's kind of to be expected here on Championship Sunday with the nerves. There's no hesitation when it comes to taking the shot, and the offenses are performing well, but any mistouch is proving fatal for both sides, really, with us having 5 goals already in what was under 3 minutes. So we're into the final 2. Lee Fox again defending on the backboard. Defensive mantra for him has been all tournament just that. Cosmic Flippy from the side wall, but he can't get the touch he's looking for either.
Cam again off the ceiling, pass in front, and no contact. Cosmic Flippy was the man to make the contact. Now Calix with no boost. Kind of got a little rushed there. He'll steal a boost, go for a bump. Easily cleared out by Cryptic. He's got only Hartman to beat. Looking a long pass to Cosmic Flippy. And Hartman killed to the corner. Nice work to get it back to Calix. And good control as well. They break out. Hamburg might have a chance here. Failed Musty from Hartman. They're still trying to work through. Oh, it worked across. He almost got the dunk. Hang on. No, never mind. He almost had it.
Close indeed, but unable to get the angle he was looking for. Stuck on the side of the ball. Needed to be behind it as Hartman. He doesn't get any of the ball there. It's Calix following through with the shot. But Columbia with time to retreat back and sponge up the press from Hamburg, or can they? Hartman gets the player. He wanted the ball as it's 2 demolitions from Hamburg. Ooh. Can't quite get the shot to take advantage.
And Lee Fox didn't have a lot of boost there, so he tried to jump the pass a little early to predict it and get contact, but no boost hurts him there. Cosmic Flippy gonna move downfield underneath. Hamburg have had some chances downfield. They've shaken players off the back line. They put on a couple of shots here. Here's a flip reset pass. Bouncer. Cryptic's got the save. 3rd man up in the air. That's Calix. That's just a dump shot, and nobody's back. Yep. Easy redirect for Cam.
And there is Cam. Will that tie up the first game of the series? The main man for Columbia, answering the call of Calix, who was calling him out yesterday. Oh, well, there's not much time for Calix to get a response of his own as we head to kick off. Columbia just have to hold to get their first point on the ball.
Well, no response on Twitter, but a response on the field to a 4-2 scoreline in game number 1. Maybe Hamburg get one here, heading into Forbidden Temple, but they will not. It drops, and Columbia College will take the first game.
Beautiful play from the Triple C.
Throwing out the 3-0. I think, okay, there's the response.
That is the response. He's confident now he's got the game on the board, but we all know it's easy to talk when you're up. Calix has called him out early, and it's full commitment, of course, from Calix, knowing that he is going to be studying at Maryville next year, which is right next door to Columbia in Missouri. So he might be seeing a lot more of Cam, which might not be ideal for him if they do drop this series.
Not at all. I thought Hamburg still had some good looks, though. Lee Fox had a couple of nice carries. Hartman really struggled in the boost game. A lot of the times you're looking at him, he's 25 or under for a lot of these plays on offense, but he's trying to stick in the rotation. It can be easy to get too relaxed, to go for canisters, and you just got to stay on that small pad game. Hartman looked a little uncomfortable that series.
Yeah. It's actually a bit of a trend for Hamburg during the whole regular season as well. A bit of an Achilles heels of theirs. Given that they chase so many demolitions, it's such a fully aggressive rotation. All of them spend around a minute a game on 0 boost, which is well above the average. And that's all 3 of them. Very much high risk, high reward is their play style. It's why they're so exciting to watch, but it's also why they can fall flat a little bit in that game there.
Hamburg, they were able to respond a couple of times. They tied the game up, but they couldn't hold Columbia back. Forbidden Temple, something's got to be a little different for them. If you're Columbia, though, you keep on rolling as things have been. Cryptic has been accurate today. Cam up for this one now. Set up from Cosmic Flippy. Oh, Hartman drops it down. Cam didn't get it. And it's, it's in front of it. Hartman, he's stunned. He just stopped driving. Unfortunate.
Disaster on the defense for Hamburg as 2 missed touches. Hartman lands in front of Calix, and Cam, with a generous donation, he was more than happy to receive.
Absolutely. It almost was saved there for Hamburg. You don't think, Hartman, the right idea is to get or stay on the backboard when the shot's still coming. You got to get down and try to make a play. Sometimes physics objects come back to bite you. Hamburg trying to get set up on offense here. Hard touch on the back wall, leaves it. Shot for Lee Fox, excuse me, Hamburg, get the goal.
Just look at that though from Lee Fox, quick up to the read, soaring high as a kite, but make no mistake, it's Hartmann pulling the strings back on the ground, getting the bump for a critical equalizer.
Earlier response this time. Expect a high-scoring series. 5 goals scored in the first half of game 1, already 2 in the first minute. Colombia looking for a way in here on offense, starting with Cosmic Flippy, and the double commit not gonna get you anywhere as Calix launches it back to the blue.
Not want to be putting yourself in a reverse sweep needed scenario. Do Hamburg. It proved too much for Akron to overcome in our first series of the day against Dr. Buhmann, leading to why Germany and Europe are already into the semi-finals. But who will be lining up to face them later today? Well, right now, Colombia lead us on Forbidden Temple, but they're without the ball, and Hamburg are once again combining in accidental ways in Cosmic Flippy with the flip, but he doesn't get the flick he was looking for, and Calix is able to ferry it away.
Cryptic got a touch off the ceiling, back to Cam, and he sniped it! Beautiful setup, knocked it right down.
It's just too good. Cryptic finds him off the ceiling, and Hartmann with the challenge, but he's dusted, Jorby. He's in the rearview mirror.
That's 2 times now Cam has got to look like that. Past the third man, no one in net, it's easy redirect. I mean, that's a free play practice shot.
Hamburg, once again, having to bounce back this series. They talk so proudly, rightly, about their strong mentality, but Calix, the heart of the team, truly. My question is, how many resounding team talks can you give aside before they eventually go deaf? When does it stop working, or will it continue to, as Lee Fox tried to pick his way through the defense unsuccessfully?
They may need Lee Fox to be the guy for them and pop off with those mechanics. We've seen him do it this weekend. We know that he's capable. He hasn't had as many chances. Colombia have shut him down, gotten the challenges. Cosmic Flippy next up as Colombia gets set up in the midfield.
That is the question in the team talk. All of them shouting at each other. But what does the Lee Fox say is the question that has to be asked. He's not going to go for the challenge here, and there's midfield giving up again as Cam, he's up for the shot. Lee Fox with the response off the crossbar as Cosmic Flippy in the midfield recovers fast, gets another one, and Hamburg having to make save after save. It's not sustainable.
Well, the shots haven't been as good from Colombia this time around. When Cryptic was hitting the top shelf, he hasn't had chances to shoot as often here in the first 3 minutes on Forbidden Temple. But now Cosmic Flippy, it's been mostly him taking the shot. Now he goes for the demo, and Cam, does he have the shot? Nobody's home. If you can't beat him, delete him.
Cosmic Flippy clearing the way. Get down, Mr. President. And Cam even gets bumped by him himself, but he's got so much time to run the ball into the net. It's 3-1.
Love that from Cosmic Flippy, as you know, he did take those last few shots, and he decided, you know what? I'm not going to do that again. Here you go, Cam. You're the guy thinking everything. Here's Cam again. A little flick, a little pass, a little post. Oops.
That's all that can be said about that finish, and the post bounce denying Colombia what would be a 3-goal advantage. They might even find it here yet, because Lee Fox barely getting back in time. It's back in front of the midfield. Cryptic is there, and Cryptic will bundle it home.
Colombia full piston and just rolling. Nobody stopping them on Hamburg. Popped it out. Lee Fox couldn't get there in time. Barely any boost to get there after avoiding a bump before. And Colombia are just swarming the orange half. Hamburg have no answer.
Absolutely. Hamburg, all the confidence coming in, but it's just been bedlam on the back line all series long. They can perhaps pull themselves back into this game too, but it is a long stretch, and the mistakes have already been made. Colombia kept themselves quiet coming into the series, and they're letting the play do all of the talking they would ever need. And you can just see them growing in confidence with every minute that passes.
Cam just pulls it straight out to the side. Hartmann has a demo for space, but it's closed down immediately. Calix smart to wait for that challenge to come in. Now he plays it off the corner, set up in front of the box. Shot, saved again. Cryptic getting in the way.
Cosmic Flippy so well collected in the corner. He's got such good positioning all series long, all season long, Jorby. No player at this tournament gets more small boost pads than Cosmic Flippy. He's always looking to play the ball over the boost. I wish my ranked teammates always did that too. He is that guy. He's making the difference in the series for Colombia because of it.
Columbia, they stop Hamburg at the third and then kill it to the corner and get those 250s. That's happened, well, 5 or 6 times that Hamburg have tried to get through on Forbidden Temple. Leafox, use all your boost. And Columbia, they're happy to let you do it. They just wait for them to give it up. They get the ball back. Hamburg got some work to do heading into game number 3. Cam and company on Columbia College are proving a little too much for them. One more for Columbia to move on and play the other German team.
Indeed, Cam just lounging on the Lilo, turtling there with the job done in game 2. And Columbia, alongside their coach, Samba, of course, former UTA players, both of them, just the one game away from really just avenging the demons of last year. An early fall in the quarterfinals of the CRL World Championship, not what any of them would have wanted. And it really is the sort of healing that it feels like they're so close to now.
Crowd chanting one more game, knowing they can feel it. Columbia College have owned this series so far. Hamburg weren't able to even come back the way they did in game 1 and keep it close. Columbia, it's just smart touches. Cam especially, rolling it around. He knows Hamburg, they're coming hard on the challenges. So fine, you can come hard, use all of your boost. I'm going for a soft touch to my corner. Now what are you going to do? You can't win the boost. If you can't get the boost steals for Hamburg, you're not going to win the touches. You're not going to put pressure on them. Columbia are beating them in every phase of the game.
Such a domino effect for Hamburg in the midfield, and Cosmic Flippy, that man there, is the one causing them so much pain there. It's a team performance, of course, from Columbia, but Hamburg losing their midfield challenges on pace, and it spirals. They're stuck on defense, and that's been the trend for Leafox already this tournament. He's having to put up 2.5 saves per game, and he can so often be the offensive key to unlock these defenses, and Hamburg just haven't been able to get him out their pocket.
Can Hamburg pull out some magic? Or is it gonna be more Columbia? Calix had lots to say about Cam. Cam has been letting his play do the talking. Cryptic getting in the way, preventing a quick counterattack for Hamburg. Cam misses his boost, but it's fine. He gets it, and he gets deleted for it. Now a chance maybe for Hamburg across. Another bump, but no. Cryptic gets out.
Cosmic with the cut, does pop up high. I think he wanted to keep it low. It's allowed Hartman in for the challenge, but he can't get a second. Loose touch does allow Leafox in to find Calix in the midfield. Consecutive touches, a rarity for Hamburg at that part of the pitch. It seems to have dried up already again. Calix back in the box constantly here, hounded into the orange side of the field. Maybe now, still in the Jaeger he is, as he flips the ball to the corner, but really just begging for some slack to be given by a Columbia, who are again threatening the counter and the net.
A loose rotation there from Columbia allows Hamburg to break out. Cryptic full tank, he will expend all of it. Leafox has nothing. Protect that boost, keep the ball close on defense. They're through, one to beat. Calix in front, but the 50, perfect for Cryptic. And now one more for Leafox. Maybe they can punish here, but no, Calix can't put it on target.
Cam looking for the 50, not expecting the Calix rushing, as Hartman can't get the double either. Did he not have any boost? 2 great chances fall by the wayside for Hamburg, and they bury neither.
I think he did run out, but still, that's the best look they've had. Now Hartman again. Going forward, and there's Cam just waiting. They're starting to delete him now every time he's waiting. That's been the response, but is it gonna work? Because you still got Cryptic and Cosmic Flippy to deal with.
These are both 2 of the most demo-heavy teams in the tournament, and certainly of the ones remaining as well, with Akron eliminated. While Hartman, he's not looking for physical play here, he's looking for the 50, but doesn't really find the one he'd have liked, as Cryptic will whiff off the backboard. Leafox is there, but out of boost. Cam keeps the ball snug and cozy to the wall, as he gets the boost steal as well on the respawn. He's going to allow only Hamburg to come forward in the numbers of 1.
Whoa.
And can't follow up because of that boost steal. They have to delay their attack, and Columbia have got the ball back.
Hamburg are missing step 4, which is execute. They have identified the space. They have disrupted the play on defense, and they're even trusting each other, but they aren't scoring. They get a couple of free reads off the backboard, and they're not committing. They're not converting. Do they get one here? That one's to the side. Cosmic Flippy, plenty of boost. Nice high touch, and a follow-up 50 to boot. And that's been the deal that Hamburg have been handed It's been difficult here in the blue half for them on offense.
It's not been on their terms. Best situation they've been in at this point in a game, though. With 2 minutes on the clock, they tied up game one, they did, with a couple of mistakes from Colombia, though those feel like a long time ago. After the past 5 to 10 minutes, Cam couldn't get back to the ball on that particular occasion, and Lee Fox again is putting in the defensive shift, but I don't think he likes the shift work. He's looking for the rotation back in front, and it's going to be for Cam, and with the long jump, he stretches and puts it in.
Hamburg get their axles tied together here in the corner. Hartman's going for it. Lee Fox also goes. One of you got to get back to net. Your third needs time. And Cam punishes a minute 31 before Colombia are in semis.
Absolutely. Cam once again catching the scent, the whiff of a goal in front of the net, and he's got Colombia's noses in front here once again as Cryptic's got time. He's just going to take it up the wall. Hamburg are going to have to go fetch, and Calix has to be the second player sent as Lee Fox lands on the ball, trying to create something creative as Calix is hunting in the net, but they can't get the shot.
Calix couldn't even get a proper bump. It was just a recovery in front of the box. And Colombia can seemingly do no wrong. That touch from Cam. I think he was hoping for that pass to Cosmic Flip. He didn't quite work out. Now on the turnaround, Calix trying to force it through off the corner. Quick shot. No, it's too light. Calix trying to get in the way. And again, the disruption isn't even working for Hamburg. Here's another one. Free ball. Wide. And it bounces away. Lee Fox another chance. Cam swipes it away. Calix, long ball. Redirect. Goal!
Tie game for Hamburg. The pulse is still there for now, as Calix, it was just off target, and Lee Fox tucks it in with the most cushioned of touches under pressure.
Even had a demo on the backside, just in case he was gonna be able to get to that redirect. Now he had no chance, and Hamburg, signs of life with 40 seconds left. Touch here from Hartman, nice little wave dash on the wall to recover. Lee Fox following the play. Hartman gonna leave, and that's gonna be Colombia ball.
Cam, he's the one under it. Won't get the ball past Lee Fox though. It's Cryptic, another loose touch. Will allow Lee Fox in, but without any boost. Struggles to create as Cosmic Flippy finds himself with an empty tank as well. He couldn't quite wriggle past Hartman, but he buys time for Cryptic to get the resources he needs to get the ball into the midfield as it turns over again.
Nice pass.
Hartman midfield, but Calix not enough there to be able to reach that one into the final five. Will there be late drama as Calix sends it backboard down and Cryptic defends well, doubles down, and it's overtime.
Goal separates Colombia from the semifinals. Hamburg are just hoping they can stay in quarters. Here's Lee Fox trying for the 50, comes across, Hartman playing him close. Little bump, Cam's waiting. He's got the pop-up, he's got the boost, but Calix has the challenge.
Cryptic just there using all of the boost, but he fails to get the ball past the Hartman, who was already way up on the wall. But with the demo on Lee Fox, there could be a chance. Cam doubles down, and he's going to get the flick towards center. It's a little high. Cosmic going to have to buy time with his challenge, but does steal the big boost. And now Hartman and Calix have to link up. They combine on a bit like beans on toast. It's nice, but not too nice as they just drop the possession as can now Cryptic turns it center bound. It's not going to bounce for the ceiling though. Cam can't go, and Cosmic at the other end. It's end to end.
Big clear there from Hamburg. It's looking a little uncomfortable. Lee Fox hoping for a pass. Hartman, no boost. He at least turned to force Colombia to do something with the ball, but Cryptic's winning the 50s. Cosmic Flippy slowing it down. Cam has to leave quick. Cryptic keeping the rotation alive on offense. Cam, one, doesn't get the second. Hamburg just getting in the way of these shots. But now Hamburg, do they got the breakout? Lee Fox slowing it down. Shot top corner.
Cam! Incredible ball he gets as he swipes it out the top corner with the in and out. Cosmic looking for the flick, doesn't quite find it before Calix closes the distance, and it is absolutely toe-to-toe from these two teams, but Hamburg still the ones playing for survival.
Well, they've even tried to pre-jump Cam, they couldn't get to him. Cryptic going back over to Cosmic Flippy, can't find Cryptic. I think they may have tried for that. Now a pass, a shot, Columbia College, the 3 C's to the semifinals!
They do what they could not do before. Cam, Cryptic, and Cosmic Flippy have silenced Hamburg.
No answer from Hamburg, and nothing but style from Columbia College. Cam getting MVP honors, 522 score, 4 shots on net, only needed 1 goal to get it done, and also 3 saves to boot. Cam he was the third man in that entire series. He was not going to let Hamburg in the back door. That was his game plan, and I've never seen Cam play just that deep, like so consistently. He was doing everything he could to not lose, and he didn't lose.
That's right. He is and was that guy. He can do the offense, the defense, and he's not done yet today because Columbia College break the streak for Europe at 6. There will be no 7th win in a row. They are unbeaten still against European universities, and well, they'll be playing another one in the semifinal.
Yep, they got to play Dr. Buhmann next in the semifinals. There are 2 EU teams left. This is the best that the region has done at CRL Worlds, but these are NA's best in CRL, and they're showing you why. Columbia showing you why they needed a little bit more than that. Columbia College, this is their chance. This side of the bracket, it's favorable for them to go and play in the grand finals. Maybe they get Northwood Blue, or maybe they get someone else, who knows? We know that Columbia College are the victors though. As the highlights roll and as the players get ready for the interview, let's send it over to Daz to talk to the Columbia boys.
Okay. I'm here with Cosmic Flippy. Congratulations. He loves you. All right, talk to me about how it feels to make a top 4. You guys came to CRL World Championship last year. It was unfortunate top 8 exit. What does it feel like now to make the semis?
Absolutely exhilarating. You know, last year we made top 8 and we got knocked out by Stockton first round. And then we came out this tournament, played them in groups, and we swept them. And I think that was a huge momentum boost for us being able to play on the stage here and pull out a sweep of our own.
Yeah, and what a sweep it was as well, especially against this Hamburg team. Obviously, we saw it yesterday. Calix has some words for you. He was trying to get into the mental, into the mindset. Tell me how it felt on your guys' end going into the match.
All Calix did was fuel the fire. Cam was more pumped up than ever to just keep going, go crazy. And we just made sure, you know, don't let them get in your heads. Keep playing our game. We know we're better than them. We know we can do it. Yeah, we just took that mentality throughout the whole game.
It seemed like it. I mean, you guys threw out that 3-0 after game 1. You can see that confidence rating. Obviously, they had a little bit of trying to disrupt you guys in game 3. How did you adapt to that to close out the series?
Yeah, so they pulled it a lot closer than we expected in the end, but we just, relaxed. Our whole motto is just relax, play our game, play fast, because we like to constrict them in the opponent's half. That's kind of how we win. We were just like, follow that, and we'll break them apart. We'll win.
All right, now, like you said, top 4 here. You guys got Dr. Buhmann next. How you feeling going into that?
Feeling pretty good. Feeling pretty good about Dr. Buhmann. We saw some of their games. Their series against Akron was pretty good. They went well against them, so I'm excited to play them.
And of course, I will need to get a kind of a preview here for the next matchup, Fisher versus Amsterdam. Who you got taking it?
I'm rooting for my boys Fisher. NA all the way.
Let's go, let's go. And of course, you guys got a lot of supporters here in the crowd. I want to give you a chance to address them.
Yeah, shout out to everybody supporting us, all of NA. I said it last year and I'll say it this year. EU who?
He said who? He's trying to go all the way to the finals. Cosmic Flippy, thank you so much for the time. Thank you for the interview. Congrats on the win. And we'll see you in the top 4.
Sweet, thank you.
Let's send it back to the desk to break it down.
Cosmic, I love your brother, but it's definitely ain't EU who. They here to stay. they here to stay, and they making plays this whole entire weekend. Columbia College, the West moves on Hamburg. They're my most favorite team, the EU team to watch the entire weekend, Stacks. I just love the energy. I love the way they play. Yeah. Unfortunately, I think they went up against a team just a little bit better than them.
Yeah, and they had Hamburg kind of chasing the play a lot. They looked kind of lost defensively because of what Columbia was doing to them. We saw them so often trying to play defense, coming back to the goal line from midfield. We saw a little bit from both Buhmann and Akron as well. That doesn't fly against a team like Columbia.
And for Columbia's offense, it's relentless. We know this from online, and I'm just so glad we get to see it at Lynn. They spoke about it in the interview that last year was disappointing, and now they only do is impress. Columbia College, the 3 C's, stands for control. All they did was control the game and put Hamburg against the wall.
Yeah, they put Hamburg against the wall, indeed. And Hamburg adjusted in that game 3. They played a much slower style, something that I haven't seen them play the whole entire weekend, and ultimately wasn't enough. Columbia infield pass. Cryptic took the of time. He saw Cosmic flipping in the middle, and he said, Cosmic, do the rest, do the honors, and he slid at top right. They move on. Columbia joins Dr. Buhmann as the 2 teams in the semifinals so far. That's the bottom half of the bracket. We got an upper half to get into. Northwood, Fisher, Berlin, and Amsterdam. They've been waiting. They've been watching this gameplay stacks, and they're coming up soon.
Yes, they are, and boy, what a pair of matches in the top half. I think especially the next one here with Fisher and Amsterdam is going to be sneaky good. I think probably a lot of people are going to favor Fisher for a lot of very good reasons. Do not count out Amsterdam. They are battle-tested.
Yeah, we have our #1 European team moving on, but the #2 seed, #3 seed of Amsterdam coming up is maybe Europe's second favorite to move on. We'll see if they can, though.
Maybe Europe's second favorite. Don't go anywhere because we have the reigning CRL World Champions coming up in 2 matches. But before that, we got Fisher going up against Amsterdam. Stay tuned.
It's leading to opportunities like this. Ahmad off the ceiling. Ahmad with the 7 from heaven. I get higher, I never tire. Can they get control of this? Pop back from a towel as he takes control. What? Are you kidding me? This is really happening. It's really happening. It actually happened. Fortune favors Liquid.
This one flipped out. First killer. Does he have a flip? He's trying to use it. The pass down. It's unbelievable.
Game 5. Double match point on the line. Fury and Moist 5 minutes away from discovering who will have all of that on their side. It won another rise under pressure. That was a forced mistake. Matrix is around the demo, gets the ball. He's now taking his steps inside the field. On the reset, can he outplay everybody? That was otherworldly.
We on the top and we ain't gonna fall. It's an obsession, a habit you call. We hitting automatic, never stall. Only got one tactic, do it all. I'm from the bottom, I hate what I saw. I couldn't walk, so I learned how to crawl. They wanna talk when you're back to the wall. So I say let 'em, I ain't moving small. Money grows from my intuition. I just bought a crib, that's my first edition. People hate it when you claim a vision, but I use a static when I hit ignition. Hungry moves, I'm faster in a minute. I stay fresh to death, I'm in a mint condition. Forge a heat, no matter where I've been, and give me any place, and it'll be a kitchen. This how we flow to the top. I'm on a wave and it never gon' stop. I hit a 3, now we running the clock. 24 seconds, I still block your shot. I'm making this an eternal spot. Permanent stain in the flow, ink blot. Don't step to me when I get too hot. I'ma end your life and it's all you got. We on the top and we ain't gonna fall. It's an obsession, a habit you call. We hitting automatic, never stall. Only got one tactic, do it all. I'm from the bottom, I hate what I saw. I couldn't walk, so I learned how to crawl. They wanna talk when you're back to the wall. So I say let 'em, I ain't moving small. Homemade flow, I'm a PVC. There ain't one player out doing just like me. Heart rate froze, hit the EKG. I hate wasting time, no adventure.
I was putting in the hours. The 3 C's, they made their mark, they move on, they do what they couldn't do last year. That has been the theme of this whole entire weekend, making amends for the failures, the mishaps that occurred in the previous year. That's what life's all about. Once you fail, you take that next step and you keep moving forward. That's what the 3 C's did. They're in the semifinals. They're going up against Dr. Buhmann. Same desk as it was about 8 minutes ago. Lemon, Stacks, we still feeling good?
I feel really good about that. I felt, I saw a vision, as maybe Local Banana said on the pre-show. I saw a vision.
Gosh, not this vision again.
Columbia with the sweep. Oh, that feels good. Prediction 1-0 on the day.
Prediction
I'm gonna keep it
1-1
going.
on the day. We'll see if you can keep it going. We'll see if you can keep it going. Stacks, you're 0-1, but it's okay, though, because
that's fine. I'm used to it at this point. I might go 0 for the entire tournament. It's fine.
0 for the entire tournament. Let's not do that. Let's not do that. Let's take a look at the bracket. Columbia, Dr. Buhmann already talked about that. We finished the bottom half, and now we're on the top half. I think the bottom half of the bracket was a little bit more difficult. The top half, in a lot of people's eyes, might be a little bit more predictable. Northwood Blue, your reigning CRL World Champions up there going against Berlin. But the match before that, Fisher and Amsterdam. Fisher College, Sosa, Money, Kensei, Amsterdam, they have been absolutely phenomenal. They have been tested the whole entire weekend, Stacks.
Yeah, Amsterdam has multiple times faced either relegation to the lower bracket or elimination in this tournament. They have responded time and time and time again, but this time they're up against by far their biggest test of the weekend.
Oh, most definitely. It's a little bit different when you're playing Boise and they got Durfto on the boys. I mean, you got a whole entire squad of pros. Fisher College, they formed for this reason and this reason alone, to make it to the CRL World Championship and win it. They're here on Sunday. They're looking good. Amsterdam, they're a little bit different. They formed in Uni Rocketeers to make it and just do as best as they possibly can. They're one of the better teams in Europe. They proved that they have the clutch to Amsterdam, and whereas a Local Banana, we'll see if they can make it happen.
All right, Dallas, please welcome to the stage Amsterdam Carball Esports and the Fisher College Falcons.
Kids say, pay attention. He makes the heart walked around. Amsterdam's already sat down. Kids say just happy to be in the moment. He just wanted to stand there and enjoy it, relish it, and take it all in. And Sosa and Money, they just had time to sit down. They've had enough of this.
Last time somebody flexed before their match, they lost. Remember Durtho? Just flexing. And they lost in Game 5. I don't want to bring that up. I'm sorry.
I feel like his flex was a little bit more intimidating. Durtho, he sits in the gym every single day of the week. Kensei, on the other hand, one of the better players in CRL. He's also been doing some work in the RLCS for a little while now. He's mechanical. He plays really solid defense. One's main, two's main, whatever you want to call it. He holds down the back line.
Yeah, watching his journey from the Rival Series up to where he's at now, I mean, it's been a great journey to watch. all three of these guys have been so fun to watch throughout their careers, and now to see them here in CRL, it's almost like a dream come true, right? You get the best of both worlds. You get to watch them on the weekends, you get to watch them on the weekdays. It's perfect. And Sosa, boy, what can you say? He is phenomenal.
He's the GOAT. And he's my token Canadian, the only one I got left to cheer for. So
Joe Fresh just ain't walking through that door anytime soon.
And Money up next. The offense is superb on this team. They are at the top of Eastern, rivaling the Northwoods, I should say, plural. Losing to them, but always going up in the finals against Northwood Blue. You talked about Kinsey earlier. He's really the glue to this team, but Money and Sosa on these front lines, it's relentless. I'm excited to see how Fisher's going to do at LAN. First Worlds for both these teams.
And Money's a player that will play up to the level of the competition no matter who he's up against. If he has to punch up really high against a team like a G2 in the RLCS, he will. So I'm not worried about Money at all in this tournament. I think he's going to be as even keel as they come. Amsterdam are going to have their hands full.
Amsterdam does have their hands full. That Fisher team, there's the only question that anybody has for them is why aren't they just the best team in CRL outright? Best on paper, they have the best players, but it hasn't come into fruition just yet. And if you're Amsterdam, that's what you're holding on to. Somehow, some way, Northwood's beating them. You're taking that to account. Cass has been really, really good this weekend. He has been a little bit mechanical. He's been a little clutch. If you need a demo, he gives you that. Amsterdam, it's all about the margins now.
Yeah, Amsterdam, the big storyline for them is, are they as strong as they were before? We talk about that substitute, that third man, Defsy coming in over Vency is a huge difference. He smiles, his team believes in him. They're going to Worlds with him, and they're gonna leave with him, hopefully. And, you know, they finished in second. They'll leave, they'll hopefully bring him home. Depends how he performs.
Yeah, what are you implying here? If he doesn't score, he doesn't get to eat?
Hop back on the flight. He's gonna
we're looking for a new third. But they were second, and but that was with their old third. So where are they now in the power rankings? We'll find out.
Well, Loca Banana, he was on the desk earlier. He had some confidence. He believes in his squad. He's been in North America. He studied here back in fall. He's got fans here from wherever he studied. They're in there. I see them. They've been making noise for him, and they really do believe in him, and he believes in his team.
Yeah, this is a squad that, again, they've got to be far greater than the sum of their parts here. But again, they have been battle tested. They've had more pressure on them than Fisher has had at any point in this tournament. So they have to kind of call on those experiences if they're going to pull off what I think we're all going to agree in a moment is a huge upset.
And Amsterdam talked about those nerves that they had. Every European team had the nerves coming to LAN, going across the seas. But even on day 2, they still had to go to game 5 against Boise, who I think are just in a different tier compared to Fisher, who are head and shoulders above. This is not the final boss, but a true challenge to Amsterdam if they can get through this.
It really is a battle of a heavyweight going up against a contender. Amsterdam, they gotta try to pull it out, and I believe that they have the parts to do it. One thing that I think they have over Fisher is they have synergy. I believe they play more together, they believe in each other a little bit more, and just watching them on the pitch, they're following each other up, and they trust one another. Fisher, more individual style. They're not taking advantage of teamwork.
Yeah, there's not enough ball to go around for Fisher at times, right? And that's kind of their biggest weakness. That's their Achilles heel. And if things start going south, I don't want to say the finger-pointing starts, because I think they're a lot more mature than that, but maybe a little bit of doubt starting to creep in their minds, and maybe a little bit of my turn offense and hero ball could come out from Fisher.
And just to go against, speaking of those doubts, can Amsterdam go against these doubts of that third man? And if they could beat Fisher, who are the favorites here as this top team from North America, that would be that Cinderella story for Amsterdam and Europe.
Who do you think will win back at home? Y'all going with Europe every single time. Use hashtag HVA if you want the Dutch to win from Amsterdam. Go with hashtag FC if you do believe that this all-pro Rocket League CRL team can get the job done. I'm really curious to know where the chat goes here. If y'all really are just all Europe in the chat, you'll stay with Amsterdam. But if y'all are just absolutely flip-floppers, you're going to switch to Fisher College because you believe in the pros. What's the desk thinking over here? Lemon, you can go first.
Okay, well, Fisher were flawless in groups in terms of they haven't lost yet. And I think they want to go up against Northwood in the semis because that's their big rival, beating White, then going up against Blue, where they've struggled against them, and those are the top dogs. Those are the ones who hold the crown and the trophy, at least as a collective school. So Fisher have their sights set elsewhere. Hopefully they don't underrate Amsterdam, but I got Fisher for this match.
If Amsterdam wins this series, it would be, I think, the biggest upset in the history of CRL.
Oh, wow.
So it's not going to happen. I got Fisher.
It would be a massive upset.
It would be a bigger upset than T-Bates actually playing out of land.
I don't know, man. LSU, we had a lot of big ups. Man, we lost the last sometimes when it mattered most. Anyways, I'm going to go Fisher as well. I do believe that Amsterdam, you're just punching up. You're facing a heavyweight. Wow, chat actually flipped. They voted for NA for the first time in about 7 games. That must mean
ball knowers.
I guess they are ball knowers. They weren't right last time, though. Fisher College, all pro players. Amsterdam, underdog story. They went to 5 almost every single time. They iced up when it mattered most, but can they do it on Championship Sunday? Let's find out.
Fisher College, perfect so far throughout the weekend, whereas Amsterdam, out of 15 possible games, they've gone to 14 of them. They're going to want to take this series. They're going to need to take Fisher out early and often. I'm Subi Smash, and joining me on the call is Achieves as we get into one of the last quarterfinals on Championship Sunday. Perfect, clean white slate for Fisher. Where's the bruised and battered, dented setup of Amsterdam? They've had to work pretty hard to get here, and they know that they worked for this chance, and they're not going to let Fisher intimidate them. I think Amsterdam tries to come out swinging.
Yeah, the way that Amsterdam has been playing all weekend, especially showing that resolve in that best-of-5 series yesterday. Once again, seeing Champions Field and able to get the victory shows loads about them, but Kinsey doesn't care, gets the first strike for Fisher.
Went for the big pinch off the backboard here. DefC just wants to get that perfect timing clear, and unfortunately, a little too late. Got off the wall before he could reach it. Free goal for Fisher, just ripped it left side.
And for Amsterdam, they're gonna have to do a great job of battling in the midfield to slow Fisher down. So much easier said than done, as already Fisher once again pushing on his offense. You see the skills coming out from Sosa. And what that's indicative of is just the calmness up on that stage, the ability to slow that play down, change the pace of play. As Money, almost gets that one in his own net.
Decent throw for Amsterdam here at the net, but unfortunately a little bit hesitant here in the midfield, and that ability to recognize space from Fisher is probably going to be their biggest asset, because if you're Fisher, I think you try and slow every play down as much as possible, and you throw the mechs at them. You say stop this, and you make them keep doing that until they prove to you that they've got the chops on defense to keep you away.
I agree with you on that one. I don't think that you just go full bore, because I think if it were speed for speed, I think Fisher has the upper hand, but where they can really show their strength as Sosa comes in and out to get that save is on offense, slowing things down to continue. Amsterdam guessing, and look at the nice double from Cass.
I don't think anybody expected Cass to be able to come down with this one, because Money's sitting here in the net. He can see it. He's got a decent line at it, but just chopped that one right back into the middle of the box instead of going straight towards net. Had to go get an extra touch for it. And Money overdrove the ball a little bit as well. Took himself too far inside.
And a great response there from Amsterdam. Nearly 60 seconds after Fisher opened up game 1 with a goal. Amsterdam said, hold on, not too soon. Don't just count us out just yet. So far, throughout this World Championship, Europe really has shown up and shown out. Making it to Championship Sunday, 4 teams. You love to see the battle between North America and Europe alive and well in RLCS, in CRL. It's just so cool to see that this game truly is a global esport.
Meanwhile, Fisher, they're trying to gobble up all the boost on this field, making it difficult for Amsterdam to find any openings to actually clear the ball down and get out of their own half. Great field control, and finally a solid enough clear, and more importantly, subsequent challenge from Local Banana to actually break that pressure.
Yeah, and I think where Amsterdam can find some success on the defensive end is with some defensive demos to give themselves a little more space, a little bit more time, but here comes Money. No boost in the tank as Local Banana gets a nice little bump there to push him off the ball as well, but Kinsey well read throughout the corner here. This ball just
lurking, lingering. Is Sosa going to clean it up? Great comms between himself and Money as he gets the boost steal yet again. That front left corner has been all Fischer's, and it's really done wonders to slow Amsterdam at breaking down the offense.
Nasty clear, though, from Dempsey. And look at Cass. He's going to go return the favor, steal that corner boost. And Kinsey, disciplined decision, try and keep the ball close. Great job from Local Banana. Come break that play up. Sosa goes to the weak side of the play to find more space to work with. Unfortunately, it goes back the other way. Hard shot of the net. Nice save from Money. Fischer now the ones trying to figure out a way out, and I think they just found it.
Just past the 90-second to go mark here in game number 1. All knotted up. I think this is a lot closer than anyone would have expected. I'm sure Fischer expects a blowout here, a 3-0 to finish off Amsterdam. But again, Amsterdam not gonna go down silently as Sosa keeps that one away, and a errant touch there from Dempsey into the corner. Amsterdam need to get this ball out. Great pass from Kinsey, great pass from Sosa, and Money just elects to back off, slow things down, and maintain possession.
Not a whole lot of boost over on that Amsterdam side of things. They're making it work, stretching it as far as possible, and done a great job defensively considering how much boost Fischer has stolen out of those corners. Gotta credit that defensive stability.
And again, a great slowdown there from Sosa, and a great pass from Kinsey, but well read from Dempsey in the box to refuse that shot on target as Money just slows it down again, and they're doing a great job of changing the pace of play, constantly making Amsterdam guess. Great neutral 50-50, but here comes Local Banana. He's up, has boost, Money puts it into the corner, and 20 seconds to go here. Game number 1. Can Amsterdam rip this one away from Fischer? They've got to maintain possession. They've got to maintain control as Local Banana gets that flip off the ceiling, but turns it over to Sosa. Big opportunity for Fischer here. Can't find the redirect, and Money gonna finish that one off. Ka-ching!
Late push for Money. Sosa just trying to find some type of gap to work with. Finds an excellent bounce out of the corner, and Cass tracking with it as best he could, but a lot easier to read for Money. You're right, all the way to the bank with it.
4 seconds to go. Huge kickoff here for Amsterdam, and no one gonna go. Kinsey just pushes this one up. Local Banana can't keep up, and Fischer take game number 1. It was down to the wire, but ultimately they pull through.
Overall, I mean, map control in spades for Fischer, but Amsterdam able to break out of their half, you know, a few times. The issue came with the lack of sustained pressure, and Fischer weren't really trying to set up a whole ton of shots there. They're kind of just poking when they got the opportunity, but it just felt like they were looking for, like, okay, let's just make this as easy on ourselves as possible and see if they make a mistake. And to Amsterdam's credit, they didn't really. No. They did have to make them work for it. It took this really nice bounce pass into the middle for Money to just go get it. And you gotta like Fischer's, that's like you were saying at the start of the game, very calm, very patient approach, not really trying to do too much with it, just see what comes their way.
Yeah, no reason to overforce yourselves, no reason to get mispositioned, no reason to force the rotations, and like you said in the beginning of the game, just slow things down, see what Amsterdam has in their chest of tools as Amsterdam talking it over. Local Banana talking to his teammates, trying to say how they can figure this Fischer squad out. It's gonna be tough. But one thing we were talking about, Achieves, prior to this matchup was the fact that Fischer does have a couple of pros on it. Is it going to be beneficial to them to scrim together? You know, they're going to CRL World Championships, or are they just playing with their RLCS teams? Whereas Amsterdam, you know that they are on the grind together. They are in this as a unit. So the individual skills on Fischer, yes, might be better, but Amsterdam, can they come out with the teamwork?
And they know, I think, first order of business, make sure you control those corner boosts on your own half first and foremost. You don't want to allow Fischer to have that much control of the map. Just be able to consistently pressure you, even if it's not leading to dangerous shots on target. Repositioning with 3 players as good as Fischer, more dangerous than any team should be willing to allow, and that's a long punt up field. Can he get this one back into the middle? Unfortunately not able to make the read, and Amsterdam will also reset on defense, and there you go, another boost steal in that corner.
That same front left, Fischer just residing there, paying rent. At this point, they're about to own it.
They're landlords right now.
I love that as Cass, awkward there, dumps that one off to Local Banana. Love the comms that we're seeing so far here from Amsterdam. Like you mentioned, not too many mistakes there in game number 1 as a big demo on target, but that ball just flies right over the crossbar. But Amsterdam maintains possession, maintains control, but Dempsey rotated all the way back to his own corner and kind of relieves that pressure for Fisher all himself.
Really did like Kinsey as well, slowing that challenge down. He knew he didn't have as many pieces behind him as he needed to really push the attack, so he lets the play develop. That's just, again, Fisher identifying what they need to be successful and not trying to push too hard before they're really ready and giving up anything back the other way. A missed touch from Defsy, and he will just take that ball away into the corner, steal some boost, and see what comes their way. And unfortunately, the only thing, pass into the middle that gets picked off and back the other way, hard into the front, and Money not ready for that level of speed across the middle.
I don't know anyone that is other than the Flash, as that one too hot to handle for Fisher College as Defsy way to get up and take that pass away from Sosa as Local Banana goes up. Air dribbles that one over to Cast as Cast swing and a miss off the top wall. And again, big demo comes out but turned away as Cast can't clean that one up. 120 seconds have gone by here in game number 2 and still all knotted up.
Sosa again, willing to just dribble that ball and figure out the defense a little later. Fisher not scared to trap the ball and force a challenge towards the net, almost blocked by Sosa. Local Banana and his teammates able to find a way out of their own half. Can they turn this one into a scoring chance? Nice pop clear right down the middle. Sosa can't track it down. He only had 7 boost, and Fisher will have to look elsewhere for their first goal. Did they find it? No, they weren't able to jam it home.
Local Banana has been huge on that back line. 2 crucial saves as he pokes this one up. And Local Banana going towards that right wall. Gonna try and get up, can't quite find it, but he's got the boost to follow through. Can't quite get there as well. But Amsterdam hanging on by a thread as Fisher inching closer and closer to that goal line as Kinsey keeps it alive. Here comes Sosa, but again, denied from Amsterdam, and they have done a great job.
Really nice job from Cass there. No boost in the tank. Nobody on his team really had any, and he just took a dribble and was willing to force a challenge, and that one gets chopped straight down into the middle of the box, not on target. But Amsterdam, there's the welcome breath of fresh air. Spread out, get yourselves at least something in the tank to work with.
Wow, I can't believe Money found that angle to put the shot on target, and also got the power as Money again, just finding some very unique shots constantly, making the defense respect anything coming off of his hood as a demo comes out. Local Banana cleans it up, and Kinsey, he's got the follow through, but Defsy reads that very well to slow this down, and Local Banana says, see you later, Money, try again. As we're nearing 60 seconds to go here in game number 2. I have just, oh boy, the angle is there, and Amsterdam up by 1.
All about Cass here, look at him get Kinsey off the ball, continue the stretch, and he rotates through the goal line to throw Money off of his positioning, pushes him towards that near post and off the line, which gave them a lane to shoot that ball into the net. Great job from Cass, excellent disruption.
Beautiful play there from Amsterdam, just causing that chaos to turn to confusion for Fisher College, and Fisher, not the greatest touch there from them as that one drops right down to Amsterdam as Cass rotating deep back. They don't want to leave that goal line open. 45 seconds to go here for Fisher College. They need 1 goal. And for a team as dangerous as Fisher College, the offense has been hard to find for them. They are maintaining possession, but the shots just aren't able to find their mark.
Possession going away slowly but surely. Oh, but right down the middle, Kinsey, you have to be able to get this one through the last man, and Defsy just says, get out of here, tries to just shunt him off the ball. Another push in the midfield. Sosa needs a little help. Fisher pressing.
I love the aggression that we're seeing from Amsterdam here. They constantly are disrupting the line that Fisher are trying to take. A great dump off pass denied by Cass, and 10 seconds to go. Fisher College need this one. Sosa's waiting for it. The pass is there. The shot is off. And again, still plenty of time. No one there from Amsterdam, but no one goes for Fisher. The ball wraps around the corner. That's going to be a tough one to wrangle in. And all Amsterdam have to do is hit the floor, and they knot this series up.
Great job from Amsterdam here. Again, they outlast the storm of Fisher. Again, not a whole lot of shots, but that whole first half of the game was just Fisher poking, prodding, trying to do the same thing as game 1, seeing if there's any gaps that are open up. None appeared this time. Amsterdam always able to find that one really solid clear, fully reset everything, and then if Cass got that nice big challenge and opened up some space, and they got the job done, and that's all they needed.
And one of the things I said in game number 1, where they might find success against Fisher, is the demos. And in that game, Fisher unable to find him. Got one on the board, whereas Amsterdam,
Oh my
8
gosh.
demos on Fisher. The aggression coming out. They're just trying to see how Fisher responds after they get slapped in the mouth.
It's really good. Demos, they force those other 2 players to cover a lot of extra space. And you have to play perfectly when you got to outlive those 3 seconds that you're waiting for your teammate to come back and get in position. It is not an easy game, especially when you have that differential, +7.
As Devsey, Major's a history teacher, and they're trying to rewrite history right now and send one of the best North American teams packing. They're really showing their grit and tenacity in this series, showing you that they absolutely deserve to be here on Championship Sunday. Game number 3, the table is set. This is a huge one. If Amsterdam can put Fisher on match point, they just might as well full tilt him out of the tournament.
Problem is, you still know that there's more in the tank, and Money is going to show it to you. He goes, hang on, we're not done yet. Up the wall, through one, got through uncontested, and Cass, he's trying to stay with that one, but no shot. That placement far right side, juicy.
My goodness, and saved that flip for the last second as he had jumped off the ceiling, so that thing doesn't stick around for too long, but he knew just when he needed to use it as Fisher College go up 1 early. They were held scoreless in game number 2, not gonna happen back-to-back. They realized the importance of this game 3 as Local Banana trying to break out of his own half. And again, Amsterdam, in game 1, after they got scored on early, they did a great job of responding. I'm paying attention in this one to see if they can get that response within 60 seconds here.
I feel like Fisher trying to go up a gear here, increase the pace a little bit, see if that throws Amsterdam off the scent. And aggression, they may go for some more daring challenges in the midfield, try and put extra pressure on that Amsterdam defense.
Well, and again, like you were saying, it's the change of pace, right? And not only just so micro to where it's every second on the field, but in between games, whereas Amsterdam kind of got used to playing that full 5 minutes of a slow pace Fisher, where not too many shots came out, but in game 3, they're just coming out guns a-blazing. So Amsterdam forced into a little bit of thought process here as Sosa can't quite find that one. The Doomsy dish was available, just wasn't able to nail it.
He was actually quite surprised that one got down in front of the goal line where he could score it. He just had too much momentum going across the net and couldn't get back behind the ball. And finally, Fisher have to give up a little bit of space. Hart bounce in front. First one too, it's Kinsey. It's right to Sosa off the wall. This is so tough for Cass, and he is able to at least get it to safety.
Yeah, he's lucky that no one from Fisher was flashing on that play. So they were a little slow on that follow-up as that ball goes forward. Great pass from Money and great touch from Kinsey. This ball kept alive by Fisher into the corner. And Kinsey, again, slowing things down, gets a nuisance 50-50 to just stay with that ball. As Cass has got his teammates waiting behind him. They're just waiting for a mistake to come out from Fisher. It's so rare from them. You almost have to force it as Sosa reads that shot well. Cass looking for a double, doesn't find it there, and Money gonna be behind this ball. Well read from Devsey to keep things alive for Amsterdam.
Down into the corner, does it go back middle? No, it's good on net. Oh my goodness, Money is his name right now.
You're gonna remember it after this series, especially after a shot like that. 76 miles per hour. My goodness, that was a screamer. Great job from Fisher to control the pace of play on the field. And right now, the name of the game is just speed. Unadulterated speed. Put the pedal to the metal and see if Amsterdam can keep up. The answer so far is no shot.
Ooh, Sosa just able to break up an aggressive push from Amsterdam. 2 minutes on the clock. It's a decent amount of time to work with, but you really do need to start pressing Fisher back if you want to find some way through, because this game has definitely felt like Fisher more often than not getting the best of them, and they will one more time. Money with a couple of goals and now an assist. Dishes another one middle.
He's been involved with every single Fisher goal as Sosa was just waiting at the top of the box just in case that ball squeaks through. And Fisher up 3 goals here for Amsterdam. If they want a realistic opportunity at coming back in this series, they need one now, especially with how stingy the defense of Fisher has been.
They're just unwilling to give away any touch for free. Cass forced to just clang one down towards the backboard and see if they're able to string a few challenges together. Punt it into the middle, but Money and Fisher all over it. They see exactly what Amsterdam wants to do. It's great field awareness for Fisher at the moment.
And they're just kind of forcing the mistakes from Amsterdam with that speed of play. It just seems like Amsterdam starting to get a little shaky out there. They recognize, oh my gosh, these guys are really quick. We've got to go up. We've got to meet them. And then all of a sudden, Fisher aren't there, and they can't read those balls coming out of the wall. And there's the passing play. Comes out of the demo.
Yeah, got to find some way through. And you mentioned it last game, Subi, at physicality. As you see, Cass, he just beeline straight for the net, and before you know it, ball's coming right for you. Should be pretty easy.
60 seconds to go here. Game number 3, Amsterdam chasing 2. Big demo from Kinsey there to slow down Amsterdam. Dempsey forced to get a save there for Amsterdam. You'd love to get one in the next 20 seconds or so. So you've got 30 seconds to work with to try and tie it up. But Fisher raced back to cover up that goal line. That was a little awkward. I thought they had that one easily. As Kinsey, a little bit discombobulated, back on that goal line. And Amsterdam starting to press forward. That's awkward, and Kinsey again gets a big save.
Great job from Amsterdam getting these Fisher players into some tight situations on the goal line where they have to make some awkward touches. Usually the bread and butter of any offensive drive. Someone's slightly out of position, or it's just a very difficult play to make, and Fisher able to answer the call a couple times in a row now, but not enough time. Feels like too little, too late.
After this game, Amsterdam going to be left scratching their heads, trying to figure out how to stop the powerful offense that Fisher College is showing. And as soon as this ball touches the ground, if Fisher 11, Dempsey says, all right, let's just chat this one through. Is Fisher going to go on match point here and looking to send Amsterdam packing all the way back to Europe?
Well, what do you do if you're Amsterdam here?
I mean, the demos were there.
Yeah,
the shots were there.
10 demos for Amsterdam, and an absolutely bonkers number of them for all the good it did, unfortunately. Arguably, it went worse than the previous one, but you could not stop Money this game. A couple of excellent shots on target. And here's this dish down in front for Sosa, and that's just Cass. He's trying to defend that near post, and it was tough. They couldn't figure out how to get it by that guy this game.
I mean, ultimately, if you're Amsterdam, you've got to be able to limit the shots from Fisher. If they're putting 9 up on the board, you know they're going to be hitting at least 2 of them. And in this game, they hit 3 of them, shooting 33%. And at a rate like that, Amsterdam not going to get very much further in this one as we get a look at Kinsey sitting there. And what's so impressive about this Fisher College team is the fact that regardless of what's going on the field, they always look just very calm, very composed, and in the moment.
That is the, I would say, distinct benefit of being 3 players that have RLCS level potential. You know, they've seen levels of competition, and the unfortunate reality is, yeah, CRL is a really strong league, but it's a whole different level up there at the pro league. So Fisher probably rarely, if ever, feels a significant amount of pressure, and that's a lot of mental benefits there for knowing that you're always in it.
Yeah, I've said for years now, the difference between those lower level leagues and the RLCS, such as Rival Series, CRL, you name it, is milliseconds. And in this game, milliseconds matter, as Money trying to once again give an early lead to Fisher College. Looked like Money got a big bump on Local Banana, but thankfully nothing comes from it for Amsterdam, and they get a beautiful clear here and try their handed offense.
A little bit of space to work with as well. Dished across, down in front, and that's a nice stop on the goal line from Money. That was a good bit of ball movement from Amsterdam, and all that effort just to get wiped away.
Again, it's the composure. They refuse to panic. Sosa got the flip reset on that. Couldn't quite utilize it as Cass gets over 1. Local Banana hits that one away. You got to get it close, and Money has had 2 huge stops here so far in game number 4. Cass trying to slow it down, and Dempsey has Gotta get up for this one. He's gonna wrap this one around the goal line. No one up from Fisher as a double demo comes out. Dempsey gets the flip reset, but not able to utilize it.
Good effort from Amsterdam, and I like this level of speed and aggression they're coming out with here in Game 4. They said, okay, Game 3, you guys are the one that took us through the coals. Want to make sure that we're the ones driving the pace here, and that one's down in front, but not high enough in the net. Able to get poked away by Dempsey.
Yeah, and I love that. Stay on the ground. No reason to try and pre-flip that, overthink it. Just sit in the net, see what happens, and it just so happens it lands right on his hood. Amsterdam still hanging around, trying to force a game number 5, and Sosa just a little honesty check on that one to fire at the net and almost caught Local Banana sleeping.
Really nice job from Kimsey to even contain this play. Fisher trying hard to keep it on that orange half, and Amsterdam just unwilling to give away possession, but another missed challenge.
Those walls will eat you up sometimes, and that bounce was yucky coming off that side wall, but thankfully they don't get scored on, and it transitions immediately to offense. But again, it's the speed from Sosa, the coolness from him as Kinsey puts it in the net and puts Fisher up at halftime.
Great bit of transition here from Sosa. Keep it high, force them to come take it off you, dump it away, and Kinsey knows where this play's headed. It's just a matter of getting up there and making sure you're the first one to it as the guy who's in the net is trying to figure out where to defend. And that's the importance. You got to cut inside the pass. Can't let it come to you. You got to go beat the defender to it.
And once again, Fisher College with the first blow in games 1 and 3, and both of those is where they have found victory. Can Amsterdam respond? Not if Money has anything to say about it. He's got the flip, he's got the shot. That one goes almost through, but Local Banana, last man back, able to hold down that goal line for Amsterdam. Quick transition downfield as well. That's awkward. And Money forced to, once again, he has just been clutch on defense for Fisher College.
Yeah, been in the right place, the right time, wherever they need him. Get some type of play going. And here, tries to slow the play down. He gets through one. Unfortunately, the follow-up from his teammate, not quite in time. Down to Cass, and they will absolutely force Fisher to defend the big part of the net and then dish it near post. Great bit of shooting.
Yeah, pretty placement here from Cass, recognizing where Kinsey was, that he's going down. So just put a little elevation on that ball. It's going to get right over the defender. And Amsterdam proving stingy for Fisher College. Tie this game up.
Won't go away. They've not been a free out the entire series, and Amsterdam here to make sure they don't forget it.
90 seconds to go here in game number 4. Fisher College looking to put away Amsterdam. The offense, it's been tricky at times from Amsterdam. Hard to read. You don't know what's coming next. That's been their greatest asset so far throughout this tournament, is their ingenuity. Never showing the same thing twice. As Local Banana wraps this one around, you saw the pre-jump starting to begin there for Cass. Gotta be careful, don't want to leave your teammate alone on an island. Big bump comes through, a bigger demo on the back line, but Money again holding things down for Fisher College.
You got it all done there. You had the big challenge win in the midfield, you got the demo, you had the space, and when it came down to put one in the net 2 times in a row, you just can't quite figure out how to strike the ball.
I mean, he was going for the dunk. He thought Sosa was gonna make contact, but eventually you just gotta start going for the ball. Forget about what the defender's doing. Huge opportunity for Amsterdam, a backflip from Cass. Dempsey keeps it alive as Local Banana faced to get back. Does get the boost pad, but Money twisting, twirling, trying to pull out some heroics for Fisher College. Nearing 10 seconds to go. Looking at overtime, but Fisher College trying to rip this one from Amsterdam along with their heart, and Money gonna do it!
Little misdirection play here from Sosa on the goal line. Look, I'm gonna shoot, never mind, somebody else is gonna do it. He got Local Banana all kinds of tied up on the goal line, not able to land and get back up to defend the second look. Nice bit of misdirection to go up late.
Huge kickoff here for Amsterdam. The ball lingering in the air. No one goes from Amsterdam. Local Banana forced into an awkward spot. This one gonna roll down, and Fisher gonna tuck away Amsterdam in a hard-fought series, but ultimately, Money living up to his name.
Great show from Fisher College. Can't really fault the performance. It was really, all right, let's test them fundamentally. Okay, let's ramp up the gears. Okay, now we're gonna throw a few trick plays in there, and just one step after the other. Amsterdam kept pace, but ultimately one step behind, all things considered.
You know, I like the idea that Fisher had opening the series up nice and slow, nice and calm, thinking Amsterdam, okay, hey, this is the speed that we're going to be playing this entire series at. And then game 3, that completely shifts. That's where they ramp things up, and for 10 minutes straight, it's just like Fisher College had their boost button duct taped down, and they're just going full bore ahead.
No reverse gear Fisher. It certainly felt that way sometimes. But Amsterdam, you put up a pretty good show of it. Had some good opportunities, understood that, you know, I think they had a pretty solid approach there. We saw in a couple of those games, massive demos differential. They were trying to force Fisher to cover as much ground as possible and make it as difficult for Fisher in some of those situations to play efficiently. And you have to commend Fisher for finding a way through that many demos and being like, yeah, we're still in command of this game.
Yeah, it was beautiful from Fisher College. It just looks like these teams that are succeeding here today have come to play. They're in peak form, and I love to see that at the World Championship. I love to see these teams that you put expectations on eventually just living up to them.
And Amsterdam, you put on a good show. I am anxious to see you guys come back and see in another season of CRL. But unfortunately, at the end of the day, the road has to end for somebody. And now for 2 European teams in a row, that has been the case.
But for Fisher, just the pros proven too strong here. Kinsey, Money, Sosa, teaming up, and the individual skills were on display, but none more than Money, offensively, defensively. And I want to get inside his mind, and we're going to have Dazarin talk to him to see how they took down Amsterdam.
I'm here with Money from Fisher College. Money, congratulations on the win.
Appreciate it. I mean, it was pretty expected, though, if I'm being honest.
I mean, you're kind of right on that. The desk had that prediction, sweep across the desk. Talk to me about the level of confidence going into today. Is that the same thing your guys are radiating all the way through?
Yeah, I mean, I would say today we were pretty confident. Yesterday it was, or not yesterday, but Friday, it was kind of getting like those stage nerves out of the way. And after that, I would say we were pretty confident. So, I mean, we're pretty confident going into the rest of our matches for the rest of the day.
Confidence is key. That's absolutely right. What's up, Gyro? So you guys got a lot of fans here who have been giving you guys support, and we'll want to talk about that a little bit later, but let me try to lock you guys into the series, especially you. You had a fantastic Game 3 performance. What's been the big factor in just how you've been playing so well today?
Honestly, it's just the fact that I guess we haven't won a CRL spring or fall championship. And so we were always saying like, oh, we're going to win at Worlds and stuff, you know? So, I mean, we want it. We're here to win, you know? We got to win that. We got to win it all.
And it looks like you guys are on track for that. This is your first top 4 here. This is your first CRL Worlds. What's it like playing on the stage?
I mean, it's pretty exciting. Definitely playing on stage and like hearing all the fans and stuff for the first time. But, I mean, we're glad to be here. We're glad to put on a show for everyone, entertain. And that's about it.
All right. Now talk to me about, again, this matchup in particular. It seemed like Amsterdam, they were trying to disrupt you guys a lot, play a lot of demos. I mean, there was one game they had 10 demos on you. You still end up taking that win. Did you guys kind of know that was their game plan going in?
We honestly didn't know. We had no idea how they would play. We just knew individually we were all players that were better than them. So we just knew, like, play our game. They're going to make more mistakes than us. Keep the comms up, and we'll get the win.
Well, again, congrats on the win there. Again, you guys got the winner of Berlin versus Northwood Blue coming up next. Who would you rather play against?
I mean, realistically, obviously Berlin. But, I mean, I'm sure Northwood has that in the bag. And obviously for the fans, Northwood would be a much better match to watch. So, I mean, in my opinion, that's the finals for this tournament. So all I got to say is look out for that match.
That's right. Look out for that match. That match will be coming up next. And, of course, I just want to give you a chance to shout out to all your fans and people who have been supporting you along your career.
I mean, just shout out, honestly, to my parents, my friends that I met through Rocket League, my friends in real life, you know, they're always supporting too. Just thank you to everyone who supports me.
Big shout out to people who've been supporting Money as well as the Fisher Falcons. Money, thank you for the interview. Congrats on the win. We're going to send it back to the desk to break this one down.
The common consensus throughout all these interviews is we just knew we were the better 3 players. We had the better 3 players, and yeah, it was going to be like. That's what everybody's saying every single time they win. I am going to be very curious what happens when people know that they don't have the best 3 players on the pitch, because I think it's going to be a little bit different.
Can we just appreciate for a moment the fact that Daz was on the stage when Money talks?
What?
So
Okay.
we look back, Fisher call it. Bates is having a time over there. So Fisher, look, I thought it was very weird when you have this like mid-level NA RLCS squad that's struggling at times against an EU university squad with a sub, but Amsterdam again brought it.
Oh,
you know, they
that's a shot.
Yeah, they did not back down from this Fisher College squad, and that's just been their MO this entire tournament.
Yeah, they were punching up. They had to, but they did really, really well. Taking a game off of Fisher is something that you can't blink at. You gotta respect it and stacks around the Money, because that's just what's interesting about this. You got a Fisher squad. They're playing RLCS. They're playing in closed quarters. They're playing in main events, and you got this Amsterdam team. I don't think they have anybody on their team with that level of experience, that level of that they have made it that far in RLCS, yet they can still compete with Fisher. That's how good everybody who's close to that RLCS level is getting right now. So all the RLCS people, all the people who think they're really good, y'all better be watching out, because there's players who want it. They're coming, they're grinding. CRL might just be a stomping ground, a nice little play to develop people.
And Fisher said in the interview, too, how bad they wanted to win Worlds. And I said it at the start of this World Championship that I think they wanted so bad that they're going to go and challenge Northwood Blue. And they're even predicting that to be the case, and maybe not wanting that matchup because they want Berlin in the semifinal. But Fisher have always been in that Northwood shadow. They showed up today. We talked about Kinsey and Sosa connecting on the box. They're coming out swinging here on the final day. Nerves are clearly not bothering them, and that's the difference between confidence and ego. Confidence is calm and just knowing that you're better. Ego is when you have to be flashy about it. We know a couple teams like that, and I like that they just like to stay calm. I'm not gonna fake drop people. I ain't that kind of desk.
I will say they weren't nervous because they knew they were a better team. We'll see how nervous they get when they go up against either Berlin or Northwood. Also, you don't want to be looking too far of your Money, because if you think that if your Northwood ends up winning, that's the grand final, you're overlooking those 2 teams that are waiting on the bottom half of that bracket. And when you overlook somebody, you get caught up. We have one more quarterfinal match before we get into the semis. The reigning world champions are about to hit the pitch right after this break.
Leading to opportunities like this. Ahmad off the ceiling. Ahmad with the 7 from heaven. I get higher, I never tire. I'm a promise. Can they get control of this? Pop back from a towel as he takes control. What? Are you kidding me? Is this really happening? It's really happening. It actually happened. Fortune favors Liquid.
This one flipped out. First killer. Does he have a flip? He's trying to use it. The pass down. It's unbelievable.
Game 5. Double match point on the line. Furior and Moist 5 minutes away from discovering who will have all of that on their side. It won another rises under pressure. That was a forced mistake. Matrix is around the demo, gets the ball. He's now taking to the opposite side of the field.
sometimes it's gonna hurt. If you're ever gonna get that bad, then you better plan your attack. You're braver than you know it. You're stronger than you show it. You're braver than you know it. You're stronger.
Tell me where you wanna go. We could fly to the stars, yeah. Tell me if you wanna stay. We could fly night and day, yeah. Tell me where you wanna go. We could fly to the stars, yeah. Tell me if you wanna stay. We could fly night, yeah.
We've had 3 quarterfinals come and go by, and now we have one left. One European team has gotten a W. Can Berlin join them, Tylek?
I'm not sure, but I know there's definitely more than a fighting chance, but it does feel like the pendulum of momentum might have just swinged back in the direction of North America over the past couple series.
Listen, when Senator Corelli joins the desk, you already know the pendulum. It might have swung a little bit too strong. Oh, gosh. Tighten up. And yes, indeed. We're looking absolutely beautiful in here. Looking fly, looking handsome. The highlight of the day, I believe, in my opinion, so far, was Daz's, not Daz's, Stax' joke about Daz. Did y'all catch that?
I didn't. What did he say?
I didn't.
Daz was on the stage when money talks. That's exactly what happened. For those who don't know, you know. Just go look it up. Go find it somewhere. Money talks is around there somewhere. Of course, we're talking about CRL gameplay, though. We're not talking about Daz in his titanium white suit. I just told y'all we have 4 quarterfinals. 3 of them have occurred. Dr. Buhmann beat Akron. Columbia beat Hamburg. Fisher just beat Amsterdam. And now we got the reigning world champions going up against the perennial best team in Europe up until this year.
Certainly so. For those who don't know, Berlin were on top of Europe for 3 years until they started being challenged finally in 2021. They are, of course, bested to the 1 seed by Portsmouth last year, but only Berlin have returned from that grand final, and they've really met up with the Kings of North America now.
The Kings of North America going up against Berlin. It's time to welcome them to the stage. What's going on with people not paying attention? Hyro, stop smiling and turn around. Your teammates clearly don't want to stand there anymore. This was the matchup that I believe Europeans thought we were going to get last year. The best in North America going up against Berlin, and ultimately didn't end up happening, but it's only fitting that happens in the quarterfinal right now.
And Berlin looking a lot better than they did in the previous World Championship. This time going 2-1 in groups. They took down UNLV in 5. They were cut down by Columbia College, but it was a lot closer. A couple overtimes in that 3-1 series. But Berlin here have the chance to make some huge history. Last season, this Northwood Blue squad, they played, what, 5 series? They dropped 2 games.
Yep.
Total.
And it was only to a Valleyfield side with a lot of magic about them in the semi-finals. But it was scary. It was scary, T-Bates, and it showed that Northwood could bleed. Northwood 2-0 up in that series, got brought all the way back into Game 5. Valleyfield were 2-0 up before throwing the game and losing in overtime. Northwood, though, only shows that they can pass those tests.
It certainly can, but you got to look out for this man right here, Lion Blaze. I talk about it every single time we take a look at Northwood Blue. You have to slow this man down if you want to have any shot. You let Lion Blaze loose and you are done for. This guy has played so well on the RLCS stage, but of course here in CRL, you have to slow him down for success.
Yeah, out of every single person that has still at the LAN or even has played the LAN, Lion Blaze is the only one that averages over 500 right now. 527 points per game, 1.29 goals per game. I mean,
he's a machine.
Cam couldn't quite keep up with him against Hamburg, and well, neither could Buzz, who has left the chess table with the GOAT conversation. It is wide open for Lion Blaze to stride into here with the CRL scene, and kind of contrast to Berlin, of course, when you look at Tigri, who's up there talking with his teammates. He announced, of course, his retirement from RLCS, and he was wondering, would this be his last major tournament? He certainly won't want to end it at the hands of Northwood.
In this Berlin squad, they have players that are no stranger to competition. We've been saying it all weekend long. Those 2 players on your screen, Nagflo and Tigre, so much experience just competing at a high level throughout the Rocket League existence, really, since the beginning. I mean, these guys have been around for a long time. They're making it here to CRL, and I feel like Berlin Phoenix, they really have to tap into that confidence under pressure if you're going to go up against the buzzsaw of Northwood Blue.
They do, absolutely. Tigri, he's had great teammates in his time. He's had bad teammates in his time. I would know.
Were you one of them? Were you one of them?
I'm not going to distinguish which way and which side of the fence I fall on there. As Hyro and Nagflo, there can be no weak point in this team. Any fail point, you know, Northwood are going to punish it.
Northwood are going to punish it. Tigre in his prime, I think he would really be balling now. He doesn't play as much, but he still made it this far. He's still more than competent enough to be one of the best players throughout the whole entire CRL league. He's been performing. We didn't touch on Nagflo as much. He's been icing up when it matters most. When they need a big goal, Nagflo steps up, and Hyro, Mr. Energy and stuff, always good vibes. I just love watching him.
And, you know, and I will say he's been performing quite well in this tournament, because you see a lot of opportunity open up from Nagflo and Tigre, and Hyro's always there in the right spot to tap him, and he's really been cleaning things up for Berlin.
Absolutely. He finds himself on the pitch, always in the right place. When he stood on the stage and his teammates have already gone and sat down, not so much, but right to highlight Nagflo as well, who shot 9% last year at the World Championship. He's tripled it this year in Dallas.
We got the babies in the crowd. We got the parents in the crowd. We got Hockey's mom in the crowd. I believe that's what it is.
We see ya.
I see y'all. Phil. Oh, no. Well, no. Yeah, Northwood's going to be absolutely great. We see a couple German flags.
There you go.
It might be a split crowd. I'm not too sure. Who do y'all think is going to win back at home, though? If you think the reigning world champions are going to start their march today on Championship Sunday, go #NU-B. If you believe that Berlin is just going to stop them, put up snuff, and say, we're going to get a new world champion, use #BER. Berlin. Ooh. All the way making it to Sunday, something that they couldn't do last year. That's been a theme. I'm going to keep talking about it. It's been a whole bunch of, we didn't do it last year. Let's make amends for it this year. Berlin's biggest test is now up upon them. Analysts, quick predictions.
Buzzsaw. I'm going Northwood blue.
Oh.
Nah, it's going to be a different storyline, I'm afraid, this time. There's a new chapter. I've had enough of the Northwood
What book are you reading?
novel.
What are you writing?
Berlin may not be favored in this matchup. Chat might, because Northwood are nerfed by the awkward hashtag. I'm going Berlin. It has to be in 5. It's going to be incredible.
I do believe that Berlin and Northwood, I love the way Berlin plays. I love them, but you're going up against the reigning world champions, man. I mean, you're just not going to win that. You're not going to win that. They're not stopping here. Looking back at home, 62% believe in Berlin. Wow. Does the crowd believe in Berlin? I do not know. The reigning world champions. They're back on the stage. They made it back to Sunday. They want to hoist up another trophy. Berlin, they've been the best in the EU for the longest. They really want to keep going. Tigre's not done yet.
Could it be that the final chapter in Tigre's storied career will be the first chapter in the legend of High Roll? We will find out as the reigning world champs of Northwood take on the Berlin Phoenix.
This is going to be such an incredible matchup. Again, another storyline that could continue on or end here on Championship Sunday in our quarterfinals.
You had to know that Tigre would get his team to one more Sunday, but they've run up against, as Corelli put it, a buzzsaw. And 6 seconds in, Lion Blaze to Hockey 1-0.
The pass that we've seen so many times from Northwood Blue, just such incredible team play. I wouldn't expect anything less from them to come out swinging in game number 1. They look for a second goal there of their own. High Roll's got the save.
The 13th game of this tournament for the Berlin Phoenix. Northwood only playing their 8th. They've only dropped a single game to the other Northwood squad in Group A, as Buddy has that blocked away by Nagflow. Hockey's up as well. Buddy could circle around on this, but he'll yield to Lion Blaze. And this will get over Buddy's head as well, so Hockey's got to take over as Northwood looks to add on to their lead, and Nagflow there at the back with yet another stop.
Great rotations from Berlin to make sure that this ball stays out. But on the flip side of things, Northwood Blue, they're starting to bump out that last defender constantly. You see Buddy even doing it in the background there. So now Northwood Blue, they've got a game plan coming in this one. Nice little pass and play. 1-2 doesn't find its way in as Tigre's got the save there to keep this one out.
So Berlin facing every challenge so far. They've only let one through. Hockey trying to go underneath. Nagflow is there. He's been stuck at the back for so long. They want to get him going on the offensive end. Right now it's Tigre. Out towards High Roll. Hockey back in. Lion Blaze dropped down for Hockey. Didn't get anything behind that. So Tigre will have the clear, and Buddy will chase it down in the corner.
You can see TU Berlin, they're thinking about how to break out. They want to, but Northwood Blue is so up in their faces that it feels almost impossible to stay out of your own half when you have to constantly be checking to make sure that these clears aren't headed towards your net.
Who's going to get the corner boost here? It was Lion Blaze that took it. And now away from the defensive end, Lion Blaze trying to hem Berlin back in their own zone. Buddy looking for a second touch, not having it. Tigre in the way. And can he center this? No, he's going to leave it for Nagflow. Tigre going headhunting, looking after Lion Blaze, and again, it is cleared away. Hockey back the other way with nothing in the tank, and he almost fooled the Berlin defense there. And what can Lion Blaze do? Absolutely nothing with it. Buddy getting involved though in the play, and again, Berlin slowed down on their way out of the zone. They just can't get the counterattack going at the speed they'd like.
Exactly. Northwood Blue absolutely are controlling the pace right now. I think that's what's really confusing and frustrating Berlin, because even when Berlin have the chance to try and control things, they're getting demoed and they're getting pushed out of the way, and it's just that much harder to regain control of this ball. Buddy tried to drop this one down, looking for a pass. The transition is going to begin now, and TU Berlin are going to try and intercept this ball. Tigre with a shot saved by Lion Blaze. Maybe the follow-up, but it is wide.
This is probably one of the better looks that Berlin's had at the Northwood end, but they can't come away with anything too threatening. Hockey interfering with Nagflo, who still managed to bully his way through and get the clearance. Nagflo running ahead as well to take some boost away, but watch out of the back. High roll with the stop on Lion Blaze. Buddy trying to leave it for Hockey, and Northwood trying to pass circles around Berlin. Opportunities available for Hockey, but he whiffed on it. Opportunity now for Berlin, and Nagflo takes advantage, but the save coming out from Buddy. Berlin trying to catch Northwood getting a little sloppy on the offensive end. Northwood gives them an opportunity like that again. They may not be so lucky.
Exactly. I think seeing Berlin know that there have been a couple of defensive mistakes or near mistakes from Northwood Blue, that's where your opportunity to score is going to come from, because it's not going to be easy to get a shot off of Northwood Blue, but it could be a little bit easier for them to do so onto Berlin as the offensive attack keeps going. High roll is going to place this into the corner. 1 minute left to go, and a transitional clear from Hockey. He keeps it going. Reset to the backboard, maybe a follow-up, no connection made, and this is a free shot, a pass, 1 and 2, Hockey into the back of the net.
Hockey's got them both, one from Lion Blaze 6 seconds in, and now one from Buddy, right on the nose with only 50 seconds remaining. And Berlin, who have struggled to get the offense rolling, being outshot 10-4 here in the opening game.
With a shooting percentage like that, you're gonna have to make sure every single one of these shots that Berlin at least is putting on, they gotta be on target. No more wide shots. They've had a few opportunities. This one's gonna drop down. High roll wants to challenge it. Tigre just trying to get back in time before another Northwood Blue player ends up in his face, looking for the dunk. Can't find it. But TU Berlin just doing a better job following each other up on their rotations, on their challenges.
15 seconds remain if Berlin's going to get back in this game. They've got to clear the zone quickly and get a real quick goal. Final countdown now, and they are just stuck at the back line. Finally, a little breakout from Tigre, but it's going to be too little too late, as the Northwood Timberwolves, reigning world champions, have one step down and a few more to go to reach the semifinals. 1-0 here in the quarters.
I think TU Berlin just want one for the road home if possible, but Northwood Blue will even deny that one. It's a great way to start out the series if you're a Northwood Blue fan or player.
Yeah, right? I mean, you can't ask for much better than that. A clean shutout where, again, you outshoot them 10-6 in the end. I mean, Berlin got a couple opportunities late, but none that really felt too threatening. I mean, Northwood felt like they just had a vice grip on that game from start to finish. 6 seconds in, it was Hockey, and then later on, it was just a steady dose of Hockey. Of those 10 shots, he had 6 of them. 2 found the net, you just saw them there. Hockey is locked in for Northwood.
I mean, I wouldn't expect anything else from a Northwood Blue roster. They are constantly locked in. There's nothing less to expect from them, right? It's TU Berlin that we're more looking at. They're coming into this as the underdogs. And yes, although 4 European teams have made it to today, one has already been sent home. And they don't want to be the next one. So there's a lot of pressure riding on their backs headed into this next matchup.
Opportunities running out now for Europe, with Berlin the last of the 4 to play here in this quarterfinal round. It was an epic day for these European universities yesterday. 4 teams had chances to advance into this bracket. 4 made it. But now they've hit a brick wall in Northwood. High roll, up the ladder. Doesn't have a whole lot of boost to work with, at least able to get this to the back wall. It's available in front. Nagflo will slam it home, just in past the defense.
Not just one, but past 2 Northwood Blue defenders. One up high, one down low, and Nagflo made sure that one found its way in. TU Berlin find their first lead.
So it was the early goal from Hockey in game 1, but it's Nagflo that gets Berlin off and running. Phoenix trying to rise up. Lion Blaze here, he's whiffed it. Opportunity denied by Buddy, but again, Northwood are affording Berlin way too many high-quality chances for their own good.
This one's gonna go headed towards that midfield line. Hockey wants to continue it into the Berlin half. Pinch off the sidewall, Nagflo make sure it's not centered, but Buddy will try and take a shot anyway. Tyrell who's gonna be carrying this one over to the corner. Lion Blaze ready to defend, sent right on back into a center, and the save from Nagflo keeps this in a tug-of-war for somebody to get control of this ball.
All High Roll can do with that ball is deflect it off to the corner. He's done well enough to give his teammates time to get back, but now it's Buddy to launch the attack right back in. Northwood playing from behind. Not a familiar position for them so far this weekend. Up to the backboard, Tigre able to send it away, but it's Buddy who has it fall right into his lap. And the challenge from High Roll, a decent one. Nagflo to follow up. Berlin answers the call yet again.
Tigre, he sees Lion Blaze. So does Nagflo, but he's prepping for that challenge that was coming on in. Nagflo to the ground, pinch out to the side. Lion Blaze takes this as an opportunity for a shot, but a demo might open up something. I think Northwood Blue know that they need to have some hyper-aggression at this point, because for them to be 3 minutes in and down is not a look for them that we are used to.
Lion Blaze, finally put a hard shot on target. Easily dealt with by the Berlin defense, but it felt like Northwood was trying to get a little too cute with their touches around the net. Sometimes you just got to get your nose on the ball and just slam it towards the net and hope something good happens. We'll see if that continues as Nagflo picks up a second from the heavens. Berlin's got a 2-0 lead.
Well, if somebody heard your advice, it was Nagflo. On the nose, on target, into the net. Berlin go up by 2.
Right at the halfway mark of game 2, and Northwood starting to look just a little bit stunned here. Buddy, just throw one at High Roll, another easy save. I mean, Berlin could farm saves the way Northwood is not shooting on them, as this is easily deflected out, and Buddy forced to go all the way back to his own corner boost to not even play the ball. Really, Tigre got the shot off, and it's like Northwood is inviting Berlin right in through their front door, and Berlin not even bothering to take their shoes off.
I feel like it's almost like Northwood are hoping for them to come towards them, and then maybe to capitalize off some sort of a clear, but if your shots aren't accurate, even those open net clears like this or the shots, they won't find their way in.
Wide open.
Nobody from Northwood is back, and yet somehow TU Berlin missed the hardest shot in Rocket League, an open net.
I can attest to that. Trying to do a little too much there with Nagflo. All he had to do, pass it off the back wall. He surely had a teammate coming, but instead, it remains doable for Northwood. 2-goal deficit, make it 1. Here's Lion Blaze.
Look at this shot. That's a confident Lion Blaze I was waiting to see here. He goes on up, takes the reset to dunk on to Nagflo, corner on in. In just under 90 seconds, Northwood Blue have cut the lead in half.
As strong as Berlin have looked, remember that breakaway, the free goal they should have had but didn't, as Lion Blaze almost broke their hearts right there.
Here's Buddy. He's ready. He wants to get past Tigre. He's air dribbling it down towards that net. Nice defense there from Berlin, but it's going to be short-lived because Northwood Blue offense never seems to end.
They are relentless when they need to be. We get to the final minute. Berlin looking to level the series. Buddy's got other plans. Does he have his flippy? Sure it does. Coming from the ceiling. Lion Blaze stopped by High Roll, and Tigre will at least delay the onslaught. Lion Blaze shot dealt with by Tigre again, but he's got nothing in the tank. Not many have anything here. For Berlin, they've got half a tank all around, as Hockey had that just barely deflected by High Roll. Buddy trying to get in Nagflo's way. Final 30 seconds, and Tigre with yet another big stop.
There's enough time for a few more plays here from Northwood Blue, but they really got to open up what is this crazy wall Berlin have started to build. And there it is, Hockey. He's going on into the net. He's trying to disrupt it. He's going off the backboard. Nobody there to follow it up. It's Hockey up next. Pass over to himself. Again, another Berlin player. It's one defensive challenge after the other to hold them back, but you only need one. 5 seconds left, pass over to Buddy, and it's in!
It's almost like you can see that developing in slow motion if you're a Berlin fan. Just that long drawn out, no, because you knew it was coming. The infield pass to beat the lone defender, and we're all tied up. 3 seconds separate us from golden goal here on Forbidden Temple. Will Buddy let it go? Oh, he centered it. Hockey's there, and Northwood want to have a go at this, and Berlin almost kept that in the air to their own detriment.
That one could have been interesting. That could have turned very bad very, very quickly, but a reset. Back into kickoff. Limelight starting us off strong. Buddy with the next touch. Double tap to maybe center to a teammate, but a clear goes all the way back. It's Hockey staying nice and comfortable back in his own half. Tigre trying to set up Nagflow for success, but the squishy save comes out in the CRL.
They should have scored there, though. That's a mistake that Lion Blaze cannot afford to make. They got away with one. Tigre there to at least keep that available, but it's only Nagflow that was pressed way, way up. He was the last man well across the center line. Now it's Tigre again. Drop down pass. High roll wasn't there for it. So Nagflow in a real awkward spot against the entirety of Northwood. And this one on its way through and in! Buddy steals the dub for the Timberwolves.
You can see the absolute heartbreak on Tigre's face, knowing that if that was a little bit stronger of a touch, he might have been able to keep it out, but Northwood Blue prevail, and they find themselves a win and continue the success story we were all pretty much expecting to see from them.
The Dallas crowd with a short-lived USA chant as a lot of relief on the face of Northwood fans following just a Herculean performance out of Buddy. 750 as he gets the overtime winner, his second of the game. And that one big miss on the breakaway from Berlin indeed comes back to haunt them as Buddy ties it and Buddy wins it.
Oh man, I mean, a confident Buddy is a scary Buddy. It's that friendly one that you would want. But Northwood Blue fans, I know you're excited. This is a really good one. And what is it, 15 shots on target? Granted, it's 2 and 11, but still, for it to have just been 3-2 is wild. But on a more friendly note, look at this. He can teach you how to rotate properly. I need that.
Yes, please. My ranked teammates need that as well. My high school team needs that as well. All right. Don't worry, guys. I love you. I'm coming home early, I promise. So, here we go. 2-0 the lead now for Northwood as they're on match point. They're all smiles, a lot of confidence there. Probably a little more nervous about 5 minutes ago when they were trailing by a couple of goals. But all of a sudden, it's a new day for Northwood. 1 win away from the semifinals and a shot at Fisher College, an all-NA semifinal that it would be, and it would leave just the one lone European squad in this tournament. Dr. Buhmann prepared to go up against Columbia College when this one wraps up.
Let's find out here. Can TU Berlin begin the reverse sweep? As Hyrule puts a shot on target, he finds his way in and he said, yes, we're not done.
What a shot from Hyrule here too. This is not as easy as it made it look to get any kind of pace behind it. Sure, it's 44 off the post and in. That's about as hard as you can hit that ball from that position. So it's Berlin that scores first. Again, can they hold this lead? Will they capitalize on all the chances they've been given? Because they've been given plenty by this Northwood team.
Yeah, I feel like it really comes down to making sure there's no nerves coming into this one, especially you're not only battling Northwood, but you're battling yourself in this moment, right? It's really stressful when you're down by 2 in the series and Northwood Blues up in your face, scoring another shot and tying up the game.
Make it 3 goals now in the series for Hockey. Buddy gets his second assist. Indirect from the backboard. Hockey is not going to miss on those. 1 for 2. Northwood shooting here in game 3. Closeout opportunity against the Phoenix. Lion Blaze, by his standards, relatively quiet. He has a goal and a couple of assists. He's, again, one of very few players averaging over a goal per game that are still left in this thing. everybody kind of looking up the leaderboard at Cam at 1.86, which is just dummy numbers for this stage of the tournament.
No, that really and truly is. Look, there it is, Hockey, making sure there's not two defenders in the net, but Nagflow said, I'll be there to replace ya. Hockey setting up the clear, and the shot doesn't go in, but the third will. Northwood Blue is nothing short of a team and team play. Teamwork makes the dream work every single time.
Sure, Hockey probably just, maybe not in the quick chat, right in the columns going, yeah, nice pass. Trying to get under Buddy's skin, perhaps. After the shot misses inside post, it's a 2-1 lead now for the Timberwolves, the reigning world champions, here to defend their crown. They've come from all around the world to try and take it, and Northwood has invited all of those challengers just to dismiss them. Hockey indirect for Lion Blaze, and High Roll will have this one away easily enough as he brushes by Hockey. Now Tigre just stuffed by Buddy. And now it's Berlin struggling on either side. Lion Blaze lets one rip from way downtown, and everything Northwood touches is turning to gold.
You saw Nagflow go up. He wasn't able to actually successfully complete the challenge that he had placed onto them. But Northwood Blue, they found a 2-goal lead here on match point. Now, 3 minutes is a long time, but against a Northwood Blue, that's not as much time as you would like to be able to find 2 goals.
Every touch that brings this ball deeper into the Berlin half takes even more precious chances away as Buddy dunks another into the corner. And Lion Blaze will pelt the back wall. Hockey comes up. Hey, if Berlin could have cleared it, it would have been a breakaway the other way. Instead, it's great pass, nice shot, good game.
Oh my. Northwood are really and truly just running away with this one. I feel like when you got just over half the game left to go, you're gonna have to reset in real time, and it looks like it's getting a little difficult for Berlin as another shot gets placed towards that backboard. Tigre really wanting to clear it, but nothing can get past 5 feet of this net.
This is just a Northwood team now that is playing with unmatched confidence. Buddy had his flip available. They're just trying to style on him at this point, and it's incumbent now on Berlin to give them a reason to fear them. High roll over towards Tigre. Nobody else central as Nagflow was stuck way at the back. Lion Blaze serve it up for Hockey, and he could not line up the double thanks to the defense of Berlin. But they're not out of the woods just yet. Instead, they are facing even more pressure. That pinch will at least get the ball downfield. That works out for Berlin, that it fell to High Roll, but nothing else brewing for the Phoenix. They just can't get forward enough. Now they are, with that falling down towards Tigre, but Hockey is there on the doorstep, and Northwood fends them off again, almost turned it into a goal on the other side.
Berlin attempting some very risky offensive strats, and the risk being that it takes 1 clear for Northwood Blue to enter your half, and if it's on target, it's going on in just like that. 1-2, Lion Blaze into the net, and Northwood Blue are at 5-1.
Tic-tac-toe, 3 touches in a row, and a 5-1 lead now for Northwood. The Timberwolves celebration can just about begin. The victory lap here for the final minute 12. High roll, gotta give him a reason. There's Nagflow, drop down, he didn't get anything behind it at all. And that's just been the story for Berlin. To the backboard, cleared away. And the only question now, how many more will Lion Blaze and this Northwood team take before they let Berlin go back to the locker room?
It's almost at this point, Northwood Blue is sending a little statement message to our EU team waiting for them in the semi. Northwood Blue 6-1. Do they want to take a trip to Brazil before this one ends?
Getting real close. The shots are 12-2. I mean, in this series, Northwood has outshot Berlin. Let me do a quick caster math here. 37-18, 19. Almost a 2-1 shooting advantage for the Timberwolves. Give them a moment, they'll probably get there as this circles around the boards, easily dealt with by Hockey. 30 seconds remain before Northwood can officially celebrate another trip into the World Championship semifinal. Nagflow with Buddy lurking. How close will this get towards the Northwood net? Not close enough to register as a shot as Buddy had it all the way. And now the final countdown about to begin here on DFH Stadium. Northwood got a fight early from Berlin. The turning point was clearly game 2 when they stole victory from the jaws of defeat. And now Northwood perseveres for a shot at Fisher College in the semifinals. The reigning champions stand tall here in the quarters.
At this point, it's just keep away and playing an OG Rule 1. Keeping this ball up, letting the last few seconds continue on.
You know it's only going to end in disappointment.
Yep, it's just letting Tigre have maybe one for the road or Nagflow. And there it is. There you have it. Northwood Blue has sent to you Berlin home and will continue on.
Berlin Phoenix gave it one heck of a ride here. Again, this historic run for all these European schools getting into the quarterfinals of this World Championship. But Evolve will lead the way for his squad in Northwood to walk on over and give them their just congrats. A 6-2 final scoreline in Game 3. Northwood, I mean, what more can you say about them, right? They're the reigning champions. They're the best team here until somebody steps up and says otherwise. Berlin tried. Now it's on Fisher to try. Good luck after what we just saw.
I do wish them luck. I have been waiting to see somebody try and contest Northwood Blue, and I think Fisher could be interesting. But for now, we just congratulate them once again. Northwood Blue, just continuing the success story time and time again.
Talk about running programs and running them well. And the man in the background there, Evolve, has run this Northwood program not just in Rocket League, but across various other esports. They have a dynasty brewing at Northwood University out in Michigan. It is a destination for esports as we look back at how Berlin nearly made a show of it here. But in Game 3, a steady dose of hockey, of Lion Blaze, of Buddy. It was just far too much to overcome. The reigning world champion Timberwolves. Again, they've got Fisher College waiting in a star-studded semifinal later on this afternoon. Speaking of stardom, I hope they're not too starstruck because, of course, we've got a big celebrity of our own up on the stage with them right now to talk to him.
And Northwood Blue with the absolute rout in that matchup. It was a barn burner. Oh, what's up, buddy? How you doing?
It's going great. How about you?
Oh, you know, just chilling up here. I got to ask, though, after that series, I want to know what's your overall assessment of Berlin? What's some stuff you saw, some good and some bad?
Okay, well, we scrimmed Berlin earlier. Obviously, Tigre and Nagflow, awesome players, very good. Hyrule trying his best to fill in the shoes. What they did good, honestly, they had a lot of pressure on us, I felt like, in the early games. Started out a little slow. They could have thrown in some more demos, though. Definitely could have helped them out.
I'm always a fan of demos. I always say that in my commentary. I know people make fun of it, but it does make a difference. Now, you guys, especially in that second game, the passing plays were developing. Third game was just disastrous. We're not even going to talk about that. But if you guys are playing in peak form where the passing plays are on, you're hitting some game-tying goals, big overtime winner goals, is there anyone here that can beat you?
Honestly, I don't think so. I don't think so. No chance.
Crowd loves to hear it. I love to hear it. Love when teams are confident. Now, you guys had a pretty good season. You got second place in fall. I think it surprised a lot of us. You got first in spring. Now, if you guys have anything short of a victory in a championship matchup today, would you call it just a disaster of a season?
Disaster of a season is a little strong, but I'd definitely say a disappointment for all of us.
That's fair enough. Now, this is going to be your last run with this team, with Northwood Blue, this roster. Congratulations on graduating, by the way. What has it meant to you to play next to these guys for so long?
It's been amazing. They're obviously great players, my roommates, friends. It's been a great time. Happy to hopefully win it out.
Well, we'll look forward to you. I don't want to take up too much of your time. I know you want to get back there, get scrimming, get ready for Fisher College. We know they're another squad that's really strong, have some pros on it. So I appreciate your time, but we're going to throw it back to the desk, have them break that one down.
Thank you, Soupy. And yet another interview where they just say, where nobody can beat us. Somebody's got to lose eventually. I don't know who that's going to end up being, but every single interview, Jack, has gone, I don't think anybody can beat us. It's going to be easy. It's going to be free. It's going to be done. And then they're all saying it.
They've done it for 2 seasons, and it's yet to go the opposite direction. They keep winning. They keep winning championships. They keep being the top team in CRL, in the world, and they proved it here again against TU Berlin.
Yep. Poor TU Berlin may find the roots of their university all the way back over 2 centuries ago, but it is certainly Northwood who took a big step forward towards making history again. It was that game 2 right here, Lion Blaze, the clean pass for the equalizer, and after the OT winner was
my God,
horrendously
the luckiest 50 I've ever
in.
seen.
Not a pretty goal to watch back, and certainly not for Berlin, who really didn't recover after that second game.
Yeah, they didn't recover. High roll came out, air roll, Fennec, top level. You love to see the passion coming out of them. That's what they had all weekend. But passion isn't going to be enough when you're going up against the reigning world champions. They've got Lion, they've got Hockey, they got Buddy. The pressure surmounting. It went from 1-1 in the highlights to 4-1. And that's because they're linking up with 3-man passing plays like that. They make it look easy. They make it look simple. But now, I don't want to be disrespectful and call the quarterfinals or preliminaries, but they kind of were. Because the real CRL World Championship Sunday begins with the semis. Northwood going up against Fisher. Columbia going up against Dr. Buhmann. 4 of the top 5 seeds. Lacto making it all the way here.
Spot on. Only Akron missing, but they ran into Dr. Buhmann, the number 5, who came out of that stacked Group D where Fisher also were, but we're leveling up Corelli to best of 7s, and it's going to be best team wins. And I agree with Bates. This is where we get down to business.
We get longer series, which means it's going to be more pressure on these players to perform, especially at a high level. Teams are going to break. Players are going to break in this opportunity here in the semifinals. And for every single matchup, for every single team here, it's not easy. You're playing the best of the best at this point. Like you said, we don't want to call it the preliminaries, but realistically, these are the best teams now in CRL, and they have to match up against who. We have to find a winner for that grand final.
We do have to find a winner for the grand final. Does anybody have a chance against this Northwood squad, Jack?
No.
Okay.
Next question.
Next question, he says no. Northwood going all the way. 2 semifinals coming up next here on twitch.tv/Rocket League. Can Columbia take out the #1 team in EU? Can EU make the grand final? Let's find out.
It's leading to opportunities like this. Ahmad off the ceiling. Ahmad with the 7 from heaven. I get higher, I never tire. Can they get control of this? Pop back from a towel as he takes control. What? Are you kidding me? Is this really happening? It's really happening. It actually happened. Fortune favors Liquid.
This one flipped out. First killer. Does he have a flip? He's trying to use it to pass down. It's unbelievable.
Game 5. Double match point on the line. Fury and Moist 5 minutes away from discovering who will have all of that on their side. It won another, rises under pressure. That was a forced mistake. Matrix is around the demo, gets the ball. He's now taking it up inside the field. On the reset, can he outplay everybody? That was otherworldly.
And then there were 4. We started off the day with 8 teams. It was balanced. 4 NA, 4 EU, and now the tide is starting to turn. 1 European team remains as 3 North American teams have moved on so far. We're absolutely feeling good out here on the CRL, Twitch.tv/Rocket League. Tyler, I just want to say something, man. North America, got Colombia versus Dr. Buhmann about to happen. I'm not worried about you.
I'm going to let you finish, but I'm going to have to disagree. This
Alrighty,
is
this is
the
where I
best
back up. We don't need to look at
European
the bracket
university
no more.
team we have
Listen,
ever
Europe might
had.
have the
They're the
hype.
only
Europe might
European
have the hype.
team
Whoa.
remaining,
Hold
and
on.
it's going to stay that way.
I'm glad you guys are at the end of the desk.
Wow.
All right. I don't know when you guys sizing up each other. I don't know what's going on this side,
Well,
but he's got you beat.
Well, Europe, see, look, we already proved that Europe might have all the height. Y'all, we get it. Y'all are all giants. We don't really care. You know what North America has? Heart and soul. It is American pride. And that's exactly what's going to need in order for Colombia to move on. Let's take a quick look at the bracket to see how we got here and what we're about to be looking at. Colombia, Dr. Buhmann, #1 EU team, Dr. Buhmann. Colombia, on the other hand, they were the best team in the fall, Jack. Winning with JD, Cosmic Flippy's back on the roster. Can they replicate that type of upper echelon performance?
Well, listen, I think the resume is kind of speaking for itself right now. 2-0 in group so far, and now they sit in the semifinals. Excuse me, their quarterfinal matchup against Hamburg. A lot of you guys are picking Hamburg. A lot of people are looking at Hamburg to make the run. 3-0. From Colombia. So they've really, I think, shut up a lot of the haters so far, and Dr. Buhmann would just be another EU team on their list.
There will be another EU team on their list. Hurt. I think Colombia might have been, when they played Hamburg, Jack just talked about it. Did you watch the series? Did you watch the series?
I watched a little bit of it. I was a little busy on that one, but I trusted them. I knew Colombia was going to prevail. I was supporting EU from the backside, but sometimes...
Oh, okay. Never mind.
No. I
watched
know.
the
I
series.
can admit when NA will win.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. That's good. That's good that you have that impartiality about you. Tylacto, Dr. Buhmann, though, they've been looking good.
They absolutely have, and Sai in particular. Bates has been moaning to me all weekend about how boring this team is, about how he can't stand watching them. Well, Sai certainly started to change that. He has nearly joined Lion Blaze up at nearly 500 points per game. What's so funny, Ben?
I'll explain what you mean by that. You're trying to put some slander on my name right now. Let's throw it to somebody who does something special at every single RLCS lane.
Introducing first, the team of Cam, Cryptic, and Cosmic Flippy. The 3 C's are coming for the crown. Please welcome the Columbia College Cougars. And their opponent, the team of Fabso, Zeto, and Sai, the lone European team remaining. Please welcome Dr. Buhmann Academy.
Thank you, Stacks Buffer, for introducing both of the teams. These 2 rosters, they've been performing the whole entire day. In my estimation so far, 4 teams have won. These 2 have looked the best. Dr. Buhmann, Sai in the middle of that team. Tylacto, he was playing his best Rocket League he's played all weekend.
Look at it though. Forget him. Look at the owl. The power of it. It doesn't sleep. It hasn't blinked since it was made in a factory somewhere in Hanover if it was locally produced, which it probably wasn't, but that doesn't matter because Dr. Buhmann's play is going global anyway. That's why they're here at the World Championship. They are the last remaining team at the World Championship from Europe, though. We reiterate, because I'm enjoying the fact we still have one this year.
It was a team that went 2-1, and they didn't have to play Fisher to get out of their group. So, you know, they took care of business against another European squad, Endurance, and then got revenge against WVU. But for Dr. Buhmann's, I think this is maybe their biggest test so far.
It is going to be their biggest test so far, and it starts with that young man right there, one of the best players in CRL, arguably the second best, maybe even on his day, maybe might slightly edge out Lion Blaze. Cam, he was all over the pitch in the earlier series. Hamburg didn't have an answer for him, but he had a little fire that was put underneath him by Calix. It remains to be seen if that same fire is coming out of Dr. Buhmann team that hasn't said anything out of the ordinary.
Absolutely, though, but it is not just about Cam. T-Base, Cosmic, Flippy, he's got the ink. It's a part of him, and he's a part of the team. What a team performance it was against Hamburg, who sure were made to look not at their best, but every single goal Colombia scored against the Germans was assisted. It was a complete team performance.
And that's going to be tough for Colombia, I think, to continue in their play style against Dr. Buhmann's. I feel like Dr. Buhmann's is so controlling on the pace of play, and it's going to be really on this Columbia College team to perfect this play style against a slower squad like Dr. Buhmann's. There is Cryptic getting some love.
Can I say something? How hard is it for the players not to look at the camera? I'm talking about CRL.
He's focused.
Hey, come on, Cryptic, look at the camera.
He's
look
getting
at
zoned in.
Come on, Cryptic. That's gotta. I don't know how it is, because I know they put the camera that close to their face. Smile for the fam. Smile for the fans.
My man's locked in.
He's locked in. He's not even worried about anything I'm saying. He's saying, Bate, stop yapping. I'm focused. I got to get a W right here.
There was your look.
Dr. Buhmann. On the other side, the boys, they are... Talacto said earlier that I said... What'd you say I said about them?
Oh, you said they're so boring to watch.
Okay, they are really boring to watch. Right, they are really boring to watch, but it doesn't matter what I think because they're about winning. It's about winning, Talacto. That's exactly what they do. I call them the BDS of... The old BDS of CRL. You know why? Because it's so methodical. They're doing everything. They force you to make mistakes. If you can't beat them, you got to just sit back there and watch. Fab's one of the boys that just keep chugging along.
I mean, that's high praise if you're equating them to really any form of BDS.
I mean, it's true. They haven't lost to a single European team this season. No European team.
You know what, Bates? You're right.
In Europe Spring was able to even force them to Champions Field. They took their first
Wait, they really
loss
are the BDS.
From
they really are.
They showed up to their first land and they lost to West Virginia in the first series in 5, but they haven't lost since. They've learned and evolved, and they're looking, so far, the best we've seen them this weekend today.
They're looking really good. Zeto, he looked really good earlier. Looking at this team, I call them the BDS for a reason. Colombia, they have the offensive firepower to make them sweat. Talacto, is that going to be enough?
I don't know. It's a real interesting matchup when you figure that, well, so many demolitions were attempted on Dr. Buhmann from Akron. And Colombia also a very physical, heavy team. You would think, playstyle-wise, it matches up well for Dr. Buhmann, but Colombia are definitely going to be coming in with a lot more confidence and momentum after already sweeping today.
And that's why I'm a little worried for this in this matchup here for Columbia College, because after looking at that Akron Zips game, I thought, you know, maybe Akron would, the demo game would really blow up the playstyle of Dr. Buhmann's, but they kept their composure in that series, and I think this one's going to be a sneaky semifinal where a lot of people are going to say Columbia College is going to come out and smother them, but Dr. Buhmann, they have just been chugging along here in this tournament.
And I will say that the Akron team, they were leading the tournament in demos, and Dr. Buhmann, they weren't phased as y'all were attesting to. And not only were they not phased, but they didn't turn that into a counterattack offense, and I think that's when the mechanics started to shine. It's also when they started putting this owl up on the stage. I don't think they had to begin to...
Address him by name. That is Dr. Boo right
I'm sorry.
there.
Yeah. My
He
apologies,
has
Dr.
a
Boo.
PhD in Rocket League. And
Mind your manners.
For it.
Mind your manners, Bates.
I'm so sorry, Dr. Boo. My apologies. Maybe you could teach some of the people at home how to play Rocket League. They don't know how to vote, though, because, I mean, they've been pretty accurate. Chat has the best predictions so far on the day. Herc, EU, NA, what's your thoughts?
Oh, man. This is a storyline that I've been following this entire time, and I was trying to be funny and biased and rooting for EU, but I'm nervous. Columbia College has been doing things the entire time I've been in CRL, and I just don't know if this is the time that EU can prevail.
Hey, listen, it will be something you just read in a history book, something that just amazed you. Last year, EU didn't have a single team make it the championship Sunday, and Buhmann wins here in their second year in the CRL World Championship. They go all the way to the grand finals. Who would have thought that outside Talacto? Let's find out. Who do you guys think will win at home? If you believe in Columbia College, use hashtag CC. If you believe in Dr. Buhmann and the boys from Germany, use hashtag BUH, Boo. As we get those votes coming in from those at home, it's time to get the analyst predictions. We got 4 people. It's been a rarity to have 4 people here. Who wants to start us off? Lacto, do the honors.
Of course, I got to go Dr. Buhmann. But I think it's going to be one of the best series we've ever seen in CRL. I see it going to 7 because Dr. Buhmann are going to have to find an otherworldly clutch against a Columbia team who this so far split in spring are 15-3 in overtimes. Do not take them to overtime. It needs to be clean from Dr. Buhmann.
I'm also on the Dr. Buhmann train. I got Dr. Buhmann. It's going the distance, Bates. It's going to be 7, but I think Dr. Buhmann comes out on top.
Okay, Dr. Buhmann comes out top. Herc, you rolling with EU?
I've always rolled with EU, and I'm not stopping now. I'm going Dr. Buhmann. They made it here, and there's a reason.
There's a reason they made it here. That's exactly right. They ended up beating Akron, who was a good team. But now they're going up against a great team. And when the 3 C's are going on, and Colombia's throwing the ball out, there's almost nothing you can do. When they start doing this, when there's a whirlwind happening on the Dr. Buhmann half, NA's going to come out on top, and they're going to make the grand finals. The best in the West will not be stopped here. I don't care what y'all say. What do people at home think? I don't even know what they put. Anyway, Colombia going up against Dr. Buhmann, EU versus NA. Let's see what the 3 C's can do against one of the best teams from EU.
We've got the Kings of the West in Colombia versus Europe's only remaining super team in Dr. Buhmann for our first semifinal and a ticket to the grand final on the line. But Jorby, Colombia have only dropped 1 game all weekend. Can Europe disrupt the West again?
Well, if there's any European team that can do it, it's this Dr. Buhmann squad. You heard the desk talk about it. I think this one's going the distance. 7 games, and I think I may agree with that. The way Dr. Buhmann looked earlier today, if Sai pops off the way he was, we might see a Sai versus Cam showcase in this match.
I know you were hyping up Sai and the mechanics that he had, the control, but Colombia, like we said, have been flawless. The best LAN appearance we've seen ever from Colombia, but we could be making CRL history. I mean, we already have, but how far can Dr. Buhmann go? Sai up the cross, Rapsto with the finish. Dr. Buhmann up 1.
Sai even showed a little threat with this pre-jump right here. He thought about it, and then got right back down on the ground, beat that first defender. No way Cam makes that save. How about that electric start for Dr. Buhmann?
Oh yeah, Dr. Buhmann, just the initial kickoff, kept up the pressure. They faced, like the desk said, physical, high demo teams like Akron, and guess what? They beat them 3-1 in playoffs already. But at least Colombia are trying to intercept some of these passes. Will Colombia want to be a physical team? But how do Dr. Buhmann want to punish that side with the reset? Cosmic Flippy reads the bounce.
You know, both teams like the physical game, edging near the top in their respective leagues in demos per game. Demos a critical part the higher level you go in Rocket League. Cam, though, it's a simple shot for him. He somehow splits right through Dr. Buhmann. Popped out, and you see Sai is just frozen as Fabsto came across. He had to avoid the bump from Cosmic Flippy. No chance for him to get it, and that's the worst place you want to be in if you're Sai.
I thought Sai was gonna get a touch on it. All of the desk and us had our jaw drops. Quick response from Colombia, back wall exposed. Sai puts it away. Cam was ready to read that double tap. Dr. Buhmann, their backs are against the wall. They're gonna find some space, go to the opposite lane. Now to the other corner. See Fabsto challenging Cam. The ball has a lot of speed to it. Dr. Buhmann trying to slow it down. Here's the offense of Colombia setting it. Cam with the long back pass, I guess, and Colombia will have to bring it back.
Now Colombia in the last series. Oh, hang on a second. Fabsto put some lead into it. And Dr. Buhmann wastes no time on this shot. I'd take the lead just like that. Sai picking up the boost, beats Cryptic easily. And Cam trying to figure out where to track that ball. First getting on the wall, seeing his first defender gets beat. Tried to make the save happen, but it was just too powerful.
Yeah, this came all the way back in Colombia, not expecting that. But just when you had that Cam offense, went so quickly downfield, and Dr. Buhmann are always first on that counterattack. Here, down low, double commit from Colombia. But Cosmic Flippy sees Cam with the follow-up. Cosmic Flippy is in the net going for bumps. Cam setting up Cryptic. Zeto won't let it happen.
Great job from Zeto, recognizing his teammate was getting harassed, and net immediately cut in on the rotation to get the save. And that's something that Dr. Buhmann did really well in their last series. Their rotations are so solid. It's so tough to pull them off their line. So Colombia, that physical game is gonna come out. You're already seeing it. That's a good pass though, off the bar and in. Cam nails it.
Tie game, 2-2. As Dr. Buhmann's defense gets overwhelmed, Sai loses the ball. Zeto misses the touch. Fabsto challenged too late, and Colombia find the back of the net. You gotta try to predict and get before Colombia's setup is in motion, or it's gonna be too little and too late. Here's a kickoff for Colombia. That back wall exposed. Cosmic Flippy through the fire, the flames, gives the lead.
Now bit of nerves here from Sai as the ball's coming back his way. The backflip leaves it wide open for Cosmic Flippy. You can't make mistakes like that in the semifinals. Columbia College will punish you every single time, and the Cougars easily take the lead.
Columbia on a momentum push. Not off this kickoff, but at least in terms of goals. Zeto, that captain. It's a support system here at Dr. Buhmann. And here's Ty with the shot. Can't get there in time. Tie game.
I guess we decided that we weren't going to play defense in game one, because every single shot is going into the net. Cam pulling off, trying to find the shot against Sai, but Sai's got Cam's number on offense, and then Cam has Sai's number on offense. A high-scoring game here. 6 goals.
Yeah. What is happening? Our voices are going to go out before the end of the semi. I know Ty Lacto is hoping and praying for a game 7. He thinks it's going to be a long series. Here, Dr. Buhmann cross into the blue half. Anyone challenging Cryptic, they're waiting for the ball to drop. Mistouch from Buhmann. Zeto has to set up. Sai, no, can't get the touch against Cosmic Flippy. Gets above it. Columbia, they're back there against the wall. Someone has to get this ball out of here.
No one able to challenge in the thirds either, having to stave on the goal line. Here's another one from Sai, can't get the bump. And Dr. Buhmann, threatening on offense. Columbia trying to stabilize. Just need a little bit of time. Dr. Buhmann do relax a little bit, but they get control of the ball.
Good read by Cryptic. Fabso having issues on this offense, and it's going to continue to get stopped on that right side. Columbia playing close together. Cam up and above. Reset off the back wall. The box occupied by Dr. Buhmann. Late push up by Columbia, who still fight for control. Cam with the 50. Follows up to Cryptic. Can't get the pinch he wanted. Goes downfield. This could be almost salvaged there. Zeto really wanted that goal.
Columbia are playing ultra aggressive in this game right now. In the last series we saw them play in today, they were much more relaxed. They felt confident that they were the better team. Cam, I don't think he left his third for more than half the game. He was confident letting them just play the ball right back to him, but it's not the case here with Dr. Buhmann. Sai puts in another goal, 2 on 4 shots, and Dr. Buhmann at 4.
We're going to continue asking the question of these defensive mistakes. What's going on in game 1? You missed these critical touches, and Dr. Buhmann are going to punish you. This is why they're the #1 European team.
We're talking about the lapses on defense, but think about what it took for both of these teams to get here. This is the farthest Columbia College have ever been in CRL, making the semifinals. Dr. Buhmann, I mean, they're making the semifinals when last year no one in Europe even made the top 8. So both teams gotta be feeling the nerves, and the goals just keep on coming. It's like a goal merchant shop, and there's just plenty of inventory.
The 50 lands right in the box, and Cosmic Flippy, great placement on the left side, just in case you got some commotion on the defense. It's answer after answer. The battle of North America versus Europe, a pre-grand final. Demo on the kickoff, 2-on-1. Dr. Buhmann back in the driver's seat.
Nice kickoff goal here for Dr. Buhmann. And that's why you don't cheat up like that on the kickoff. Fabso gets it for free. Cosmic Flippy turned off on the challenge instead of just driving into the ball, thinking he could outplay Fabso there, and he got outplayed himself.
How many saves are we going to get this game?
0.
Like, it feels like 0. Every offense is being executed. Every mistake is being exploited. Demo from Dr. Buhmann. Columbia slowing it down, sending it back to the orange end. Cryptic on Fabso's tail, who's got Zeto right behind him to the pinch and to the right post. Sai, want to try and center this one out. Zeto pushed back. Dr. Buhmann, though, still have the ball. Fabso shot. Sai wanted the bump. Cryptic still saved.
Cryptic. Oh, hang on. The turnaround. Cam! Cannon! Tie game!
What a counterattack. Like I said, it's every time one team scores, the other one does it right back. Fantastic shot from Cam. That came in like a bullet at 84.
I feel like I'm watching FaZe versus Furia. It's just like that's the only 2 teams I've seen score 5 or 6 goals in a set. Like in this kind of situation, I mean, it's ridiculous. I would be surprised if they get to 10 goals at any other point in this series. It may end up going to overtime here. Maybe nerves got to them at the start, but both teams, the offense certainly isn't lacking. Here comes a cross for Columbia. Off the bar, no one's around. We go OT.
This game is already stressful, and it's only game 1 of this best of 7. We go to OT. who will start off with that lead on our main stage. As Dr. Buhmann got to get revenge for the little bros of Hamburg that got beat down by Columbia. Europe has to shut up Cam and Columbia for good, or Columbia will send Europe home.
Osai got bumped. He recovers. He's got to get back his teammates there first. Fabso will help him out. That looked dangerous for a second. Dr. Buhmann still have to defend. Got that first shot out, and they clear it out. And Dr. Buhmann needed. It would be just like Rocket League for this overtime for the defenses to figure things out. But hang on a second, off the post and into the net. Fabso collects the first game for Dr. Buhmann.
Sai is a hero, the cross on this ball. How does he center this one out? And Fabso always cleans these up. Columbia, for the first time, it feels all worlds have been overwhelmed by another team. Dr. Buhmann, game 1 OT.
That's got to be I know we've had some high-scoring series in CRL history, but I don't know how many times that many goals have gone in. 11 total goals scored. Fabso getting 844 points, 4 goals for him, a hat trick for Cam. My analysis of that game is just play better defense and hit the ball on the challenge. Maybe don't lose the kickoff and don't fake challenge when Fabso's right behind the ball. And there's a lot of different ways Columbia could have prevented these goals, but like you said, finding the cross, getting it off the post at that last second, making it uncomfortable for Columbia. It's almost like he wasn't expecting him to go for that ball, and he ends up going for it. Buhmann ended up getting the game win. Columbia get rocked a little bit here.
I feel like both defenses were a little slippery. Let a couple slip by.
Well, I don't even think they've shown up yet.
That's also true, why we had double-digit goals. But the offenses are also so quick on the counterattacks, even just on the straight-up transitions. It feels hard to save these goals. I kind of don't blame the defense. We go to game 2 with Dr. Buhmann up by 1, the emotional support plushie, paying dividends there on the stage.
Dr. Boo helping him out. Sai, a little bit of boost here. And actually, got the 50 underneath. This could be a good set for Dr. Buhmann. Zeto can't go, though. That ball right into Cryptic. Well, like we said, no lack of offense for Columbia College for both teams. See how the rotations are going on defense.
It feels like Dr. Buhmann are reading Columbia a bit better. See, look at that shot. That was so deadly. 2 shots already blocked away. Columbia just couldn't find a crack. Dr. Buhmann stepping up, Cam bringing it back. These early challenges from Dr. Buhmann, like I said before, you gotta slow down Columbia before they ramp up. Cosmic Flippy to Cryptic. That was almost good.
Almost. Cam's not done yet, though. He doesn't get the ceiling bounce he wanted. Had to use way more boost on that play. He won't get a corner on his way out. Cosmic Flippy forced back on the Boomer.
We haven't seen a Dr. Buhmann offense yet. Every time they got to the blue end, Cam's on the ball. Dr. Buhmann, though, have sent everything away. This goes right to Cosmic Flippy's back. Sai's bumping people in the net. Fabso needs help controlling the ball. Zeto gets involved. Back wall well protected. Columbia's defense hasn't made a mistake yet. Cryptic on the cross. First registered save by Columbia.
Cryptic just blows right through. Zeto trying to kill it back to the corner. Not bad here from Dr. Buhmann. Zeto, that was a good 50. Comes across high on your box. You just force the ball into the corners. Play the next 50, but they're losing them. Cryptic had a demo to give space. He had to bump through one, and this one comes through Cam. No shot for him. Columbia pressing a little bit more and have to pull off. Everyone's got a full, or they did have full tanks. Cosmic Flippy on small pads. Dr. Buhmann, a Buhmann clear.
Fabso has been fabulous on that defense. That's off the cross, and now Cryptic had that. I trust in you, Columbia.
Oh, that trust, that's one of Chiefs' many steps to executing in a game. Step 3, trust. And he could not find the touch there. Off the bar and in. Cryptic got caught just driving a little too far forward. Third man not properly protecting the back line there, despite Dr. Buhmann having control of the ball. Columbia definitely playing a little nervous, but Cam, oh my goodness, the angle on this.
When you use the enemy to get the goal, that's a good sign. 2-on-1 in the net. Columbia's second touch there from Cam. It's off the side of Sai's car. And then you have a response from Columbia where they were leading this offense. They were leading the first minute or two of the game of offense, pressure, pressure, pressure. But Dr. Buhmann just hadn't made a mistake on the defense. They were able to hold the wall, but Cryptic wins the 50, almost double taps it in. win!
Close one, not over. Cam, 1, Cam, 2, Cam! Saved by Fopso! Gets there in time. Cryptic a full tank, but he missed the ball, and Fopso breaks out for Buhmann.
Oh, side. Yeah, misses that challenge, goes to the midfield. Columbia have decent control of it. They gotta go back for boost though. So does Dr. Buhmann. Now moving downfield for an offense. Sai races against Cam. Trying to cross on that right side is difficult. Now that you gave time for Columbia to think. Cam always on this ball in the blue end. How do you rob him from that? Well, Dr. Buhmann patrol at the center of the stage, just waiting to see if Columbia will slip up. Fabso decides too high.
Not it, they'll off the bar and saved. Cam, well, this back line in game 1 was not good, but game 2's a little different. Cryptic also another save. Cam, big bounce. Cam, big touch. Cosmic Flippy, taken away by Sai.
Was Columbia leading in shots, just almost tripling what Dr. Buhmann were doing on the offense. And now things have started to settle in this second half. 1-1. Not that double-digit goals like we saw last time. Cosmic Flippy, dangerous cross in front of the box, but Cryptic wasn't there in time. Cam is though. Zeto has to jump. It's off the cross. Dr. Buhmann raced to make space. The midfield is first for Zeto at the touch. Sai can't make a connection. Cam is reading this like a book. Cryptic protects the back wall. And Fabso is just getting shoved into a locker.
Solid positioning on defense from Columbia. Using each other well. Don't see those doubles running into each other too hard. Love this lead from Cosmic Flippy. Now to Cam with a reset. Got the 50 and his flip timing a little late there. He flips a little earlier. He probably gets the neutral 50 he wants. Instead, now Buhmann set it up from side, and Fopso delivers the goal!
At the 56-second mark, Fabso is having a game of his life on the defense and the offense. Obviously, it's a great pinch from Sai up the top, who's always setting up his team for success. And we have a 2-1 game for Dr. Buhmann with 56 seconds left, but just like in game 1, you come knocking at Columbia's door and they're gonna answer with a punch. It's them on the defense though. Zeto in the air. Wanted that touch against Cam. Still makes it through to the blue side. Cryptic trying to bully his way in to the corner to Zed. Dr. Buhmann seemed comfortable. Cosmic Flippy is slowed down and Cam wanted that connection and misses.
I did not expect that ball to pinch out as fast as it did. Gotta say, both defenses have recovered quite well, and not for lack of effort either from Columbia, who have not been able to get by. And in fact, that demo might have set something up there for Columbia. Who've had a great structure themselves, and a save from Fopso coming across. Cosmic Flippy's just missed the ball. Now Zeto can turn back around. Zeto, he wanted a pass, but nobody was backside. Pre-jumps the shot, but it's not coming. Cryptic, like touch, Fopso back to Dr. Buhmann. They gotta put it on the ground. Cam's got other ideas. Cosmic Flippy just had to leave it. And will it go? One more time on the ground. And Dr. Buhmann up 2-0 on Columbia College. The 3 C's don't have an answer right now. 1-goal game both times. This time, less scoring overall.
And now it's just every little mistake is getting exploited, like that Cryptic on the defense. Dr. Buhmann are only up by 1. You're not cozy in terms of how easy this has been to win games, but now that the series is slowly edging towards Dr. Buhmann, especially Fabso, highest score defense, no matter how much Columbia are being creative on that offense. It feels like Dr. Buhmann are setting themselves up for success. They're reading Columbia like a book, stop after stop. Look at the amount of saves that they have. And Dr. Buhmann only needed to strike back once. It was like 5 shots to 1, and Dr. Buhmann were the first ones to get the goal.
And Columbia, they had a lot of good pushes on offense. Cam creating a lot of opportunities with his mechanics, but some of those opportunities that they had, what was lacking? They had the disruption, they had the trust, but the execution, the shot, the placement was not working. They hit the bar a couple of times. They just weren't able to find the accuracy. And we do have best of 7s now, and that means timeouts are in play. Columbia have taken that timeout. They get an extra 60 seconds to sit here and think about how they're gonna get by this Dr. Buhmann squad. And maybe one of those ways is one way that Columbia have been dominant all season, and that's the physical game. We haven't seen that. They have not been able to get the bumps onto Dr. Buhmann as successfully. They've gotten close tries, but we've talked all weekend about this Dr. Buhmann squad and how solid they are on the fundamentals. You're going to need to be physical against this team if you want to catch them out on rotation. They very rarely push up too far as third man. They don't take too many risks. They aren't risk averse, but they're not risk happy.
Hearing the chant of Colombia cheering them on, and you see it. There's that one guy who's just extra hype in the front, and
he is. He's like the conductor. I saw him running back and forth with all that space in front. He was going, look at that.
oh, he's juiced up. He's ready to go. He looks like he's about to tear his shirt apart if Colombia wins, but this is the first time that Colombia have dropped this many games all of Worlds. They've only dropped one game all of Worlds before this very series. This time out is honestly just to breathe and collect yourselves, because sometimes one stupid mistake that you are not known for snowballs into a boomed mentality. We go into game 3 with a refreshed mind.
Dr. Buhmann in a solid position right now. Forced a timeout out of Colombia. How do they respond? They've had the looks. They've had the chances, but a lot of those balls look like that, close to Colombia's net. A lot of them have gone in, and it's been a full team effort. It's not one player standing out above the rest. They're using each other so well on the transition. Fabso, Sai, Zeto. Here comes Sai again on the reset, the pass, and he gets it done again for Dr. Buhmann.
If you're Colombia, this is not how you wanted the post timeout game to start. Dr. Buhmann, we're already puppeteering them. Sai again sets up his team on the offense. He's an incredible player. This is an incredible team. There are no weaknesses to Dr. Buhmann. If anything, they expose the weaknesses of everyone else, and when it seemed like Colombia didn't have any, it's not going so well in game 3.
Something that has gotten them to this point. And another block, just barely there from Sai. Cutting in the rotation, doesn't let that shot happen. We get at the point, Dr. Buhmann. Looking for a way out on defense. Cryptic with no boost gets the first 50. Cosmic Flippy next up, he can't go for that ball, it bounces out. Cam gonna lock it down, but it's really just to buy time for Cosmic Flippy and Cryptic to retreat. Maybe setting up on offense, but no, they're killed to the corner. It's immaculate defense here from Dr. Buhmann.
And I think Colombia are trying to bait them out of their own end. You saw Cam just be patient, fake, and get past one defender, but Dr. Buhmann are this layered defense that just are so smart. Sai gets shoved around by Cam. Fabso again, almost with the cleanup. Cam with the save at the goal line. Colombia can still breathe.
And they're still fast on the midfield. Sai got it, got the carry on the dribble, forces Cryptic up. That's a lot of pressure from Dr. Buhmann in front of the box, getting the midfield ball. Now, a pass, does Sai actually just get there? Oh, he's going for the sidewall read, and he just missed it! Cryptic gonna get it out just barely, but Dr. Buhmann, they're the drivers, they're the conductors, and Colombia are just along for the ride right now.
Even Fabso stepped into the arena, stepped into the box to just finish off what Dr. Buhmann were starting. And this has been a Dr. Buhmann offense all day. It's 3-0 in terms of shots for them, as Colombia, I think the nerves are hitting them. They're a very confident team, momentum-driven, both on the field and off the field. Finally, oh, that's an uncharacteristic whip there from Cosmic Flippy. There's Dr. Buhmann taking the ball, taking advantage. Cosmic Flippy slowing down the play, not letting Dr. Buhmann pass between each other. Cryptic passes right to Zeto. Cam getting past, goes to the corner against Fabso. This pinches. Cosmic Flippy wasn't ready, neither was Cryptic.
Cryptic, he had a full tank. Thought he could have took that 50, but Cosmic Flippy and Cam were coming back, so maybe he felt like he needed to buy time instead of going for that challenge, because they were slowly grabbing control back. You were kind of hinting at it as they were forcing Dr. Buhmann off of their passes. They weren't connecting on them as often. But Dr. Buhmann roll around again. All of Colombia are forced to rotate to the opposite side now. Sai, it's all his ball. He gets the pass out, and it's a weak shot, easily saved.
Colombia, good with the saves, but that's in the back of, oh, Cam. Oh, I was like, no shot. I was just about to hype up your defense there for a second.
I'm spamming close one in quick chat right now.
Nice save, nice save. Colombia to the back wall. Cam on the cross. Cosmic Flippy went for the bump, but no one's there for the ball.
And then Fabso fakes out his own teammate. Cam has to sink that one. That has to be in. Dr. Buhmann have not given you a lot of looks on net. Here's another chance. Cam wins one touch. Shot from Cryptic, a bouncer, easily saved. Rebound for Cosmic Flippy. Flippy taken away, but still a free ball, and Dr. Buhmann grab it. Cosmic Flippy wants a pass, but Cam is the whole way back. Zeto trying to chase him down. Cam on the ceiling. Oh my goodness, interesting redirect with the tail. But he doesn't quite get it done, and Dr. Buhmann with 1 minute remaining, hold on.
Columbia had good pressure there, but Dr. Buhmann had better reads. Every rebound, Dr. Buhmann hit with the 50 and the challenge. Columbia, first time now they've set in the orange end, and the ball's coming back. Fabsto 1-on-2 against the net. Doesn't get through, but Dr. Buhmann bringing it back. Sai and Fabsto stuffing it to the corner. Cryptic stuffing him against the wall. Zeto loses that in the back while it goes. Sai doesn't seem too threatened. Cosmic Flippy waiting for his chance, and Columbia are running out of chances.
Another save. Zeto got there. Cryptic sending another high ball. Sai gets there in time. Cryptic's in the area. He missed it. Cam is the whole way back. And 15 seconds remain for Columbia College. A demo on the back line. Fabsto looking for Sai. He doesn't find him. Free ball for Cryptic. Shot denied again. Zeto on the goal line. No touch for Cam. Cosmic Flippy will try one more time. A demo to clear the net, but Zeto shuts it down. There's nothing. There's the catch from Cam, but the ball touches the ground. Dr. Buhmann, one away from sweeping Columbia College.
Where is the one more game chant in this crowd? Where is USA now? It's Dr. Buhmann on match point, ready to make CRL history, ready to make Europe proud.
This was supposed to be close. This was supposed to be close. It was supposed to be 7. Even the analysts that picked Dr. Buhmann were like, yeah, 7 games, because Columbia College they're a great team. This, honestly, I'm shocked. I am shocked that it's 3-0 right now. 76 points for Cosmic Flippy in that game. Almost posted flat zeros across the board. And I just think that that's due to Dr. Buhmann. Absolutely immaculate on both sides of the pitch in game 3. There was nothing Columbia could do. Every shot blocked. Every attempt withstood. I'm amazed right now by Dr. Buhmann.
And the desk pointed this out. Dr. Buhmann are a frustrating team to play against. They play for control. They don't have to go up by 1 million goals against you. They only need 1, and it was a 1-0 to go to match point. Columbia making uncharacteristic mistakes, but trying to clean this up in game 4. Columbia have their fans in the front row, and Cam with a shot!
Life for Columbia, and Cam puts the defibrillators to his team. Shock of life. Cryptic with a great pass. Cam, a great shot right down the seam to the right side, and that's exactly what Columbia needed after so many shutout minutes.
That was a mental boom of a game that Columbia just faced. And they didn't even need a timeout this time to get back to what we know them as, to get back to their peak. This is single elimination. This is Fabsto almost with the second touch. Cryptic definitely cleaning things up on the defense, and he's soaring for an offense. He meets a few defenders. Cam misses the touch, goes for the boost. They're trying to drain Dr. Buhmann and keep them trapped. The pressure is what they needed, and it explodes onto Dr. Buhmann.
If you can't beat him, delete him. Get him out of the way. Columbia had to get physical, and Cam boxes Sai out of the way. Columbia, a big 2-goal lead early.
These are the North American bullies we know them for. Can Dr. Buhmann, though, shut them up? It's Columbia that want to make this series close. Y'all were asking for it. Zeto to the box. Fabsto with the cleanup.
Great pass here from Zeto. Hitting it off the backboard, puts it high. That's a crazy off the ceiling too. And Cryptic misses it by pixels. Coming across, he knew he had to be quick to make that save. Dr. Buhmann wastes no time splitting the lead.
This is stressful. This lead never gets too far away from Columbia or Dr. Buhmann. It was a back and forth game 1, slowed down to just something that Columbia are not used to. Fabsto misses that. Sai has to step up. Dr. Buhmann, though, it's a support system on this defense. Something that Columbia have to tear apart. Pitches the Cosmic Flippy! 3-1 Columbia!
Absolutely dusted by Cam on this play. Flip reset, held it on the ground pitch pass. That one was a thing of beauty.
Oh, Columbia, where was this the first couple of games.
They had that though. Like Cam was setting things up like that. The difference was Buhmann were in position. But he had to do a fancy fake in front of the ball first and get the pinch pass, because otherwise, if it's any slower, Buhmann are gonna hop the route and they're gonna lose it. See, even right there, the pass is too slow. Buhmann, even though they double commit, they get it out into space, so it doesn't matter. Like that's the thing. That's the thing is that Columbia are playing that well, but Buhmann are just matching them. They're beating them at it. Not in this game. Columbia finally figured it out, but it's taking all of everything that they have, and they're still having to defend here.
At least Dr. Buhmann registered a few shots to try and fire back. The defense of Dr. Buhmann has had these gaps. Kamen versus Zeto, the captain of Buhmann, keeps it up on the cross side, pitches against the post. Cosmic Flippy will end it.
Statement game in game 4 for Columbia. After struggling for 2 games to get any sort of goals on the board, they finally put up 4 more here. And making Dr. Buhmann think about it for a little bit. But it's a long, long journey for Columbia College. You can score as many goals as you want in this game, but it doesn't matter once we move to game 5.
This is the biggest lead we've seen. It was 6-5, 2-1, 1-0 in all the games. And Columbia have woke up from hibernation. Cosmic Flippy against Sai. Sai's just a little bit quicker. As Dr. Buhmann are picking up that pace. Sai trying to go in for the bump against Cam. As Dr. Buhmann lose that offense, counterattack from Columbia is on its way. Cosmic Flippy misses that challenge, and Dr. Buhmann, see if they're threatened.
Tough ball for Zeto, but he got the challenge. Cam tried to find it in front. Now Dr. Buhmann are the ones being stuffed and out-pressured on defense. Cam has to find another touch, and this has to be such a reliever for Columbia. You rock it out 4 goals before the halfway point of the game, and you're just kind of chilling at this point. 3-goal lead. It's not massive, but it is at least substantial for Columbia. It just allows you to get in your rotations. You're not feeling as much tension in this game in particular, and so they can take this time and kind of reset themselves a little bit heading into the next game. Dr. Buhmann just haven't had the same teeth here on offense. Maybe they can kickstart the engine right now, but no contact. Cosmic Flippy had it bumped anyway.
A lot of physicality from Columbia. They're not playing like they're up 4-1. Well, that's because they're only up by 4-2.
Well, Zeto splits the lead here. Cam tried to protect that ball, and Zeto just, I mean, Cam lost the ball. That's really all that happened there. Nothing more complicated about it. Zeto easily punishes him.
So yeah, Columbia, as I was saying, they're not playing like they're up 4-1 because they're still going for demos. They're bumping them in the midfield. Columbia, you don't know them for that conservative play style. It's all or nothing for this team. As Cam misses that touch, goes to try and at least bump side, be productive. Cryptic gets stopped there by Fabsto. That's a shot from the midfield, saved by Dr. Buhmann, who are only down by 2 goals, but they seem to be trapped.
Wow.
Columbia are trying to catch them off guard.
That was a panicky touch on the back wall. He thought someone was coming to challenge him, and Columbia just getting the ball back for free. There's one on the corner. Cryptic trying to get in the way. Still a little bit of time here for Dr. Buhmann, but look, that was an aggressive position. All 3 players spread out evenly across the third. No one protecting the back line. Allows Columbia to just keep putting on that ball pressure. But a breakout moment here. Cryptic, save off the backboard, rebound. Oh, you're not supposed to rule on your teammates. That's not how that's supposed to work.
And Columbia threw to their own back wall, which almost set up Dr. Buhmann for a strike. 4-2 with 37 seconds left. Columbia have to be wary of these counterattacks from Dr. Buhmann. That's how they kept firing back in game 1. It's an unintended ball. Cam with a shot. Looking for more as Columbia don't just want to win, they want to beat them down. And Dr. Buhmann, this won't be a sweep of a series, it seems.
It seems so, but hang on. Fabsto gets deleted, and Sai picks up another goal. 13 seconds, and I've seen Columbia's kickoff. They are getting out kickoff against Dr. Buhmann, and I'm curious what happens here next.
But Tylacta talked about these stats. Columbia are very successful at overtimes. And Dr. Buhmann, it's looking like that direction if they can make this next kickoff work. Goes to the orange end. Fabsto versus Cam, I think. 50 to the ground. Zeto pops all the way down to the orange end. It's a long journey for Dr. Buhmann, not only on this field, but maybe this series. Cam to Zeto on the ground, and Columbia take a game.
No sweep in the first semifinals. Good return to form there for Colombia. Scary near the end of that game, and also a return to form for Cosmic Flippy. After 76 points in the last game, he puts on a whopper 590 and a hat trick. That, to me,
that's a comeback.
That's a great signal for Colombia. The fact that he is the one to be at the top of the scoreboard after underperforming in the last game. You know, because even winning that game, it's a long journey here. And Dr. Buhmann, they almost brought it back, Lemon. And that's gotta be itching at the back of your mind if you're Colombia.
Yeah, Colombia started to get confident. You had that early first goal. You were leading by 4-1, I think it was, at some point, until Dr. Buhmann started that comeback in the second half. And even then, I thought Colombia had it, and then I was like, hold up, there's 13 seconds. Europe has surprised us already here at Worlds. They could do it again. But now we advance to game 5, still match point for Dr. Buhmann.
Worth pointing out as we head to Oasis that Dr. Buhmann still have their timeout. They can hold that the whole way up until game 7. But the journey of the reverse sweep has started. And almost a goal for Dr. Buhmann at the start. It was Sai. Zeto gonna pick it up first. Got the fake. Zeto with a full tank. Across, Dr. Buhmann with Zeto trying something cheeky. But they don't get nothing.
Oh, Cam's coming in quick, beats the one defender, doesn't have a friend stepping up, not quite yet. Cryptic with the 50 is now just trying to slow down Dr. Buhmann's offense. And that's how Colombia just right out the gates had a momentum push, and Dr. Buhmann had a hard time breaking out, hence why you had that 4-1 start in game 4. And Colombia definitely cleaned up that defense too, not making mistakes, only giving up 1 goal. Colombia, even though it wasn't a game right after timeout, they are leveling up. They know how much this match means.
Yeah, Cam, last game, he switched off of Fennec into a Space Station Decal Octane, trying to channel his inner LJ, no doubt. Comes across. Oh, wait a minute. Sai might have created something here. He got a bump on the Cam in the net. Cosmic Flippy and Cryptic do enough to help him out. Zeto, he's been real annoying for Colombia to deal with. He's been the guy in the trenches doing a lot of that dirty work, getting a lot of those soft touches out, or even those challenges that are more difficult to reach. He's not afraid to just go for that ball. He will have to flip off that one. The angle a little tough. Sai calls him off. Battle in midfield right now for possession. A hard pass to Sai, connects, but it rips straight back out to midfield. Fabso pop shot, no chance.
Sai and Fabso are like this dynamic duo on the front line that looks so good. Like, we've talked time and time again about Sai's setup and the hero plays he makes. Now it's time for Zeto to shine. Fabso was too far forward to read the bounce off the wall. We're still at a 0-0 game, and Fabso also, we're giving him a lot of credit. This is the newest player to the roster, only joined this February, and look how well they synergize. And they break up the synergy of Colombia.
That was such a good idea from Cam as he rolled fast across the corner. He hit the brakes to try to slow it down and trip up the defense, but the ball skirted a little too fast away from him, and he couldn't end up completing the fake. I like the ideas that Cam is trying. Or when he does get that ball on offense, you need to mix it up against this Dr. Buhmann squad. Because they've seen the reads. And they've really got a good idea of how Colombia want to move the ball downfield.
I think after all the exciting games from Colombia, they've kind of told themselves that they have to calm down and take a second look at their defense, because Dr. Buhmann, these challenges sometimes flip the whole play on its head, and Zeto bounces the ball, gets the demo first goal!
Through the smoke for Zeto, Dr. Buhmann get there first. And how about it? Cosmic Flippy completely destroyed on the play, and then completely destroyed physically.
Yeah.
2:15 left, Colombia. That one chance from Cam is about the only quality chance they've had in over a half of a game so far.
Kind of reminds me of game 3 of how this was a stalemate between the two teams, where Dr. Buhmann had the 1 goal, swapped to this very conservative, very disruptive play style that frustrated Colombia, didn't allow them to execute. They still at least are executing on the defense.
Another high touch. It has been, the play has gone to the air many times, and that is how Colombia like to play. They are a high-flying team. That mostly is due to how Cam likes to play. Cryptic gets bumped out of the way, and Zeto gets another one! Dr. Buhmann playing physical out here!
Crossed up physically, mentally.
Oh, what a play! Straight up just turned around on on him and kicked him into the dirt.
This little aerial dance. 2-0 for Dr. Buhmann, who are now bringing the physicality of their own. Zeto wanting to do that.
That was a classic
nothing.
turbo flick right there.
Oh.
Yeah, it's when you try to flick and you just completely miss the flick and your car goes forward. It's classic.
He's here. Why are we roasting him?
He is here. Love you, Turbo. And Dr. Buhmann loving this lead right now.
And Dr. Buhmann in way more comfortable lead. Columbia offense have only registered one shot. Getting through the midfield is a challenge of its own. Europe in general has been a challenge of its own. Cam has two defenders racing back. It's in front of the net. Zeto waits for the approach. Reads it like a book.
And Cosmic flipping. Oh my goodness, the angle. Zeto's getting back and he gets chipped, but he still finds the ball. And Cosmic Flippy playing a deep third. He has 23. Long pass to nobody. Cam and Cryptic both want to go. There's a little bit of disjointed play here from Columbia. Not exactly knowing who should go, when should go. You got to keep those comms clean. But that's a couple of times now where a player turns for the ball at the same time, and then they have to recorrect on the rotation. It's only about a half-second loss, but that's enough in a series like this. The challenges have been inches. Here comes another high ball, put straight down and back up by Cam. No time left here for Columbia, though.
Next play needs to work. Cam collides. The 50 popped up. Zeto just faster. Dr. Buhmann just smarter. Shutting out Columbia. 12 seconds left. Columbia have to fight hard in these next couple of seconds as Dr. Buhmann just have shut them up for good. For the first time in CRL history, Europe triumphs over North America, and Dr. Buhmann Academy will sail to the grand finals.
Dr. Buhmann, boom, Columbia out of this tournament. Absolutely impressive run by this team that placed at the top of Europe to get to CRL Worlds. And now you've placed yourself in the grand finals, not just as one of the best teams here, but also as the first European CRL team to make it to a grand final on this stage. An impressive performance by them. It wasn't just impressive, it was dominant from Dr. Buhmann. And I did not expect that. The analysts didn't expect that, Lemon. That's a statement game. Dr. Buhmann are looking at Northwood Blue and Fisher and they're saying, come on, let's go.
It took too much time for Columbia to click. They had that timeout, but it was Dr. Buhmann on match point. Columbia started that comeback. They won, what was it, game 4? And it was like this dominant 4-1 lead for Columbia. Dr. Buhmann were always in their shadow, though. You already saw Dr. Buhmann start to adapt in game 4, live in front of your eyes, while Dr. Buhmann were starting to get demolished, while you thought Columbia were starting to click. Dr. Buhmann had them downloaded from the start, and Hamburg can be happy because Cam is shut up for good.
A happy Hamburg, but a happier. Wow. I'm impressed. I'm impressed by Dr. Buhmann. They played an incredible series, and we are guaranteed an NA versus EU final. It's starting to feel like a little RLCS light over here in Collegiate Rocket League. I mean, it's crazy how in one season where Europe don't get any teams in the top 8, now they get a champion to go to the grand finals. Columbia, it was tough fought. Like you said, up to this point, they had only dropped a single game. Next time, maybe, for Columbia, but not this time. Fisher, Northwood Blue Wave.
Yeah, that's going to be a good match. I feel like that semifinal is going to be a mini final of its own.
Yeah.
But Columbia, their first loss, they're sent home. Dr. Buhmann are up. We have Subi on the stage with an interview.
Dr. Buhmann take down Columbia College, and I'm up here with Zai, and I have got to know, after that huge game 1, it was back and forth, 6-5, you guys end up taking it. How did you stop that firepower from Columbia College?
I mean, it was an interesting game 1, but I mean, we kind of got used to the land stage in the semi-final, and then we had the confidence and we knew we were better, and we just played.
I mean, you guys did more than just played. You guys balled out there. It was so fun to watch. And you guys, you won the Uni-Rocketeers spring season. You came in here. At this point, do you feel like it's destiny to eventually win the World Championship?
I mean, yeah, sure. I guess, yeah.
You love to see it. Now, Dr. Buhmann, you guys are one of my favorite teams, just based off of your name. You got your mascot here that you guys are holding near and dear to your heart. Is this the secret to victory? If one of these teams comes out and rips this away, are you guys going to eventually lose?
Probably, yeah.
I love to see it. I love to see the honesty. Now, I got to ask, that's got to be just insane to come in. You told me right before we took on the camera that, yeah, you expected top 4, but to make the grand finals is something different. Now, how do you take those emotions? You guys super high right now. How do you recenter before the grand finals?
I mean, it was definitely overwhelming right now, but I think we're confident right now that we're gonna win the grand final. So yeah, we're just winning.
Just winning, that's all it's gotta take here. And for Dr. Buhmann, you punched your ticket to the grand finals. We have our first team in them. Give it up here, DreamHack Dallas, for Dr. Buhmann.
They just keep winning. Dr. Buhmann, defense wins championships in the year 2023 in Rocket League. I said it on RLCS, I said it in San Diego. Johnny claimed that Carmine doesn't play a lot of defense. They do play more offense than Dr. Buhmann does. But all the best teams in the game, they're playing defense. Have fun.
Listen,
have fun.
I don't want to hear the cope. We got to set the record straight here real quick. Jorby said that the analysts didn't predict this. What are you talking about, Jorby? We were right. There's only one wrong person on this desk, and he's at the end. Bates.
It's okay, he's used to being just that. I'm just so hyped after that interview with Sai, who just the coldest response, but you can tell how motivated he is when asked, are you gonna win the grand finals? And he just goes, I guess so, yeah. Now that's a guy you don't want to mess around with. He means business. That's all a disguise, as he was calm there after an incredibly hectic game 1 where they gave Colombia a very rare overtime loss, and I feel like that momentum just slowly dried up during the series for Colombia, who found a second wind in game 4, but it was always going to take a miracle from there.
Always gonna take a miracle. You go down 3, you're gonna need something special. Colombia needed that first game. Scoring that many goals, you can't let that one drop because Dr. Buhmann, they're the superior team when the score is 0-0, 1-0. Ending that's close, Dr. Buhmann. I would put your bets on them. They're more likely to win. EU in the CRL World Grand Finals, just a year removed from a single team not even making the championship Sunday bracket. We have 4 this year, and Dr. Buhmann all the way in the Grand Finals, Jack. CRL's evolved, Dr. Buhmann Grand Final, you gotta be happy for him.
I mean, this is a long time coming to see Europe succeed on the world stage and just to succeed in CRL against some of these North American teams. And the lone standing team of Dr. Buhmann, who annihilated Europe throughout the season, are the ones to do it. You couldn't have written a better story.
Yep. But on the other side of the bracket, you got the reigning world champions, and you got the team that was built to beat just them. Northwood Blue versus Fisher. Ty Lacto, I know you're gassing up Dr. Buhmann. I know you're really happy. Can they beat the 2 teams waiting on the other side?
I mean, absolutely. Sure, they were beaten by West Virginia, but that was just a loss to make them stronger, which is not something I would say, but certainly their coach, Blue Phoenix, would. He's a fantastic coach. Absolutely will be working with them now immediately, watching the upcoming series, where I still don't even know who it is that's going to face them.
Oh, you don't know. Herc, you got anything to say?
Oh, yeah. What I have learned is on my first LAN, I have yet to be wrong when I sit next to you predicting teams. So you guys can start up the Herc Never Wrong hashtag on Twitter now.
Okay, start it up.
We're definitely not saying Bates never wrong.
Okay, anyway, we're not going to worry about that. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, the reigning world champions go up against Fisher College. The winner of that faces Dr. Buhmann in the grand finals. You don't want to miss it.
Leading to opportunities like this. Ahmad off the ceiling. Ahmad with the 7 from heaven. Can they get control of this? Pop back from a towel as he takes control. Are you kidding me? Is this really happening? It's really happening. It actually happened. Fortune favors Liquid.
See this one without
First killer. Does he have a flip? He's trying to use it. The pass out. It's unbelievable.
Game 5. Double match point on the line. You're and boys 5 minutes away from discovering who will have all of that on their side. Rotation back. Forced it. It won another rise under pressure. That was a forced mistake. Matrix is around the demo, gets the ball. He's now taking to the opposite side of the field. On the reset, can he outplay everybody? That was otherworldly.
I was cold, alone, I couldn't see that you were right there waiting. And I was sinking down and out of reach. I'm not a heart worth saving, but you won't let it be, let it be. When you say that we were coming around, and you won't let it be, let it be. Oh, I can still remember the scene, and we were dancing on a memory. I don't wanna love you no more, and I don't know if you were everything, but please don't take me out of your heart. It's that kind of love we couldn't keep. I don't want it falling apart, 'cause I don't wanna feel like dying. You always told me don't let it go. I'll never let you down. I'll let you down. I'll never let you down. I'll let you down. I'll never let you down. I'll let you down. I'll never. I'll let you down. I'll never let you down. I'll let you down. I'll never let you down. I'll let you down. I'll never let you down. I'll let you down. I'll never. I'll let you down. Try to find the light in misery. I'm hiding my hesitation. You flew too high. If I could only see all the time. I was running in the hours.
We already have one team that's made it through the gauntlet. Dr. Buhmann, they're in the CRL World's Grand Finals. For those who missed it, they've been consistent, they've been clean, they've been very hard to beat, and that's why they await Fisher or Northwood. And will the reigning world champions defend their crown, or will we have a completely new champ? It remains to be seen. Achieves. Welcome to the desk, sir.
Thank you. I'm glad to be here. It's been quite a day, to say the least. It's been exciting, a lot of goals, especially that last series. I was amazed that it started off with such a shootout, but I'm ready to keep going.
Hey, I'm ready to keep going, too. Hopefully, Bates can maybe be right with a prediction. We already know Hurt doesn't miss.
I had a tough day yesterday.
And
it comes back around.
I keep picking against EU. Well, I keep picking against Dr. Buhmann. I should say it. Dr. Buhmann keeps winning, so I don't know. I don't know if you take a look at the bracket. How did we get here? Dr. Buhmann, you see him on that bottom half. Took out Akron, took out Columbia. They await in the grand final. Northwood and Fisher. Northwood swept Berlin. That was a close series-ish in a way. Berlin didn't play bad. Fisher, Amsterdam. There's a lot of questions around this Fisher team who in a lot of people's mind thought that they were going to walk over them. But before you talk about that, get to the analysis. Achieves.
Yes.
Tell me this. How close is this matchup going to be on a scale of 1 to 10?
I'll give you a solid 6.5.
Okay, a solid 6.5. We'll figure out why he's saying 6.5. We got two teams. The reigning world champs about to go up against the underguards, the people who are made to beat them. Let's see them on the stage.
Introducing first the team of Buddy, Hockey, and Lion Blaze, the reigning, defending CRL champions of the world, the Northwood Timberwolves. And their opponents, the team of Sosa, Kinsey, and Money. They are the beasts of the East. They are the Fisher College Falcons.
I don't think anybody in the esports scene does it as good as Stacks. The introductions of both of these teams, they've been awaiting for each other the whole entire tournament.
Yes.
As they take their seats, Northwood Blue. Northwood Blue, they sit down first. We didn't have any issues this time around. Nobody got left behind. Lion Blaze or anybody wasn't awaiting that. These two squads, they're both looking really good. Fisher, they have had the struggles against Northwood, though. They were made to beat them. They formed their Kensei Money Sosa on paper, arguably the best team in the game, but they can't beat this Fisher squad. They've lost to them 3 times this season so far, and it might become a 4th in this matchup.
It's not going to be number 4 today, I don't think. I think out of all the teams here, there's been one team that I've been dead sure they're going to win every match so far, and it's been Northwood Blue. So, you know, history is what it is, but I think today's a different day. I think they put in a lot of work to get here, and I think they know what they're up against.
Yeah, they should know what they're up against. I talked to Fisher on Friday. I asked them, how are y'all feeling? What's the expectation? They said, Tyler, we're actually grinding. We want it. We understand it was online. We haven't won any of that, but we know we put in the time, we put in the grind, we have actual chance to beat them. Herc, looking at this team over here, Northwood, they never seem to be phased. They always on the stage. They haven't been pressed just yet. I think the best team that they played against was Valleyfield last year at the CRL World Championship. The only team that can make them bleed a little bit, does Fisher stand a chance?
No, I think you said it great. There was one team that was basically made to beat Northwood, and it would be Fisher. And I've been a Northwood supporter for quite some time, but I've been an even bigger Fisher fan. I'm a little nervous for them. The one thing that I will say is he knows he's #1, and so does Northwood. This is their element. So I feel like that's kind of what's giving them the upper hand in this series. But there's that other 3 points that Achieves is missing and is out of 10, and I feel like that's Fisher College's experience.
Fisher College's experience. The last time Fisher beat this Northwood Blue roster, I believe, was back on November 4th, 2022. That was the first time they played in league play, and since then it's been 3 up, 3 down. Northwood Blue's been handling this matchup. Fisher, they have a lot of work to do, but they have the talent. Look at them, starting off on money. In the earlier interview at Chiefs, he said, this is the real grand finals, and talking about this matchup right here. And he also said, we play our game, we should be able to beat them. Do you believe it?
You know, there's a lot of good things, and to be fair, I think everybody did play very well in that semifinal match over for Columbia. I think Money had an amazing series. They're playing incredibly well today. I think they're in top form, so there's opportunities here for Fisher. It's just I'm not willing to pick them just yet.
Not willing to pick them just yet. Sosa, he has land experience playing all the way back in 2019, I believe, at Canadian land alongside Com and Stokely. I think that's the players he played with.
That's old school.
No, that's old school. It's the old school 2019 land, but that was back in the day. He was a young pup. Now he's in college. Now he's trying to become a CRL World Champion. Who do y'all, out of these 2 teams, who has the better chance against Dr. Buhmann?
Ooh.
Northwood Blue.
Yeah, Northwood Blue for sure.
For sure?
I think again, it comes down to that CRL experience and understanding that the level of gameplay is up your alley kind of thing.
Yep.
Right? I feel like a lot of the times what I noticed during the regular season was when Fisher was ever thrown off, it usually came out because they weren't like fully prepared for what a true OG CRL team could throw at them.
Yeah, Fisher, I think there might be the better team on paper, maybe, arguably, maybe not. But I'll tell you this, Northwood Blue is definitely the better team in terms of cohesion, in terms of chemistry. They've been playing together. They also have the experience. They know what it takes to make a grand finals. That's something that you cannot overlook. Buddy doesn't even seem worried. He said, can we just get it on with already? Last season with the boys, he said, let me add another championship ring to the cabinet. They just seem so composed. Who do y'all at home think is going to take home this battle for the East? Northwood Blue, your reigning, defending CRL World Champions, or the upstarts, the upshots, Fisher College, Money, Sosa, Kensei. You hear 3 names like that, you think, wow, how does anybody compete with them? Well, I'll tell you this, Northwood Blue's been competing with them. They're not even worried. Best player in the league, Lion Blaze on their team. It's time to get into the predictions. Herc is never wrong so far. We'll see where she goes.
Keeping 100% is hard.
It is.
I honestly think this is the one that's going to throw me off. So you have a chance to get something right this weekend.
It's about you, though. What are you picking?
Yeah, oh, no. Oh,
you want me to go first?
You go first.
Okay, I'm definitely going to pick Northwood Blue. I think Fisher College, if you wanted me to pick him to beat Northwood here, you needed to absolutely go out there and smash Amsterdam earlier.
I think if I wanted to say, Fisher, you should have put them in the ground and said, no, we're coming for you. But it was a fairly tight series. And so I'm thinking that Northwood Blue should have this one today.
Her?
All right. I will accept if I'm wrong on this one, but I'm going in with full faith. I think Fisher is actually going to hand it to Northwood. I think the LAN experience and the composure is actually going to do something against Northwood Blue.
Oh, I think the Fisher College got an upset. Herc is never wrong here. And listen, I'm going to join her because she never gets
You guys just go against me.
I'm going to go against the reigning defending world champions. I think we're going to crown a new team, whether it be Dr. Buhmann or Fisher. What do y'all think back at home? 55% believe in Sosa Money and Kensei. Northwood Blue, your reigning defending world champions, trying to make a grand final for the second season in a row. Can Fisher stop them? We got Daz and Stacks for the call.
DreamHack Dallas! We've got Northwood Blue, your reigning defending world champions, up against the Fisher Falcons. The Death team split. Both teams on different sides of the field. We're gonna see who represents NA in the grand finals.
We know it will be North America taking on Europe. The historic grand final all by itself. How entertaining will it be? Kensei will bring this one to ground, and Buddy and Hockey all over it as Northwood defending their crown. Of course, they come into this season with the bullseye on their back, and they've taken on all comers and dismissed just about every single one of them without much effort. But now is where the pressure's on, and no tougher opponent at this stage than Fisher.
Fisher Falcons have definitely battled, and they've shown that they deserve to be in this position. But how will they play against Northwood here, who we know are comfortable, confident, and collected going into this particular matchup? We talked to Money earlier. He says he knows that they're, on paper, a better team. That being said, they have to get focused, they have to play their game, and they have to watch out because Northwood are going to try to disrupt them as this series continues on.
You hit a certain skill threshold where the individual skill does become secondary and team chemistry becomes the driving factor in whether or not a team is successful. Northwood checks all the boxes in this matchup. But remember, best of 7, it's a long series against this Fisher squad, and you know that individual talent is going to get theirs. Just a matter of how often and how much do they concede in the process. Lion Blaze will bring it out of the corner. Kensei right up to meet it. Drop down pass towards Money. It's still available, but Lion Blaze all over it. Nobody to spring downfield. And back and forth the teams go. Just kind of in this feeling out period, throwing jabs back and forth.
Yeah, and you can see Fisher just trying to look for each other in transition. Northwood on their side, clear the ball downfield. Let's see how Fisher can handle when we just send it upfield, play off that back wall. So far, Fisher have been up to the task.
Lion Blaze trying to get cute, getting around Sosa. Not going to happen. He's seen too much for too long. As now Hockey. Beaten out. Falls towards Lion Blaze. Took his time there. We've seen Northwood at times inviting the opposition to come challenge him, to make a play on the ball. They're trying to play over the top of them. Against Fisher, you could get burned a lot more often than you would in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, you gotta be very careful here because again, even though Northwood have controlled the possession here this game, Fisher has been the team that has put on more shots. They've also looked a little bit more dangerous in the offensive front. Keep in mind, halfway through game 1, things can change here on a snap.
Could have been right there, but Hockey ranges back. Playing over towards Buddy. Lion Blaze camping out in midfield, but this will be deflected back towards Money, and does he have a play?
Awkward.
No, it's real awkward. Lion Blaze started to retreat. He'll turn, fire, and score!
Lion Blaze lines it up, takes his opportunity in a perfect spot. You can see it again, just space given here. Sees where Sosa is, knew he had the beat on Money, and played it just under the defense. Great shooting from Lion Blaze.
Lion Blaze with his team leading 14th goal of the tournament. Now Hockey. Beaten out by Money. Will anybody else be forward for Fisher? Oh, they'll get an opportunity. It's Sosa. Denied by 2, and now Hockey will play it over top of Money. Steal the boost out of the corner. Kensei doing all he can, but it comes down towards Buddy, and this goes wayward. Never had a chance of getting by the defense, and not much of a rebound either.
keeping eyes on Fisher when they're on the defensive end, especially when Northwood starts to swarm their half. How can they communicate when they're under a lot of pressure is going to kind of decide how this series goes. Money gets that drop down, but Hockey does get back in time to clear it to the side wall.
Looked like Money really wanted to pinch that off the ceiling, but he ran out of gas on the way up. There, sniping the top left.
There's the control from Sosa. Takes his time. Beautiful first touch. Allows him to have so many options. And right when Northwood thought they had a read on him, he increased the pressure of it, pushing it bar down and in to tie up this game.
It's a short list of players that have scored more than Sosa in this tournament. That's his 16th on the weekend. This is blocked out towards the side. Buddy quickly up the wall, but Sosa there to stop him. Now Kinsey. Harassed by Lion Blaze and now back downfield. It's Hockey with the boost available, but he had to turn on the ball. Buddy was watching and he got caught. Sosa scores again.
The clear downfield. Hockey was put in a tough spot. You can see him trying to recover. Sosa just getting to the ball first. And Buddy, who had full faith in Hockey, gets caught out there on the defense. Sosa gets 2. Fisher get 2. They're in the lead.
Feed the hot hand until he goes cold, and he may never. Here goes Buddy. Right at Money, trying to generate a rebound. Hockey's waiting, but it's not coming to him as it's cleared out by Kinsey off of Hockey. And through traffic, Lion Blaze hit him where they ain't. Problem is, Money got there. Flip reset, couldn't get by him. Now Sosa, denied by Lion Blaze, and he can't get past midfield. It's Kinsey in the way. That means he's still downfield, though, for this ball, so Money's got to be careful. Down towards Sosa, and Hockey can line this up, but he got caught backtracking a little bit. Couldn't get the momentum he wanted.
Look, I love how these passes are starting to get cut out. That being said, this one off the back wall. Kinsey was in a tough spot. Stopped Lion Blaze, who was bearing down on him, and is able to get that demo. Ball still in the midfield. There's some misses downfield, but you're seeing bumps here as well. Fisher's still able to maintain control, even though the entire team has been demoed here. Final 10 seconds. Northwood looking for a push. Buddy can't get it past 1. Kinsey's in the backfield. Money's on the top of the wall. Will we see a final shot from Northwood as they try to keep possession? Ball is up, and it's down. Fisher Falcons take game 1.
I think a lot of people had kind of reached a foregone conclusion that it would be Northwood defending their crown in the grand finals, and Fisher says, not so fast, my friend, as Fisher gets game 1. A hard-fought game 1 that it was, led primarily by Sosa. You see the early goal from Lion Blaze, and you thought, okay, this is the beginning of the end, but then Sosa came alive. Sniped the top left, then snuck one past Buddy, and that's all it takes. 1 goal separates Fisher and Northwood, and they did it without Kinsey doing a whole heck of a lot there, and imagine how dangerous this team is going to be once he's getting into triple digits and getting shot after shot.
Exactly, that's the biggest thing here. Kinsey did not have a good game, so to speak, but didn't need to. Sosa, again, stepping up, leveling up there. Kinsey did everything he could in the midfield to kind of facilitate things, which is solid as well. And you look here at Northwood, they were trying again to get the pass lanes, to get these long, clear counterattacks, but Fisher's a team full of experienced Rocket League players who are aware of all of these types of things, know how to get in front of them. Northwood are going to have to work here in this series, and Fisher has made that a clear statement with their Game 1 win.
Falcons making the claim they've saved their best for last. Northwood hasn't struggled against many teams. Lion Blaze will sky one up for Hockey to chase, looking for Buddy. There's that team chemistry, but it just kind of dies at the end. Lion Blaze lobbing another in. Money's got this, and here goes Sosa out of the corner with a full tank of boost.
Ball so far has been kind of pushed over towards the Fisher side. We've been seeing them, again, strong clears, demos out in front. Northwood doing what they can to disrupt Fisher on the defensive end. But so far, they've been able to manage it in transition. Sosa with a strong carry. He's got it! Sosa strikes! That's his 3rd goal of the series.
At 100% here in game 2. 1 for 1, beating Buddy again. He was close, but close only counts in horseshoes. 1-0 to the Falcons.
And now, I'm telling you, you said it yourself, feed the hot hand. And if there's any indication that Sosa's warming up or heating up, it's right now. Northwood trying to get things under control, but the pressure still continues. 2 shots there off the kickoff.
Boy, Fisher all over Northwood here in the second game. Remember, best of 7. If they get a win here, they're only halfway through to the grand finals. Teams do have a timeout here at this stage as it goes just high and wide. And Hockey, well, in the direction of Buddy, but way up high. Buddy wasn't able to chase it down. Hockey's got to make the save. Rebound by Money, no. And Kinsey couldn't quite get to it as that is dismissed out to the corner. But again, Fisher continues this relentless barrage on the blue half of the field.
Yeah, they end up giving Northwood a taste of their own medicine. Ooh, Lion Blaze, key stop there to slow down Sosa. He had that one red. This one into the midfield, and again, Lion Blaze. Once again, getting these touches to try to clear out the ball, doing as much as he can in order to maintain and manage this Fisher pressure that seems to build. Northwood Blue have not been able to get out of their own end.
Well, they finally do, but for how long? Money over towards Kinsey, and boy, he just drove a circle around Buddy to take this downfield. It'll fall back towards Money now. Inside 3 minutes, trying to beat 2, and Kinsey will just have that high and wide. Sosa ran into Money on the way. That threw off Lion Blaze's defense. It's a complete mess on the Northwood half of the field. You'd feel like they should get out of the zone, but instead they just let Sosa bring this central. Money now up high. Sosa to the corner to try and steal some boost. They've got to just get one downfield, but have somebody down there like Buddy is now. Got a piece of Money, and Hockey can't keep it centered. Lion Blaze got to retreat to stop Sosa.
Yeah, he's able to retreat, stop Sosa, but Sosa can get in the bump. Open lane! Money! No, it's denied on the goal line! Hockey gets there in time! We are still in a 1-goal game!
Northwood getting a refund as Buddy will have to roll one out, but it's right at Kinsey. Up to the skies. Money is there too, and Hockey.
Sosa's alone.
Only one to beat.
Buddy leading front.
Running forward.
Oh no! Wait, it's not in! Yes! That was a disaster! They tried to sit in the house. You saw the counterattack going. Sosa had to increase the pace there. Got pushed past him. Bar down and in off of Money. And Fisher, who had so much control, let things slip through their hands like water.
I know it's common to try and use the crossbar on defense, but maybe not in that exact way.
No.
Money trying to dish one over towards Kinsey, and Kinsey had to retreat. Now Buddy and Hockey trying to work in tandem downfield. Hockey shot on is head off by Money, follow from Lion Blaze. Easily dismissed by Kinsey, and now Sosa way downfield, and Hockey's got the save.
Now Northwood starting to feel a little bit more comfortable after they got that equalizer. You see bumps coming out of the play. Lion Blaze with a quick beat. Fisher, as fast as they were playing, did seem a little out of sorts once they ended up sending the full house. I think this one was kind of a, okay, make sure you understand exactly what you're doing when you move into that offensive front. They've tried to reset here. Lead block chance there, and Hockey will not get bumped out of the way. A minute remaining here. Northwood and Fisher kind of in a stalemate as they both battle back and forth from each other's end.
Very long, grindy passions for these. Whoa! And then a quick hitter because he's Sosa and you're not.
Look at this, initial setup. Kinsey, give it back to me. Kinsey, perfect pass. Sosa to the top left slot. That's what you want to see out of a superstar player. Sosa stepping up to give Fisher the lead.
Make somebody other than Sosa beat you. And so far, they haven't been able to do that. Northwood struggling to find an answer as Hockey had that law lined up. And now we dip inside 40 seconds. Wonder if there could be a timeout in the future here from Coach Evolve in this Northwood squad if they manage to drop 2 in a row. Lion Blaze, quick shot. Dealt aside by Money. Who's got this now? Buddy, again intercepted by Money. 20 seconds separating Fisher from a 2-0 series lead, and Sosa.
Oh my God!
Sometimes it's just your day.
And that just, you can almost feel the relaxation on the side of Fisher after they get this. It's a light bump, and it's really unfortunate if you're a Northwood fan. That one is tough to see, but Fisher in the driver's seat as the clock ticks down.
An aggressive kickoff out of Northwood. They're trying to get a quick hitter here so they have a chance at a kickoff goal to tie, but it is not in the cards It is all Fischer. It is all Sosa with a 2-0 lead now over the reigning world champions. That wall is getting ever closer as Northwood find themselves looking up at a 2-0 deficit.
2 games back to back and things looking really comfortable on the side of Fischer. Sosa is having a series so far, has been heating up and looking so much more impressive. On the side of Northwood, we've seen signs of life here, but it hasn't been as consistent and as dominant as we've seen so far in this tournament. Fischer Falcons feel like they have a read on them. They had most of the possession for that game. They had most of the pressure. Oh man, and you see Sosa getting as electric as that is, that can only be a bad sign for Northwood.
Money, 1 assist. Kinsey, 2 assists. They came in that game. He got going. A hat trick for Sosa. 5 goals in the series. He's got them all so far for the Falcons.
Yeah, and I mean, when you see someone shooting that way, you got to give credit to Kinsey and Money. We talked about Kinsey in that last game, only having 86 points. This time, he's able to provide 2 assists out of 3 goals for Sosa, get a save in as well, and was very proactive on the ball. Money was proactive on and off the ball, which made a big difference in maintaining possession in that upper half. Now you go into this game here specifically. No timeout called by Northwood Blue. They want to keep playing on. But Fischer, the momentum has been building for them. And will they be able to put this series on match point here? Big game 3.
It could turn into a tidal wave if Sosa's allowed to run free as he has been so far in the first 10 minutes. Buddy up to the sky, but Money's got it away. So now Hockey over towards Lion Blaze. Brought back in, but Buddy can't chase it down. Did get a demo though behind the play. Lion Blaze up through traffic, and Sosa just enough to slow him down, and the defense recovers.
Again, you can see Fischer just trying to get those little passes in transition. But more of the demos are starting to come out on the side of Northwood. They just haven't been able to kind of capitalize on that free space just yet. They're starting to, as you can see them, get pressing forward, keeping Fischer in their own half.
Buddy trying to be a nuisance. Got a boost steal, got a demo, got a shot that was wide on an open net otherwise. Oh, a missed opportunity there for the Timberwolves, and now it's Lion Blaze. Indirect back in front, trying to dunk on Sosa, and he has!
Lion Blaze staying on top of the ball. Again, that Northwood pressure starting to show. Sosa a little late on the flip. Lion Blaze has won way too many 1 series to know exactly how to play that 50. Northwood with the lead.
The question could be answered at the end of this series. Will we be saying "and new" at the end of the grand finals? If Fischer continue to have their way, we will. The reigning champs fighting back here at DFH Stadium. Kinsey through Buddy. Downfield, Hockey could power it away, and he does. Does he have anybody downfield? He does. And now Buddy's going to stay down there. He might just camp out on the orange half of the field, and had he been a half second faster, that goes in the net.
And then you saw a little bit of hesitation from Kinsey. Didn't want to immediately go for that ball. Picked the right time. Money low boost, so has to send it over to the corner, but Lion Blaze is there too. Even Lion Blaze, low boost, doesn't rotate all the way back. Instead repositions to try to see if he can get a touch to set up his teammate. No one really scared to retreat here. The positioning has been on from both sides in game 3.
That just means the team could get caught with their hand in the cookie jar as this goes out central. Kinsey well wide. Sosa's over there. Buddy in reverse. Able to make the stop, and he can finally turn around as Hockey clears the center line. Now Buddy coming on. Around the boards, Kinsey there to meet him. Lion Blaze can't do anything with Kinsey's effort, so he does slow the ball down enough. Money will take over.
You see Buddy here trying to control it. Again, buying his team some time to really get back and get boosted up. A little bit low on the boost there on the side of Northwood, and a little bit of a confusion there too. As you saw Hockey wanting to take control, that might be a big lapse here. But the clear does come downfield. Northwood get more space halfway through the game. It does feel like they've kind of gotten themselves back under control here. They need to extend the lead, otherwise, we've seen Fischer kind of go on these spurts of strong offense.
One-on-one, Lion Blaze Kinsey, but Kinsey does enough. Follow up here is just wide, and didn't look like anybody was going to get to it. Now Money back out. Northwood trying to put the clamps down now on the Falcons. Sustained pressure. Rebounds. Another opportunity gone by the wayside though. Kinsey trying to weave through, and Hockey shut him down.
Good on Kinsey to get that pop. Here's Money. What big miss there from Money. Sosa tried to get a little flick over, was denied by Hockey. Ball in the midfield, Buddy got it! Pass to Buddy, and Buddy slots it home!
It's the individual talent of Fisher against the teamwork of Northwood. What a pass, better shot, and a 2-0 lead now for Northwood.
And now you start to really see Northwood just understanding what they needed to do. They made their adjustments in their play style here. The counterattack worked very good for them. And when they have that lead, they've been able to manage it really well. They've just been pulling Fisher out.
Well, this is launched back in, and Lion Blaze gonna have a tough time following it up, so Buddy's gotta take charge. With Hockey still waiting at the goal line, he'll climb the ladder on the back wall, and it's Lion Blaze now himself. Try to keep this close to the vest. Let his teammates get in position like Buddy just has. It was a tough commit in the corner. Hockey, Janitor, oh, what a save! Now Buddy try to lob one in, and Sosa recovers. Oh, another golden opportunity for the Timberwolves, but that's gone by the wayside.
And Fisher is trying to get things going the other end. You saw the strong clear downfield. They want to get some field presence. They are under the timer, and it does not look favorable for them. We're approaching the final minute. They need a play on this drive. Sosa tries to start things off. You see Money, though. He got the backflip. He has to retreat.
I almost feel like Sosa had his takeover just kind of wilt away after getting dunked on the goal line earlier in this game. 5 goals. He's got them all for Fisher.
That's a good ball.
Now a drop down to Kinsey. Well placed, and Fisher's on the board.
3-man play here. Money sees Sosa. Sosa back down. I don't know if that was going in or not, but Kinsey made sure that ball would hit the back of the net. Everybody getting involved from Fisher. 45 seconds now to see if they can equalize.
Oh, it was Kinsey just getting a piece of that, following up on the kickoff. Now Money goes right to the wall, missed the ball entirely. Sosa got that through Hockey, though, and he got past Lion Blaze. Is the bank open? No, Money couldn't drive it home.
He's up so quickly here. Fisher do not want to give up this ball, though. Light touch from Sosa. There's space here for Money to work with as he tries to pick it up. But can he get this central to a teammate? Hockey with good control. That's a good bounce. Sosa is able to get that off the back wall. Money's shot is good! Back to back from Fisher! They are fighting to the last second!
The question was asked, could somebody other than Sosa beat Northwood? Money, Kinsey, yes! 14 seconds remain, and if Northwood dropped this game, it would be crippling to the world champs.
I don't know if a timeout, you need 2 if you end up dropping this one. They had so much control, but now in the final seconds it's slipped. Hockey wants to make something happen. Ball in the corner, bounces off. Buddy, no wait, this is still in the air. Lion Blaze wants it to hit the ground, and it will. Overtime in game 3. If Fisher take this, we go to match point.
Quadruple match point at that. Northwood drops this game. They need to pray to whatever deity West Virginia had prayed to on day 1. Sosa up high, looking to break their precious hearts, but not this time, as Lion Blaze will have it away. But he did not follow it up initially, and that's still available for the Falcons.
They got a lot of boost too. They end up taking the boost off the corner. Money has to get a piece of this. Someone has to get a piece of this because Buddy was playing the miss all day long. Northwood were low on boost, but that drive gave them so much space. Now it's Fisher who has to try to take control.
That is a dangerous, dangerous ball, but Buddy and Hockey able to work out in tandem. Hockey still waiting for the pass. It's not going to get to him, and almost cleared past Lion Blaze. Buddy's shot requires Money to jump into action, and what an electric first minute of overtime we've had here with so much on the line in this OT alone.
Kinsey looking for that control there. This ball goes to Sosa. Can Sosa create? Kinsey actually got a demo there on Buddy, but it isn't enough. They can't keep this ball out in front. They've been playing the 50 game and they've been losing so far. They have to retreat and let Northwood in their space.
Oh, it fell out towards Hockey, but Money will just scamper away with it.
Off the ceiling.
Call his own number, he sure did, but this is back out towards Kinsey. We had to play it back. Lion Blaze whiffed on it, and Buddy wasn't able to follow up the play. Now they're all in retreat mode. Money out of the corner. Kinsey for the win!
Kinsey with a big blow to Northwood. They sent the house. The counter came through, and Kinsey beats out Buddy. Fisher about to stun the CRL World Championships. I cannot believe this series on match point against Northwood Blue, a team that most people going into this tournament thought would take the whole thing. They are on the brink of elimination.
We just saw something we don't normally see, duress on the faces of Northwood, as they are now looking at what might be an impossible task. We look back at how it happened. It looked like Northwood had this one in the bag, and they did for 4 minutes, but you play 5 in Rocket League. And this one finished it off with Fisher College taking a 3-0 lead. Northwood had that timeout in their pocket. They'll use it now as we look at where Sosa doesn't score, everybody else picks up the slack.
Everybody else does pick up the slack, and Fisher ended up picking up the pace late. Normally, sometimes it's too late for teams to get back into the game. You think about it, they were down by 2, they get a goal with the 45 seconds left, and then they increase that pace and pressure. And Northwood it felt like they didn't know how to handle it. Now, you go back and you look at them during this timeout, T-Base had said it on the desk, they didn't look worried. Then, going into the game, they certainly look a little worried now.
There is a lot to be worried about for the Midland faithful here, as Northwood on the ropes and falling through the ropes. If this gets any worse here as we get ready to load up Utopia. Again, timeout called here by Northwood. Teams do get that timeout, 1 per series in the best of 7 stage. They'll have it for the grand finals too, whoever should get there to take on Dr. Buhmann Academy. We know it will be NA versus Europe. Will it be the reigning and defending champions overcoming all the odds here in a 3-0 deficit? Or will it be the uncrowned beasts of the East in Fisher College?
Now they're just taking time, talking things over. This is definitely going to be a timeout that, because again, it's series changing here for Northwood. Normally they come in, they have things figured out. And I think, honestly, a big portion of this is slowing down Fisher. Because again, once they get hot, you can see it, the players kind of start to take over. And even though it was Sosa the first 2 games, he didn't really get those opportunities, but the rest of the team did, just showing how strong that squad is. Now we're going into Utopia Coliseum with the skybox seats here. We're getting ready to set up what could be a stunning win for Fisher. Can they cement themselves in the grand final? Will we have a new CRL World Champion at the end of this?
One step closer to finding out at the end of this series. Hockey, they're up against it now. Buddy, way up high. Rebound available for Lion Blaze. No, Buddy dishes it off to the corner. And Kinsey will collect past 1. The margin for error is non-existent now for Northwood. All the mistakes they've made in previous matches where they've gotten away with it, they will not against Fisher in these closeout opportunities, 4 of them at most for the Falcons.
Northwood pull off a best of 7 reverse sweep in a live environment, something that is so hard to do. Hockey wants to start off. He gets the double! Hockey strikes with the bump on the play, and Northwood are in front.
Hockey's first goal of the series. Good time to score it, just past Kinsey. Caught Fisher trying to recover, and Northwood strikes first as they did in game 3. What else do they have up their sleeve? It's Fisher's turn to answer. Money now, second touch needed to try and control this, and he's done so. Still in front, but now Buddy trying to play it close to the vest. Lion Blaze baiting out the defense, but there is Sosa. Nobody following up that lateral play off the wall, and the Falcons are invited once again into Northwood territory. That shot dismissed by Buddy. What does Sosa have? Oh, he was looking to kind of ferry that over to Money, but it's rejected by Hockey.
And the Falcons, get through and be able to close out. Sometimes closeout games are another level of pressure. We'll see how things are going. This is close, though. No one hitting the ball on the side of Northwood. It just floats in the goal line of Fisher, and it's still a 1-goal game. Hockey was trying to make something happen there, but was denied.
I don't know what Buddy was trying to do there. If he was trying to maybe cleverly play that past the inside-out defense, you at least got to hit it. And whatever the defense does after that, that happens. Lion Blaze, serve one up to Buddy, and he didn't have quite the read on it. Here goes Kinsey. No, Lion Blaze stops him. Money sniped the bottom right. It couldn't have gone anywhere else, but it did.
Well, you need a perfect shot. There's Money. Buddy, he's been electric earlier today. He's stepping up now. That's the only place Northwood wasn't. And Fisher, with the equalization, every single player on that orange side showing their stuff when needed.
Here goes Sosa looking for more. Lion Blaze will just kind of volleyball pass that over to Hockey. He'll have Buddy running underneath. Buddy will chase this play down, but it's Lion Blaze too committed, and that goes wide. An opportunity there for Northwood, but we remain tied right at the halfway mark now of game 4. The first of 4 that Northwood has to win to even have a chance at retaining their title and defending against Buhmann later.
It was a little awkward there. Kinsey was at a boost. Money wanted to help out, but they ended up crashing into each other. Had to kind of bounce back there, and Northwood tried to jump on the opportunity. Now they still have to play the ball out of their own end as they're looking for a way up front.
Sosa got nudged by Lion Blaze there. He couldn't follow that play up. And then Kinsey beats Lion Blaze. Lion is all over the field right now, and he feel like he has to be. He is the guy on this Northwood roster. Lobbed into the corner. Money back towards the net. Sosa's there, but Hockey just in front of him.
Nice touch out from Lion Blaze, trying to set up Buddy, but Buddy just has to play this one off the wall. Doesn't make contact though. Ball off the backboard. Someone needs to go up because you know Lion Blaze is going to be bearing down there. And this one pitch all the way downfield. Is it going in? It is! What happens there? Fisher now with the lead off of this aggressive challenge. It just goes the completely opposite way for Northwood.
Hockey and Lion Blaze in a conga line on their way back to the defensive end, and they just got caught. Minute 36 for Fisher to dethrone the world champs. Hockey, Lion Blaze, leave it for Buddy, and Sosa will reflect it back. And then he deletes Lion Blaze off the field. Northwood have to do it without their leader. As Kinsey over towards Buddy, it'll fall out to Lion Blaze to tie. No, Buddy got a turn on it, and he's still there. Sosa and Lion Blaze tie game.
Awkwardness on the side of Fisher. No one able to make contact. Sosa was trying to block Buddy, and he thought he had to clear out, but Lion Blaze was there. The Timberwolves strike when Fisher Falcons are weakest. We got a tied up game, a minute 13 to go.
Are you not at least entertained? Into the zone, Lion Blaze. Don't want to leave this to overtime. Got to take care of it in regulation. We know how deadly Fisher can be.
No way!
Wide open for the second time.
2 back-to-back open nets. And Fisher, again, you see the aggression. Hockey was looking for the bump. Buddy was trying to play the challenge, but just wasn't in the right position. It gets through, and Fisher, once again, putting the pressure on Northwood. They have to outscore them, and they need to do it. Minute remaining in regulation.
There could be a tendency for teams to turtle up in this situation, but I feel like you've got to go get an insurance ball. Oh, that is a double commit. Lion Blaze sailing in, Buddy played it away from him. Now Hockey, shot wide, and Sosa does not allow the rebound. Northwood cannot allow anything else through. If they do, it's a TKO. Now it's Kinsey, double tap, no. Follow up from Money is denied, and then Sosa had to pump the brakes so he could turn around on this.
Yeah, Lion Blaze does get bumped. Oh, Demo on the play. Hockey needs to score this. No, Kinsey with the denial. 20 seconds to go. Northwood still have the ball in the orange half. They cannot let this one slip away.
20 miles an hour might get past anybody else, but not Fisher. Gotta have a hard shot on here. Out of the corner, Kinsey loose in front, and Lion Blaze has it swatted away from him. The reigning champs have no time on the clock, and they have no lifeline. Fisher, College, and new.
We will have a new world champion at the end of this CRL World Championship. Fisher Falcons do the unthinkable. 4-0 win against Northwood. Well deserved, well fought, and my goodness, I'm just stunned. I cannot believe what we've witnessed here.
Unbelievable. And I think the relative silence out there as well. There was a brief roar, of course, from the Fisher fans, but I think it's finally setting in. the world champs have been swept out in the semifinals. And how dominant was Sosa in this series? Just an incredible scoreline. He scored the first 5 for the Falcons, added a couple of assists as well, and then it was the Kinsey show as he took over 2 wide open nets. As you see the squad celebrating there, Tasek behind the team. Congratulations in order for the Fisher Falcons, who move on to the grand finals. They said, Money said, this was the grand final. Well, now it becomes a reality with Buhmann Academy waiting in the wings.
Greatness is not given, it is earned. And Fisher Falcons earned that win. And in the level that they did, you gotta wonder, is this team gonna be the team that takes the trophy at the end of the day?
Well, to be the man, you gotta beat the man, and Fisher College has done just that, but their road is not done just yet. Even before they contend with Buhmann Academy, they have the ever-imposing Subi Smash on stage for an interview.
Fisher Falcons find themselves in the grand finals, and I'm joined up here by Sosa. And Sosa, you absolutely took over in games 1 and 2. You had all 5 goals. What was the motivation coming in here facing the former champs?
I just knew I was the best player on the field, so I knew I could dominate, and that's what I did.
I mean, it was a domination through and through. And historically, you guys have struggled against this team. What did you guys change up from mid-season to this point to take them down in a 4-0 sweep?
Well, we actually just prepared a bit more. We scrimmed more, we practiced more, and it paid off, so that's it.
Again, the scrims, the practice, it seems like the motivation is always paying off. Now, what would it mean to win a world championship and etch your name into the CRL history books?
It would mean everything. Since the start of the year, we were always wanting to, we always said, wait till Worlds, wait till Worlds, wait till Worlds, and now we're here, and now we're gonna win it.
So again, I've asked Dr. Buhmann when they won, it's gotta be adrenaline rush. Now you gotta calm back down. You gotta silence the crowd noise before you take the stage. How do you do that? How do you focus on your mentality right now to not get too high?
I'm just focused on myself, staying humble, and I'm still confident going into it, so that's it.
You'd love to see it. And the grand final stage has officially been set. There is going to be a new champion crown. DreamHack Dallas, make some noise before the grand finals begin.
I'm the best player on the pitch. I have no competition, juxtaposed to I'm just really humble.
I'm trying to stay humble,
I'm trying to stay humble, keep composed, and everything else in between. Big ups to Fisher. They take out the reigning world champions, but now there will be a new CRL World Champion by the end of it. And Herc, say it with me. Herc never runs! Herc is on fire, baby. She not missing. Herc, tell me, every single time you pick, I don't think you ever been wrong on the desk.
No, I think it's like the noob buff. Like, I came in here ready to go. I just had to make sure my first time on land, I had to show someone up. I felt like you might have been the easiest one.
I think I'm the easiest one right now. You guys are both, every time you go against me, I've been wrong. You guys are slaying it. I clearly am not seeing something right, as clearly neither was Northwood here in these highlights. Could not figure out how to stop, and that was a pretty expansive play right there.
Yeah. I mean, Sosa said it in his interview. He said a lot of things, but one thing I do know is that this Fisher College team, they've been focusing on a lot of RLCS. They don't scrim as much. Over here, I talked to them on Thursday. They've been practicing. They've been working. They've been scrimming some bubble-ish teams, even in Rocket League, just a combination of rank A, rank S level players, some of the best in the game, and they've been getting prepared. This is probably the most they prepared the whole entire season, and the result shows. Playing against Amsterdam, they looked a little rough. Amsterdam not as good as Northwood Blue. But I did talk to Money as well, and he said at RLCS, I feel more comfortable playing the G2s of the NRGs. I don't feel as comfortable playing the lower bubble level teams because I don't know what to expect. Maybe that was the case of that against Amsterdam. Northwood Blue, they expect Lion Blades, Buddy Hockey to make the plays, and they took advantage of Chiefs.
Yeah, they absolutely did. And I got to say, it's been a while since it felt like there hasn't been a clear favorite in CRL, so it's great to see Fisher come out here and really put the smackdown on a really, really talented Northwood Blue roster. And it's looking good for that grand final. Tylacto can be happy. We can be happy. It's all going to be a great time.
It's going to be a great time. Dr. Buhmann Fisher, NA versus EU. Man, it's feeling like the RLCS a little bit.
Yeah, you can't get away from it, can you?
I can't get away from it. But
you never get enough of it.
But see, the key difference is, I want to know, y'all know the key difference?
What is it?
What?
There's no France. there's no France on the other side. There's no France on the other side to stop the North Americans. So it remains to be seen that NA can win a final against EU without a French person against them. That's gonna be something special. Fisher going up against Dr. Buhmann. They've been the two best teams all weekend. That will be our CRL World's grand final. We're going to give Fisher a little bit of a break, extra rest, a little extra reprieve so they can recover and then locked in for the grand finals. Don't go anywhere. CRL grand finals coming up next.
It's leading to opportunities like this. Ahmad off the ceiling. Ahmad with the 7 from heaven. I get higher, I never tire. I'm a promise. Reality, can they get control of this? Pop back from a towel as he takes control. What? Are you kidding me? Is this really happening? It's really happening. It actually happened. Fortune favors Liquid.
This one flipped out. First killer. Does he have a flip? He's trying to use it to pass down. It's unbelievable.
Game 5. Double match point on the line. Fury and Moist 5 minutes away from discovering who will have all of that on their side. It won another, rises under pressure. That was a forced mistake. Matrix is around the demo, gets the ball. He's now taking it up to the side of the field. On the reset, can he outplay everybody? That was otherworldly.
Everything around me is starting to turn black. Don't tell me you're hurt again. Tell me how wrong I am. Tell me how it's all my fault. Yeah, I've met my match again, starting from scratch again. Where is the pleasure in all this pain? Don't you lie to me and say it's all okay when it feels like I'm drowning. I hate to say goodbye, but it's time to go. All I need is someone I've never felt more divided than now. Every word that leaves your lips never means how it sounds. You've conquered the best of me, could have just set me free. Games that you play are just sickening. And now I'm beside myself, no one in hell. Let me just go, let me just go. And don't you lie to me and say it's all okay when it feels like I'm drowning. I hate to say goodbye, but it's time to go. All I need is someone
When it's coming at you like monsters in the night, and you feel the danger that makes you wanna hide. When the cards are stacked against you and you're standing on the edge, now's the time, now's the time. Think about all the dreams you keep inside. Think about all the ones you love. I know this beating heart will be my guide. I know that we can overcome. When the world's so cold and we're losing hope, I need her, I need her. When the darkness comes and we're overrun, yeah, I need her. That's when we need each other. 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 When you're falling faster and don't know where you are, you feel the danger closer than your heart. When the weight is getting heavy and the future is unsteady, close your eyes, close your eyes. Think about all the dreams you keep inside. Think about all the ones you love. I know this beating heart
We on the top and we ain't gonna fall. It's an obsession, a habit you call. We hitting automatic, never stall. Only got one tactic, do it all. I'm from the bottom, I hate what I saw. I couldn't walk, so I learned how to crawl. They wanna talk when you're back to the wall. So I say let 'em, I ain't moving small. Money grows from my intuition. I just bought a crib, that's my first edition. People hate it when you claim a vision, but I use a static when I hit ignition. Hungry moves, I'm faster in a minute. I stay fresh to death, I'm in a mint condition. Forge a heat, no matter where I've been, and give me any place, and it'll be a kitchen. This how we flow to the top. I'm on a wave and it never gon' stop. I hit a 3, now we running the clock. 24 seconds, I still block your shot. I'm making this an eternal spot. Permanent stain in the flow, ink blot. Don't step to me when I get too hot. I'ma end your life and it's all you got. We on the top and we ain't gonna fall. It's an obsession, a habit you call. We hitting automatic, never stall. Only got one tactic, do it all. I'm from the bottom, I hate what I saw. I couldn't walk, so I learned how to crawl. They wanna talk when you're back to the wall. So I say let 'em, I ain't moving small. Homemade flow, I'm a PVC. There ain't one player out doing just like me. Heart rate froze, check the EKG. I hate wasting time, no eventually. Routine work when nobody see, but I ain't feel the stress, I know it's meant to be. 30 beats, I'm on a killing spree. I made every song in my discography. Yeah, that's every cent, every dollar. I ain't tryna listen to a broke scholar. Making moves to make the money taller. To the cash topping on the Eiffel Tower. Labels calling, I won't wear their collar. With my own drive, I can take it farther. Do it myself, don't ever bother. Been self-made now, shout out to my father. We on the top and we ain't gonna fall. It's an obsession, a habit you call. We hitting automatic, never stall. Only got one tactic, do it all. I'm from the bottom, I hate what I saw. I couldn't walk, so I learned how to crawl. They wanna talk when you're back to the wall. So I say let 'em, I ain't moving small.
And then there were 16 teams started on Friday. They all had hopes, they all had dreams, they all had aspirations of making it to this point. We had a reigning world champion. They had only dropped 2 games all last year. They had barely been tested this year. Fisher was made to beat them, and they did just that. Join me on the desk, T-Base, Hercules, aka Miss Never Wrong, Achieves, Anti-Lacto. Lacto EU, you've been doing well. You're all the way in the grand finals.
As expected. As expected, T-Bates. I had Dr. Buhmann making it to the grand final before the tournament, and they did just that. Some things didn't go as expected, though. The previous series coming into it, Buddy had said for Northwood, I don't think anyone can beat us. They couldn't even beat Fisher once.
Well, to be fair, after every single interview today, every team has said, as long as we play our game, or we're just that much better, or it doesn't matter because I'm just the best player on the pitch.
I'm just the best and I'm so humble.
The interviews have been nothing short of, I'm just better than you, and we don't expect to lose anybody. So I don't know how much stock we could put in Buddy saying nobody can beat us. So, but I think also what needs to be taken into account is maybe Northwood was overlooking Fisher. They've been beating them for the past X months.
Forever.
X months. So they might have not thought that Fisher was really that much of a challenge, and they might have been looking forward to Dr. Buhmann. Something that Money in particular said. He said that's the real grand final. We're not gonna be worried about Dr. Buhmann or Columbia. Achieves, is that gonna come back to bite him?
Oh, I don't know. It's come back to bite a couple teams today already. I may have learned from the San Diego Major that defense is a lot better than I think it perhaps should be in this day and age. With all these teams making some sick defense.
That is a discussion point you have raised, Achieves. If you guys can't hear T-Bates when all the Dr. Buhmann series are going on, it's defense shouldn't be this good. They don't do anything. They can't air dribble. Why are they so bad? And they just keep scoring. It's so strange, T-Bates. What's the problem?
I have never said once that they're bad. I have never said once that they're bad. Don't slander me like that. I'm respecting it. They keep winning and are winning it the right way. Like I said at the beginning of the game, at the beginning of the show, I should say, if you want to learn how to play Rocket League, I really do think you need to go watch Dr. Buhmann gameplay. And that's how you truly do rank up. It's not all about the flash. It's not all about the mechanics. It might not be the prettiest game, but it's just about winning. That's what Sai said in the interview, and that's something you got to respect. That's something that EU has always understood over NA. Over NA, let's take a look at the bracket here, see how we got here, just in case you're just now tuning in. We started off the day with 8 teams, 4 NA, 4 EU. We're now down to one each for each region. Achieves, What surprised you the most today? Was it that semifinal Northwood Blue?
Yeah, I think the 4-0 Fisher over Northwood Blue is probably the one that crushed my soul the most. But across the board, today has been quite exciting. I will say, Dr. Buhmann going straight through Akron Blue in such convincing fashion and the same way to Columbia and being so sound was also a great joy to watch, though.
Talacto?
I agree. It has to be Northwood Blue against Fisher in the manner of which the result happened. I was pleasantly surprised by the fact that Amsterdam played Fisher so close, and if not for a couple really poor defensive plays in the ending seconds of games 1 and 3, that could have easily gone the distance, but I can't really believe we're talking about a world where Amsterdam put up more of a fight against Fisher than Northwood, although it's a bit unfair, given that those
Put your hands up when you're in the crowd. What's going on? Look at the camera. Give me some energy. What's going on?
Asking you, Joe.
I know. I want to see some energy coming out of people. Y'all out here, y'all performing. Look at the EU boys. I see T-Gray. I see Twin. I see everybody up in there. We got a full crowd right here. Full crowd right here, I do believe. Oh, look at the EU boys. You got the camera facing wrong. Turn the laptop. Turn it. No. That's that EU education. I am so
Sigmoid. He just could never figure
the
it
whole
out.
Sosa sign.
Oh my gosh, we got a packed house out here for the grand finals. I think everybody, I don't know who's everybody rooting for though. I have no idea. I know there's an EU selection over there. They all lost their voices. I don't know how loud they can get. Anyways, it's time to almost get into the matchup. Fisher going up against Dr. Buhmann. We're going to get a new CRL World Champion by the conclusion of this matchup, and it couldn't have been any better, Talacto.
Absolutely not. You got 2 Americans and a Canadian. You got 2 Germans and an Austrian. It's perfectly balanced, but in terms of the way they got here, it's all a little different because Dr. Buhmann, great series beating Columbia 4-1, but again, Fisher sweeping Northwood is different gravy.
It really is different gravy in the words of CJ, DreamHack Dallas. Please welcome in your CRL Grand Finalist.
This is the grand final of the 2023 CRL World Championship. Introducing first, a freshman from Selma, California, Money. A freshman from Montreal, Quebec, Canada, Sosa. And a freshman from Virginia, Kinsey. Along with their coach from Rhode Island, Taysach. Representing CRL's Eastern Conference, the Fisher Falcons.
This Fisher team, they defied all odds. They lost their last 3 games against Northwood Blue, and they said, we're not even worried. We're going to boot camp for a week, and we're going to end up becoming better than you.
Did you hear the most terrifying thing that Stack said there?
What'd he say?
3 freshmen. That's the scariest thing. This could go on for a while.
And yeah, it could go on for a while. Could be a new dynasty in the making from this Fisher Falcon squad. They are proving that they have the chemistry. They're proving that they've been working together, and it's going to take a lot for this Dr. Buhmann team to beat them, Talacto.
Absolutely. It's going to take the best that Dr. Buhmann have got, and have we ever seen that? The levels that were shown by Fisher in that semi-final, I don't know, because Kinsey, alongside his teammates, they have just shown why they're established RLCS players.
They have shown why they're established RLCS players. I do think that the rotation has gotten that much better. The Chiefs, when you're looking at this matchup, they're going up against Dr. Buhmann, and much more methodical. They take everything. They force you to make mistakes because they're playing almost perfect Rocket League. Who in this Fisher Falcons team has to step up in order to match that?
I think I have to pick the guy who's impressed me the most consistently today, and I'm likely going to pick Money. That guy has been all over the pitch, making sure to put those tough shots away in the right spots in the net. So I think if he keeps having a good day, good things happen for Fisher.
Good things will happen for Fisher. Herc, I know you're always rooting for EU. Does Fisher stand a chance?
Oh, listen, I can't reveal anything that might allude to who I'm choosing. But if they stay humble,
That's fair.
If they stay humble like they have been, they could have a chance.
They could have a chance. We got Money here. No flexes on the camera this time. He's locked in. He's ready to go. They formed for this reason and this reason alone, to make the grand finals.
And their opponent, a freshman from Bocholt, Germany, Fabso. A freshman from Vienna, Austria, Sai. And a freshman from Dottlingen, Germany, Zeto. Along with their coach, Phoenix, they are the Unit Rocketeer Spring Champions, Dr. Buhmann Academy.
Never seen a team like them before. And shame on Stacks not introducing Dr. Boo as well. The Owl, they are unbeaten with him joining them on the main stage. Honestly, that might be what's needed to get them through this series. Still unbeaten against European competition, but they are a long, long way from home here, vying to take home the lion's share of the $75,000 prize pool. It's 20K for the winning side here, guys.
20K indeed. And listen, if they end up winning this, they'll be able to afford a skybox at the All-Star World Championship. So that'll be good for them. That's where my money would go. But anyways, we have 6 freshmen out here in the grand finals. As everybody, this is actually insane. You don't need to, it really goes back to what everybody says. As long as you're young, as long as you're good, that's when you peak in Rocket League. We don't know how much that is statistically and factually backed up, but we do know in our LCS it's been proven by Zen and the likes.
Sometimes it's just not fair out there and could represent a big change to the guard depending how next season goes for both players and nationalities. Because if you're looking out here as a North American CRL team, got to be worried about how EU's performed at this one. They come in, they take 4 slots out of the Sunday, and Dr. Buhmann the best of them all.
That's right. Fabso has been balling out, and both of these teams come out of Group D. Group D it was the group of depth going anti-lacto, and both of these teams, they've proven why. West Virginia, they dropped up both of these teams. They've lost to both grand finalists, both in 5-game series. WVU, they're one of the best teams here, but of course, Dr. Buhmann and Fisher, they showed different levels. Sai's been balling out, been unlocking the mechanics to lacto, something that we didn't see prior to today.
Yeah, absolutely. Sai and Fabso in particular providing them. Indeed, commiserations to the 2 other teams in Group D, Nijmegen and West Virginia. Did they stand a chance? Well, West Virginia did when they played Dr. Boo, who's got his own name tag.
He's there for the comfort. Ever since he sat right there, right in front of Zeto.
It's that eyebrow, man. That's mean.
He's been comfortable, he's been mean, and he's been giving Zeto nothing but the confidence. Dr. Boo, man, he's got something different special going on right there. I don't know if the Fisher Falcons can beat him. Where's Fisher? What would Fisher's?
I mean, I don't even know. They are the Falcons, but I don't think an owl is scared of falcons. The last owl I knew is always pestering me to try and learn different languages, and that one is terrifying. That one is absolutely terrifying, and even if Dr. Boo is half as terrifying as that, then Fisher Falcons could be in trouble.
Wave your hands in the air. Wave your hands in the air if you just don't care. Wave your hands in the air if you like CRL. Wave your hands in the air if you're ready for the grand finals to begin. That's what I like to see. That's what I like to see. I can't see your signs, but I think it says Fisher College. Got a full packed house here at DreamHack Dallas. Everything that CRO has ever wanted to be, plus more. EU versus NA. That's how far we have come. We have time for one more prediction. Chat, those at home, you've been on the money all day, all weekend. If you believe in Fisher College, put hashtag FC. If you believe in EU, put hashtag VUH for Dr. Boo and Dr. Buhmann. The squads are getting loaded. All 6 freshmen are locked in, and it's going to be an absolutely phenomenal grand final. By the conclusion of this, there will be a new CRL World Champion. Let's get the camera back on us. It's about to get serious. It's about to get serious. Final predictions of the CRL season right here. I got Lacto all the way at the end. I'm not going to go to you first, Lacto. I'm going to go to a cheese first.
Oh, no.
You can't end on a loss.
That's the problem. I've been wrong just about every time, so I was hoping you let everybody else who's been right go first so I can follow. Okay, like I said, I've learned from San Diego, and I've clearly learned from this event. Stop picking against defensive teams. I think Dr. Buhmann win it.
Can we get Herc to go next?
You heard some cheers at the EU crowd. Herc, you're up next. You're never wrong.
I need y'all to know, man's switched up from the half show to now. I know there's a lot of pressure riding on my decision, but I am flying back to Austria after this, and we are flying back with a win. I'm going Dr. Buhmann.
2 Dr. Buhmanns on the desk so far. Talacta, where you going?
I don't even know, Bates, man. I still feel like Fischer are the favorites, but I'm not going to pick them. We've not just got Austria. We've got Germany. Whenever I figure out how to hold up this flag, we absolutely got them. I can't believe this has gone Buhmann favored. What I will say is I'm desperate for this to go to Champions Field. We haven't visited that place since yesterday, and today has been sorely lacking it.
Today has been lacking it. Listen, it's an NAEU Grand Final. You couldn't have drawn it up any better. Well, I said it earlier. You got the wrong country representing Europe. I don't see France. I don't see Zen. I don't see anybody of the likes. I see North America sitting on the other side. I see Money, Kinsey, Sosa. And I believe that Fischer's going to come out here and actually going to dominate Dr. Buhmann. Chat goes 68% to Dr. Buhmann. Shocker, they all believe in EU. It's going to be good. It's going to be interesting. Herc is going to be wrong. 16 teams start up the weekend. 2 remain. The best from North America going up against the best in Europe. You couldn't have drawn it up any better. CRL World Grand Final starts right now!
The Falcons from North America against the Titans of Europe. We're settling the score right here and right now. Who is winning their first international championship?
It's a moment you'll never forget. A World Championship LAN final. Glory locked away in a glass box. And all you have to do is get through a best of 7. Dr. Buhmann, Fischer, and our CRL World Championship.
Buhmann besting Colombia. Fischer beating Northwood, their rivals. We're gonna have a new champion at the end of the day, and it's early pressure there from Fischer. Demos from Dr. Buhmann, who are slow, methodical. Kinsey almost with the second touch to just bury that first one. But Dr. Buhmann are easy to frustrate you. They've beaten every team here. But Fischer have said in interviews, they're always a bridesmaid and never the bride, and it's their time to win.
Even in that last interview from Sosa, after coming off the win from Northwood, wait till Worlds. That's when we're gonna perform. Wait till Worlds. Be patient. And they've gotten themselves to a grand final. And maybe not against the team they would have expected. They already took down what were considered the top dogs, the defending champions in Northwood Blue. And now Fischer looking to prove themselves one more time against Europe's best.
Fischer always go to finals, so do Dr. Buhmann, but Fischer looking for a win, and Dr. Buhmann want to make Europe proud. Almost done. The Collegiate from Limestone, it's denied on the goal line, but you're not out of the woods yet if you're Fischer. Zeno's still trying to bury it, and Zeno is there. There you have it.
A well-deserved goal from Dr. Buhmann, knocking on the door the first minute and a half, and look at Zeno carrying this one across the box. They were fighting for it on the goal line, and finally Fischer broke.
You see the cameras when that goal comes in. Not insane amounts of energy, calm, focused, locked in. There is so much work ahead of them. When probably Dr. Buhmann expected Northwood, who didn't in this final, but Fischer are at their peak. And you know, I got my token Canadian out there of Sosa. You had said he is performing out of his mind. Gets bumped off the play there as we're hyping him up, but Fischer is still on the prowl.
Just speaking of Sosa, his performance in that previous series was spectacular, getting a hat trick in that second game. And for Fischer, Sosa scoring 20 goals. That's tied for the most here in this tournament with Fabso on the other side of Dr. Buhmann. Sai just scored one there. He's at 19 now in close pursuit. As you can see, Fischer spending a lot of time here on the Dr. Buhmann side.
Good pop up there by Zeto. Sai goes for boost. Money goes for the shot. Sosa can't tuck it in. Incredible defense from Dr. Buhmann. What we know them for, as the counterattack can be just as deadly. Bit lost in the sauce in the midfield. Gives time for Fischer to react.
How clinical Fischer is, it's going to be tough for Dr. Buhmann to stay with the play. It's a great save from Sai. As Fischer, you can see they're holding that midfield pressure. They're holding their line. Another shot comes out. Zeto called upon to make the save, but you can see Fischer trying to set up the attack once again.
Fischer have put on the pressure and still haven't been able to execute. Kinsey passes it right to 3 members of Dr. Buhmann. Money, early challenge in that 1v2. Important for him to make that space. Don't give up control to Dr. Buhmann. Well, they come crawling back. An offensive Dr. Buhmann is brewing in that corner. Zed to the box. You see Fabso a bit late to the punch, as Dr. Buhmann are just punching their way through the right side. Can't break in quite yet. Fabso to the back wall. Money patrols, and Zedo to the back of the net.
The dagger down from Zedo, beating the defender to the bottom. And you can see Dr. Buhmann, they lull the opposition to sleep, and then they strike when it comes inside the box when the opportunity is there. Great shot from Zedo, and Dr. Buhmann double their lead.
That's a comfortable lead too. Dr. Buhmann like to dial things back when they're comfortable, when they're in a lead, and play this conservative defensive play style that other teams, physical teams, take advantage of. But Fisher not as demo heavy as your Akron and others. But Sai drops this into the box, and you see the quick push up by Fabso. He's always there, ready to strike. Dagger in hand, and Money to the upper 90. Fisher with a response.
Do not let that boy Sosa get a second touch. You see him set himself up, and a wonderfully placed touch to set up Money on the shot, placed in the upper right corner, and Fisher finally on the board.
Didn't want to get this lead too far away from them. But Dr. Buhmann have always been a confident team. Fabso to Zedo. Almost a pass completed to the back wall. Who's on the right side for Dr. Buhmann? Fabso looking for the center outside. In the midfield. Might have had their third man demoed there. Either way, Dr. Buhmann keep hitting this wall. It's not a large threat being created, but it's possession that Dr. Buhmann have.
Yeah, it's good presence there from Dr. Buhmann, not letting Fisher out for free. You're seeing Dr. Buhmann just play it back to the corner. Make Fisher chase after it when the chances come. Take your chances at the net. Fabso, his shot's denied, but Sai trying to get back in for Dr. Buhmann, trying to get past Sosa. Great defense there from Fisher. Now the final 30 seconds of game one.
Oh, to the cross, double commit from Dr. Buhmann, but early recovery, mistouch by Sai. Kinsey's gonna take advantage, as drops into the box, but Zedo, light touch, stuffs it to the side. As Fisher, back pass, maintaining possession. Last 10 seconds for Fisher to tie, or Dr. Buhmann take game one. Sai is building the offense to the back wall, to the right. Sosa and Kinsey have to travel down the field. Fabso try to lock them down, and ball's still in the air. Money, Sosa, Zedo collides, ball on the ground. Dr. Buhmann, game one.
What a game from Dr. Buhmann with all the momentum that you saw from Fisher, who just 4-0'd Northwood Blue. To come out and stop Fisher in their tracks is exactly how you want to start off this series.
Ooh, Fisher. Down but not out. Dr. Buhmann, a lot of their games have been just by winning by one goal, because I remember casting their previous series. It was stressful, but it was calculated against Colombia, the way that they're able to tilt the other team almost by just being so incredible on defense. And as soon as the other team get over-eager, they punish that.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about Dr. Buhmann, their ride here. 2 Game 5s against West Virginia. Both these teams coming out of Group D, so Group D showing off a great showing, how strong those teams were here. And I think for Dr. Buhmann, the play style, you know, Bates is calling it boring. He's saying he doesn't like watching it, but boy, does it get wins for this Dr. Buhmann squad. And you see here, against the high-flying Fisher squad, they slow him down and grind him out.
It's game one. It's going to be a long series. Fisher with early kickoff to the back wall, summons the attention of Dr. Buhmann to the box, but off the cross. Slightly off target there from Kinsey, but Money fights his way through the corner against 3 of Dr. Buhmann. Will shove that attacker away. Sosa beating a few, as Fisher really starting to apply that pressure, but Fabso has to go above and beyond. Physically, metaphorically, Sai, Fabso's way too deep into the net, so not able to do anything, but I know someone that can!
How do you stop that if you're Dr. Buhmann? Look, the pass. Sosa sees the space to Money. Money sees Kinsey on the other side, and they slice up the defense of Dr. Buhmann.
Dr. Buhmann offense just got discombobulated, and Fisher are the ones to punish this time. We talked about Dr. Buhmann being so good at recognizing those mistakes from others. Zedo right to Sosa in his lap. Fabso climbing above, has the boost. They just drop into the box. Sai realizes this, pushes upfield, but he got bumped by Zeto, which concedes the ball to Fisher.
And Fisher are better for it. Here's another pass across the field. Fisher really trying to find each other now. This one's just wide. Follow-up's there. Sosa denied. Fisher slow to follow up. Everyone pushed back, and it lets Dr. Buhmann out. Now Fabso trying to find his 21st goal here in this tournament. And it's not going to come here. Dr. Buhmann turned away.
Ooh, dangerous redirect for money. Goal line save by Fabso, and Zeto's trying to get this thing out of here. The clear denied. Kinsey stuffing that.
Oh, no way!
Pitch to the net!
When you're just stronger, you're just better. And Sosa barreling through on Fabso, and it finds the back of the net. Dr. Buhmann obviously not expecting that one to pinch to the center of your net. And a 2-0 lead quickly opens up for Fisher.
Opens up, just lifts their spirits too. But you were always in the shadow of Dr. Buhmann if you're Fisher. Money looking for more. But against the 3 defenders, it's hard to cut through. Here's the counterattack of Dr. Buhmann. It's off the cross. And Zeto wasn't ready on the left side quite yet. Fabso, this gets away from them, but Sai rotates quickly back before Money challenges. And that's that deadly counterattack from Fisher that Dr. Buhmann are starting to adapt to.
And if you're Dr. Buhmann, you have to look out. You've got plenty of time to get back into game 2. You don't have to force it. Don't allow the cheap shots downfield on the counterattack from Fisher. Here's Sai flicking this one towards net on the musty. And still the defense holding strong. Fisher able to get out.
Fabso, usually so good, so accurate at cleaning these shots up. When he's set up, you always can rely on what Fabso can do, but a 1v2, the ball gets away from them. A lot of demos coming out of Dr. Buhmann to keep up this momentum. Side with a quick bullet. Fisher,
he's gonna beat it back.
And Sosa beats him to it. The counterattacks are too much.
The dunk, the scoop, and the score for Sosa as he runs downfield past Fabso. Great work from Sosa all by himself, and it's a 3-0 lead now for Fisher.
Dr. Buhmann, with game 1, are usually so quick to adapt in a series. You saw it against Colombia when they won. Colombia won a game 4. Dangerous challenges there. But Dr. Buhmann adapted mid-series, and you see the composure in the interviews. You see the shot there from Fabso, saved by Fisher. But Fisher, they're a team with a lot of heart to go up against your Northwood rival to beat up 2 and Kinsey ready on the cross. Fisher playing their hearts out on this field.
And if you're Fisher now, it's all about game management. Take the opportunities when they come, but you don't have to overextend. You're forcing perfection out of Dr. Buhmann at this point. If they want to break through, don't give up anything for free. As Zeto, the pass, the shot is put away, and Dr. Buhmann, they made it look free.
Fisher has been flawless on the defense so far, but the angle that Sai places to the back left, and even Fisher's defender there, it still goes into the net. Not able to fully block that one, although Fisher has put up all the saves this game too. They let one by. 3-1 lead for Fisher. Even when Dr. Buhmann were down 4-1 against Colombia, they claw their way back mid-game. We'll see if this lead will maintain for Fisher. Here comes Kinsey against 2 defenders. Not getting a lot of assistance here at the midfield. Fisher prepare to control that, and it pays off. Sosa back to the orange end.
Another great clear from Fisher. Again, it's game management right now. They're just not letting Dr. Buhmann have free touches. And Fisher are doing a great job of locking things down. That's a fantastic pass. Sosa just wasting time, trying to make the defenders think about it. And Fabso and Zeto have to combine to get this one out. Another touch down the sideline, but back into the hands of Fisher. Kinsey with no boost. Just looking to be annoying. Sai found some space down the sideline. As Sosa waits for his time to go, he gets bumped. Fortunately, Dr. Buhmann just can't hold on to it.
And I like that Fisher are controlling this eagerness. I'm not seeing too many second people trying to step up and finish up plays, because you never know how Dr. Buhmann's counterattack is going to be. Except at the perfect moments, Fisher will apply the pressure. 3-1, 36 seconds left. All Fisher have to do is buy time. It's to the back wall. Side too low. Had a little bit of boost left. Couldn't convert. Still a bit of time for Dr. Buhmann. But they got to create those opportunities. Get out of that orange end. Zeto to the right lane, a bit above Kinsey, Fabso, and front of the box, but it's troublesome when you're up against money. Not a lot of boost from Fischer, but all they gotta do is drain these seconds.
Couple of chances there from Dr. Buhmann. Put Fischer on the ropes, but the defense has held strong here in game 2. Maybe one for the road, but it won't be enough. Fischer, 3-1.
Yeah, the comeback didn't come quick enough for Dr. Buhmann. It was a 3-0 start for Fischer, and it was clinical. How they were just mechanically, Fischer, were at a whole other level. I can't really pick any analyst who would have imagined them here. But when you got fans like this in the crowd, the energy builds within you and you start to become a whole other player.
The series tied up, and we knew what we were getting into when we saw this series line up in the grand final. Dr. Buhmann, they've played everyone pretty close unless they're just winning and outright crushing them. The 3-1 victory over Akron was a crushing defeat for the Zips. The 4-1 victory over Columbia was unprecedented. And right now, they could cap off this CRL World Championship by taking down Fischer. But you know this one, it feels like it might go the distance.
You hyped up Sosa, and it wasn't just a fluke. Not just that one series, Andy. He's bringing that performance time and time again. Best stats on his team as Fischer tied the series 1-1. But Dr. Buhmann didn't go out without a bang. They were able to at least get one, but it took too much time. We go to game 3, 1-1.
The hole was too deep in game 2 for Dr. Buhmann to climb out of. Fischer did a great job once they got that lead of just locking them down. Bit of tasting their own medicine there. So for Dr. Buhmann, you just can't allow Fischer to build that lead as we jump into game 3. It's a best of 7 here, of course. And Dr. Buhmann looking for their first.
Ooh, Kinsey just stalls out that 50. Sosa gets involved. Fabso reacting to the counterattack now to Dr. Buhmann. Sai and Zeto rotating back and forth. Fischer's defense seems so difficult to puncture right now, as Dr. Buhmann just keeps sending it there. Zeto at least bumping money off the ball might give Fabso possession. Connecting to Sai, to the back wall. The double tap misses. You're not out of the woods yet if you're Fischer. Dr. Buhmann has some midfield presence and ready to slow Fischer down.
Yeah, Dr. Buhmann, they're calling each other off on that one, trying to have the player who had the best chance of putting a shot on target, but it just never came. Fischer get out. Sai really sized up that double tap. And now Fischer threatening if they can hold on, but Sai with a great touch to deny. Now it's picked up. Zeto off the corner. It's up to Fabso. He's got to stretch out to keep this one in play, and now Fischer able to regain possession. Sosa looking for money. Money's forced to back off, but he regains possession once again. Dr. Buhmann handing the ball over, but a good clear from Sai. Now Zeto shot on target. Sosa's there, and Fischer looking to regroup.
And that's the thing, and this is a battle for control, possession of the ball. Both teams have taken a good, considerable effort to generate these offenses. Dr. Buhmann showing how threatening they can really be. Just need the shots to be on target, and there it is!
You just gotta slot it home when the chances are there. And you see this one awkwardly pinches up. Sosa's just late, and Zeto's so fast to put it to the right corner. Dr. Buhmann up 1-0.
Fischer's defense has held off most of this storm of Europe, and one slips by. But just like in the previous games, Fischer never give up. Sosa popping it up, but he's getting harassed there by Sai. He's able to send it off to the side. Money off the ceiling. Can't make contact there with Kinsey. Sosa has to step up again, maybe to just to slow the counterattack there of Dr. Buhmann, but they break through the midfield. Zeto to Sai. To Fischer. Again, possession is difficult. Fabso, an interesting touch there from the midfield. Almost goes towards the net. Flusters Fischer.
Yeah, you're kind of scratching your head as to why no one was back from Fischer. Now the demo's coming out. Zeto trying to put this one across the backboard, looking for one more touch, but it's not there. Fabso doesn't connect. The chance for Dr. Buhmann to double up their lead, but they're still trying to fight for it. This one pinches across the box, no one home as Fischer looking to slow things down and find a way out.
It's 4 shots to 1 in favor of Dr. Buhmann. The offense is getting riled up. Dr. Buhmann, though, have had everything saved but also so much disruption is coming out of both teams, and that's why there is so much trouble to keep possession. Pinch to the side, and Zeto took a second to get to it, so Fisher started harassing them. Now Sosa, it's a soft shot, not too worried, but it's keeping Buhmann against the wall that Fisher want to do. Midfield for Fisher keeps them locked in. Kinsey with, I guess, the pinch back pass, maybe not what he intended, but Fisher will keep trying their luck.
And this is what Fisher wants, though. Sosa behind the ball in the air dribble, trying to get by side. Money's there. Shot on target, saved off the post. Dr. Buhmann holding on to their lead for the moment.
This Fisher offense is boiling over. How do they execute? Sai has to go above and beyond. Now back to Fisher's end. It's sent right back to where it came from. As Dr. Buhmann haven't found that counterattack that we know them for. Zeto, they're challenged by Sosa. That's not gonna fruit anything. As Fisher just keep bringing the ball back. Dr. Buhmann, though, are the ones in the lead. It's the weight on the shoulders of Fisher to make North America proud, but have not been able to slice through this defense.
And Dr. Buhmann, they're locking it down again. And here comes Fabso. Can he pinch this one in? Dangerous position for Fisher. The shot is on target once more. And with 40 seconds left, Fisher got to start moving. Sosa looking for options downfield, but it's back to Sai. Shot just wide. Kinsey takes his time. A setup here forming for Fisher. Sosa, the demo, almost breaks him through, but Zeto on the save.
That's why you rely on that captain of Zeto. The last chance, the last resort on that goal line to deny the equalizer. 16 seconds. This Fisher offense feels like it's been relentless, but the biggest threat was Dr. Buhmann's singular counterattack. And the one goal they got, 5 seconds left, as Money fights his way through the midfield. No one has possession. Fisher stuck in the blue end. Dr. Buhmann, full disruption. The ball's on the ground, and game 3 goes to Dr. Buhmann.
2 now for Dr. Buhmann, and a slight edge here in game 3, but they come out on top. And again, you have to hand them the credit, the kudos of slowing down Fisher. They do not look like the same team that just beat Northwood. Even with some opportunities downfield and a bit of space to work with, Dr. Buhmann somehow always comes out on top defensively. And in game 3, they're able to shut out Fisher.
Dr. Buhmann, they kind of dial things back. We've talked about this. When they're in a lead, even if it's only by 1, and even if it doesn't seem like enough, in terms of at least the emotions and how secure you feel overall, Dr. Buhmann don't take risks. They don't make mistakes when they're in that lead that often. They're just built like a wall on the defense, and Fisher just can't hammer it home.
And I mean, the stats kind of speak for themselves. I mean, Fisher coming into this was a team that was averaging almost 3 goals per game, over 3 goals per game throughout their league play. Being shut out here is a big deal if you're Dr. Buhmann. It means the defense is working and you're slowing down this Fisher squad. They have struggled to put things together as we jump into game 4.
Maybe if Dr. Buhmann is so structured and well coordinated, at least defensively, Fisher can bring that physicality, something that other teams have made Dr. Buhmann sweat about. So far, Fisher just so focused on those mechanics that have worked so well for them. But Dr. Buhmann, they full send it when they need that first goal, but it's Sosa. Fabso sends it away.
Sosa trying to take those individual plays when he has the space, and I think you want him behind the ball when he's got the opportunities, but they've come very far and few between, especially in that previous game, maybe once or twice, and it was never really that dangerous. Not since his double tap to set up Money a couple games ago. And Dr. Buhmann looking to just clamp down now. They've got the lead in this series, and they can put the hurt on Fisher if they can come out on top here in game 4.
Like these challenges from Dr. Buhmann, just to keep Fisher on their toes. Sosa can't make contact on the second time. Dr. Buhmann can breathe a bit. Fabso to the ceiling will concede possession to Fisher as Money just tries to bulldoze his way to the net. Now Fisher scramble for possession. They keep dumping it into the orange end, just like they did into game 3. But how do you find the gaps or create them by force? Fisher have to figure this out live in front of this huge audience, and it's not working out right now.
Dr. Buhmann They're very slow to move out from the defensive end, but Fisher are really racing back. They don't have a ton of boost to cut in front of Dr. Buhmann. It's allowed them this space to play on the Fisher side, looking for the back wall, just forcing defenders to go up and use their boost, but Money comes out on top. This one towards the net. Kinsey won't get the touch. It's Money all the way, and Sai can't get back.
Dr. Buhmann just really believed in that last offense. They pushed that second man up, didn't have the third ready for rotation. Sai a bit too late to this, and Fisher find their first goal, and this kind of is reminiscent of game 2. Once Fisher get that ball rolling, it feels like it turns into a snowball, to an avalanche, and Dr. Buhmann, it was a late comeback. We'll see how they respond, maybe quicker. They've been quick to adapt before, but their defense is getting now tested.
And one of the core strengths of Fisher has been their counterattacks. It's how they've beaten a lot of these top teams in CRL, is just taking advantage of their missed rotations on the other side. And you've seen now, just in that previous goal, Fisher taking advantage of the open space in the midfield. Great mechanical work from Money to set himself up for the pinch downfield. Dr. Buhmann cannot allow that. It's like a freebie for Fisher. They set it up so much.
Fisher, okay for now, as Dr. Buhmann patrol for their opportunity to catch Fisher lacking, to trip them up and turn the ball on its head, whether with a counterattack or a challenge when Fisher seemed to be stabilizing. Zeto scores!
And the demolition opens things up for Dr. Buhmann. Money, his clear was not good enough. No help on the left side. He just sets up the shot. And Dr. Buhmann find the equalizer.
Took a demo and took hard work, as Dr. Buhmann only had 2 shots and able to execute on at least one of them. Fabso challenge wins to the corner as he decides to give this one up, hauls it off. Kinsey flicks above. Dr. Buhmann are not scared to take space on this field. Money to Sosa almost. Dr. Buhmann are so difficult to peel away from this net as Fisher get eager. Sosa 50 stalls to the left corner. Zeto tries to clear, will make the space if he has to. Here comes Dr. Buhmann, who just leave this away.
And Dr. Buhmann not able to follow that one up. Fisher bailed out here. Money seeing the space in front of him and taking it. Fisher has spent a lot of time on the Dr. Buhmann box. But you got to hand it to Dr. Buhmann. They're putting a hand up, and they're not allowing Fisher in. Kinsey forced to make a clear to his corner off the dunk. Dr. Buhmann knocking on the door, but with less than a minute and a half left in game 4, we're still tied up.
Fisher good at disrupting those passes from Dr. Buhmann. Great save earlier. Fisher, they set up camp in the orange end, but it's tough to find success against what it feels like one of the best defenses in Europe. Money, that missed touch is gonna be punished. Dr. Buhmann, take a lead.
If you're gonna make mistakes like that, Dr. Buhmann will say, thank you very much. Money just not getting the read on the wall. And you would never expect that from him. And Dr. Buhmann, Zeto is there once again to go up by 1 with a minute left.
It's crazy how aware, how good Dr. Buhmann are at realizing those mistakes and capitalizing on it. But Fisher, those almost never happen. That's why the scores have been so tight in this series. There's Money going up against Fabso. Fisher scramble. Kinsey misses that touch. Money back passes to Sosa. Fisher fighting to keep possession. Pitches off towards Money. The pass to Kinsey. Down low, goes in.
And in the chaos, Fisher finds organization. Look at Sosa fighting for the touches. You can see all of Dr. Buhmann in the corner trying to figure out which way Fisher's going to go, but they forgot about Kinsey on the far side, and a great pass out to tie things up.
2-2 with 33 seconds left. Is it Dr. Buhmann, number 1 from Europe, going to match point? Or is it Fisher equalizing the series, making this a long one? After, well, I'm not gonna lie, some quick semifinals that got me stressing. 16 seconds though, this is the stressor, how this next offense will develop. Not a lot of opportunity or time left. Good challenges, but it's in the box. Sosa behind Fabso takes his time, waits for the approach. The crowd counting down. Zeto sails, but crashes. Ball still in the air, side trying to land this on the ground or goes to Zeto. Fabso keeps it up. Kinsey to the corner, wants to relax this European team because they're ramping up, and this just never ends.
Fischer gonna finally drop it to the ground, and happy to do so. Dr. Buhmann, they were circling the wagons on him. And overtime we go in game 4, the first one. And for Dr. Buhmann, starting from their own side, they were inching closer and closer. Great flick from Fapso. But Fischer read it all the way.
Fapso gone, or at least Dr. Buhmann demoed for a second, gives Fischer a chance to move up. There's a quick strike from Dr. Buhmann. Quicker challenges, money shot. Kinsey can't connect on the bump to get Sai out of the way. Incredible save yet again from Dr. Buhmann. Shot after shot and save after save, this time from Fischer. 40 seconds in to the back wall. It seems unprotected, but at least the net is. As Dr. Buhmann, they're coming up with something spicy. Now up to the ceiling, to the corner. Fischer going toe-to-toe with Dr. Buhmann, not letting them get anything.
You can feel the pace of play, almost getting ahead of the players right now. Everyone just behind the ball, trying to stay with it. A lot of tough challenges, that one. No different. Zeto fooled one, but not two. Sosa gets the demo, but Fischer not out of the woods quite yet. A good touch from Sai will keep it in. Over a minute of overtime already here in game 4. As Money has space, but Sai looking to meet him. A second touch from Money is only as far as Zeto. And now Dr. Buhmann trying to threaten, but again, Fischer on the clear.
Good control from Fischer, especially Kinsey on this defense. The second touches he gets, and almost to Sosa. With a buzzer beater here in OT. A lot on the line. Over 90 seconds has gone by. As Dr. Buhmann rotates Sai forward. You got Zeto taking boost, trying to keep Fischer stuck here for as long as they can. As the midfield there is for Dr. Buhmann, and Fischer have to get physical, commit more and more to pave that way to the orange end. Money collides with Sai. This ball is unattended. Zeto first. Kinsey protects that back wall, and back and forth we go.
Great control there from Kinsey, trying to find the bump here on the back wall. Fischer now trying to set up their offense. This one comes out to the top of the box, and Sai has to stretch out. Zeto wanted the shot, and now some space here for Fischer. Kinsey had no boost, though. He picks up the mid boost, gets bumped out of the way. Money has options, tries to go straight through the defender, will demo Fapso. Now Sosa trying to get involved for Fischer. And things breaking down, but still the attack going. This one right in front of the net and saved away. Fischer still with possession, and somebody's got to get up from Dr. Buhmann. It was Zeto to deny, and Sai will push it downfield.
How can you be calm if you're Dr. Buhmann with these random challenges from Dr. Fischer?
Whoa.
And Sai does it again! Dr. Buhmann with OT!
And where did the defense go? Money got punted off the back wall, and no one came back to help him. Fischer going down in game 4, and it's match point.
That was a long OT. But Dr. Buhmann, they like to take their time. Patience pays off. Their composure is key. Zeto, what a guy, what a captain, what a carry. What a team this is, who set each other up. And it feels like they don't really make mistakes. And Fischer are an incredible team of their own, the way that they just fought their way here. And they're gonna have to fight against match point.
Fischer going to take a timeout, and I mean, if you're going to use one, now is the time. And they have a lot to think about. I think in this game in particular, the offense maybe looked at the best it had been. It's just Dr. Buhmann's defense, boy. It was something special coming out here. They were able to stop Fischer inside the box so much, force them to the corners, and Fischer were never able to get a clean shot here. They got him on the counter once, but Dr. Buhmann, in that overtime, methodical, lulled Fischer in, got the bump, opened up the space, and took the win here. And I think for Dr. Buhmann, they got to be feeling quite confident here in this series now on match point.
It was a quiet start to that game too, where we had mentioned it was a battle of possession, both teams disrupting control in the midfield, saving every scarce opportunity that there was, until Dr. Buhmann just outlasted them in the OT, which stretched quite long. And it's match point. Are we seeing history here from Europe? First time in playoffs, first time to get a championship. Fischer are taking this time out to think, What is these small things that they can change to make that 1-goal deficit a 1-goal lead?
I mean, that is the difference, right? It's the small things for Fischer. But just talking about Dr. Buhmann, as you were alluding to, Europe, so many firsts here at our World Championship, finally making it to the top 8, check. Getting to the top 4, check. Getting to a grand final, check. Can they do it one more time? Can Europe take the crown away from North America? They're 1 game away, and they got to do it against a team that was built for this moment. I mean, for the North American players, they put together basically the best team they possibly could in Fischer, and they've gotten themselves to the grand final, but now backs are against the wall.
Go to a game decider. Dr. Buhmann up 3-1 over Fischer College. I think Fischer would be cursed with the second place, forever. They dropped this championship. They wanted it bad. You said they are waiting for this moment, but Dr. Buhmann, it's Europe that have waited for this moment an entire year to make their region proud, to shut North America up for good. Sosa and Muddy cutting through the right. Sosa had the boost, just couldn't get high enough as Fischer tried to pick up the pace. Now those mechanics, that ball control is suffering as they try to just force mistakes out of Dr. Buhmann that are not happening.
You look towards Fischer to make some differences, and that's a difference maker. Sosa putting away his first.
That's just high up to the ceiling. Second touch off the back wall side. Misses a critical touch to protect that. And Fischer, the solo mechanics now paying off. When you're able to slow down the play, really play at the pace that you are best at, that's when Fischer thrives.
And Sosa, he needs to get hot here for Fischer. And that's a great way to start. He scored 23 goals now for Fischer in this tournament. And he's got to get going. He led the charge against Northwood Blue. He has to lead the charge here against Dr. Buhmann if Fischer want to get back into it, and Money with a missed touch. Fapso has an opportunity, but not a lot of boost as he steals it away from the Fischer players. They're playing out from their back wall.
Like the touches from Fischer to buy time. That's a zinger to the back of the net. 2-0, Fischer!
And how many times have we talked about it, Lemon? The counterattacks from Fischer, they come quick, and Kinsey slotting this one just inside the post. Dr. Buhmann, a minor gap filled from Fischer, and a quick 2-0 lead here in Game 5.
Being able to increase that pace has paid off for Fischer. They're a quick team to catch up to. They're scrappy, they're young, and they're gonna be here for a while. But I think so will Europe, as Dr. Buhmann have proven that this region has leveled up, and they've just been training for this moment. Fischer to the back wall, Money does it again!
A timeout buff coming through for Fischer, and they will not be denied here in Game 5. Dr. Buhmann, again, not having anyone back on a great clear. And Fischer, 3-0 in Game 5 here for business. And Dr. Buhmann, it's up to them to change the course of this game.
Even though Fischer look good now, do they have the stamina to, well, go through these 3 minutes to keep this lead, to then go to Game 6 and equalize the series? Not so! Well, that's frustrating. He gets past the defense.
We were waiting for him to put one away. His 21st of this tournament, and he slices through Fischer like they weren't even there. One back for Dr. Buhmann, and it's going to be a long hill up, but they've got plenty of time.
And that's the difference, because in Game 2, Fischer had this huge lead, but it took until the last, minute for Dr. Buhmann just to get one. And we talked about how time wasn't of the essence. Dr. Buhmann didn't have enough opportunities. They're so good at adapting on the fly to their opponents. And now they have that chance. Zeto to the back wall. Sosa taking some speed away from the ball. That was maybe going towards Sai. Dr. Buhmann, though, aren't giving up. Zeto to the corner. Sosa, great reads. Connects to Kinsey. Someone's back there. It's Sai with a save.
Dr. Buhmann trying to get methodical, breaking out from their end. You can see Fischer's okay with bailing on plays. They don't want to push too hard. Again, it's about game management. We saw this early on when they won their previous game, forcing Dr. Buhmann to come to them. And right now, Certainly Fisher looking to lock this one down. They got 2 minutes left on the clock. They can't afford any mistakes. They can't afford Dr. Buhmann getting back in, and money will make certain they won't.
Fisher, that first attack locked up that defender of Dr. Buhmann here into the corner. You see Kinsey colliding with Sai. And while Dr. Buhmann were rotating to the right side, left the left wide open, and Fisher up 4-1. And what's that's so funny about Fisher's playstyle is they could be up by a huge lead and they still full send this offense. Because like I said before, they don't just want to win, they want to beat their opponents. 2 minutes left. Time is running real short there for Dr. Buhmann, which is how difficult it's been to go up against Fisher.
And I mean, I'm thinking in my head right now, Lemon, where has this Fisher been the last few games? It feels like this is the Fisher that we expected coming into this series. They've been able to dismantle the Dr. Buhmann defense multiple times. Putting up 4 goals is really the expectation, I think, from Fisher in a lot of these games. And I guess the timeout was what they needed. They figured it out on offense, and Dr. Buhmann, they've been hurting ever since.
They side to Sosa. Good defense from Fisher, but someone needs to react on this clear. Fisher talking to each other. Dr. Buhmann not pulling it off yet. Now in the blue end, starting to apply a bit more pressure. Sai and Kinsey, though, will stall out the ball for Dr. Buhmann, who keeps stepping up. They keep trying their luck, but they need 3 goals to try and equalize this. Fabso Money trying to dangle this defense, force them to make mistakes, but Fisher are just so clean.
And there's a lot of time spent on this Fisher side, but Dr. Buhmann not generating the shots that you would expect with that possession. And Fisher are happy to run down the clock. 30 seconds left here in Game 5. It's a 4-1 lead for Fisher. They have looked in control. They look like they're back on the horse here in this series. And Dr. Buhmann has had no answer here in this game.
Maybe that's Dr. Buhmann. Yes, they are still trying. They look like they're still giving it their all, but it's just like Game 2 where Fisher had this lead. Dr. Buhmann, they still tried, but then they came back in Game 3. So will Dr. Buhmann still shut out this series? It's yet to be found out, but Fisher will at least take a game.
Get their second of this series. 3-2 now in favor of Dr. Buhmann. And Dr. Buhmann, they have a couple lives to play with, but you surely don't want to go the distance. You don't want to get to a Game 7. You want to end it in this next game. You know, all the pressure is on Fisher right now. They've used their one lifeline. They used their timeout. And if things start going poorly for Fisher, it's going to slide down the mountain very quickly for them. Dr. Buhmann have got to figure out how to get inside the heads. And the shots, I think, in that previous game kind of tell the story, Lemon. 3 shots for Dr. Buhmann, 12 on the side of Fisher. They were all over him.
Yeah, Dr. Buhmann just couldn't get a single pass going. As soon as they went to the blue end, Fisher were all over them. The rotations, key for Fisher. As Dr. Buhmann, at least they're able to get one. They're always trying to claw their way back. You thought they had enough time with 2 or 3 minutes when they started to get that ball rolling. But apparently it doesn't matter how much time you have. Fisher, offense, defense, it's locked down, and it's still match point for Dr. Buhmann as we go to Game 6.
Fisher looking to stay alive in this World Championship final, as Zeto is making sure it's not going to be easy. In the first 5 seconds, it goes to Dr. Buhmann.
I looked down for 2 seconds, and Dr. Buhmann, it took you 3 minutes plus to do nothing last game. Now the first kickoff, first 5 seconds. Like I said, Dr. Buhmann, they can maybe just give up that game. And they know, they learn so quickly how they can come back in the next one. Fabso maybe not learning too much, but gives Money a chance to put a shot in. Sai not too comfortable. Fisher in the box, patrolling for their moments. Still forcing their way through to the right side. Kinsey centers it out.
The third-man shooter comes through for Fisher once again. And this one running to the far post, and Kinsey was there, slots it back just inside the far post, and Fisher respond.
This is the loudest CRL World Championship we've ever had. I know it's only the second one, but how can you not be with goals like that?
It's about to get a little louder. A kickoff goal for Fisher, a gift here in Game 6 on Neo Tokyo. And Fisher better for it. A 2-1 scoreline. 2 in a row from Fisher, unanswered. And Dr. Buhmann looking to get back, but Sosa throwing a couple fakes. It's Dr. Buhmann looking to get out.
That's where, Fabio will take advantage, and you have a 2-2 Game 6.
And this, what happened here? Who was the bump on Money? Zeto punching him out of the way, opening up the space, and Dr. Buhmann, just like that, they have their response.
Back and forth. The lead has never been away more than 1 goal. Kickoffs taken advantage of, misses, bumps. Physical game as both teams getting creative to just give it to the other team. It's only been a minute. And Dr. Buhmann, clear. It goes to side, to the back wall. On the other side of his car, couldn't make contact, but Zeto has his back. Money goes above to Sosa. Redirect doesn't connect. The defense just aware.
And Kinsey smart to rotate back. Here comes Zeto. A second touch off the back wall. That was a shot on the own net. And now another shot comes through from Fabso. Fisher scrambling to get this one back. And Sosa on the air dribble will get out for the moment. Money looking for space as Fisher trying to calm down here defensively.
How can you be calm in a Game 6 World Championship? I can't. History will be made either way. Fabso down the field. Too wide though off the left wall. Sosa gets demoed, but he bought a few seconds. Money's on the back wall just in case. Sails through the midfield. Fabso challenges. Sosa has to go to the right post just to deny. Giving the ball to Dr. Buhmann to try their luck again. Zeto didn't have the perfect angle, but possession is something they want to keep. And Dr. Buhmann did win the midfield. Double tap from Kinsey!
Down from the heavens, Kinsey soars as a double tap drops down. A 3-2 scoreline as Fisher take the lead.
Ooh, this crowd is getting me hyped up. I'm gonna lose my voice by the end of this. I'm feeling it. And maybe a Game 7 is the vibe. Kinsey with the reset side. Tucks it away in time, but Money wants to set up his team for success. Sosa spots the clear, denies that too. Fisher, pressure there into the box. Sai, a bit late to that, but Fisher were rotating back. Now the rebounds are theirs. Fisher still harassing Dr. Buhmann in that orange end, but it goes all the way back. Sai, not able to make contact, can stay in the way. Speaking of which, it continues to be. It's Dr. Buhmann by themselves in space.
Dr. Buhmann, they need one here. Fisher getting hotter and hotter, and it's that boy right there on the screen, Kinsey. He has come alive in this series. He's been so clutch for Fisher. Dr. Buhmann trying to move through side, trying to play this one over to Zeto. 2 minutes left on the clock. Only a goal difference as Fisher denies once again.
Dr. Buhmann getting creative, leaving the ball to a teammate, going for bumps. Fisher able to dodge it, clear the ball away. Here's Fabso to side, to the back wall. What an angle, and what a save by Sosa off the cross.
A highlight play almost from Sai. He had the setup. It was a crazy angle from him had he hit it. Still fruitless though for Dr. Buhmann. As Zeto, it's only as far as Money. Dangerous here for Dr. Buhmann. You can't let Fisher get another goal. You feel like time is certainly against you. It's a great clear comes out from Fabso.
Here comes Zeto. Keep this in the blue half. Sosa spots the approach of Sai. Clears to Money. Fabso. Challenge 50. Back and forth we go. Zeto, Sosa, always the reliable in the back line, but Kinsey usually reliable in the front as Money cleans up.
Top shelf for Money, and everyone was staring at Kinsey. Is he gonna do it again? No, it's Money. Top shelf, nobody can get there, and 4-2 for Fisher.
1 minute and 3 seconds. Are we going to Game 7? The crowd wants it. Dr. Buhmann, not so much. They're fighting tooth and nail to match the pace of Fisher College. Both teams with their first World Championship appearance, putting on a show for this crowd. Both teams having their fan base ready. Zeto right to Sosa. That wall in front of the net. Sosa save after save as Dr. Buhmann commit more and more to try and puncture this. As now Fabso gets locked up and Fischer has some real estate. Kinsey against Sai. But still Fischer just wasting time is good for them. 20 seconds. As Money to the corner, trying to disrupt what Dr. Buhmann had to counterattack.
Kinsey, he's been the MVP here in Game 6. Sosa just running out the clock, and it's not looking like enough time for Dr. Buhmann. A hat trick for Kinsey, and Fischer have got themselves to a Game 7 here in the CRL World Championship.
What a showdown here live in Dallas, Texas! The closest series! Hercules, what are you doing off the job? You're just supposed to be on the desk. She got the best seat in the house, though, I'm not gonna lie.
She's got one more game. She's got to be back, but we know what's going on. 3-3. It's Game 7 here in the grand final. You felt like the pressure, it was all on Fischer. At one point, this was a 3-1 scoreline. Dr. Buhmann were in full control here. They had dismantled, they had shut down Fischer. But the big difference maker here, it was Kinsey. 3 goals here in this game alone. On 6 shots, he took over the individual attack from Kinsey. Kept Fischer in this series, and the crowd loves it.
See, they're at work. They're hard at work, making our crowd hype, but they don't even need the help. This energy is building here in Dallas. And you love to see it. Europe and Fischer, both their fans showing up. This energy is incredible. I mean, I need to take a sigh of relief too, my man. This series is crazy.
We got to take a trip to Champions Field. The last dance. Game 7. Fischer, Dr. Buhmann, North America and Europe face off one more time.
It's early pressure there for Dr. Buhmann, who know they're going to have to work harder, more than they ever have before, to come back against Fischer when they had this comfortable lead. It felt like in the series. Fischer never give up. They said wait for Worlds, and I guess wait for Game 7 when they were down for the count.
Wait when it mattered most, but when it matters most, Fabso's there to put away his first.
Fabulous! He makes it happen. Offense, defense, this new third man joining in February fits like a glove. And Dr. Buhmann, Tylacto predicted that they would go all the way. We all thought he was crazy, but maybe he's just crazy smart.
A dream start for Dr. Buhmann, especially after that previous game. And now the pendulum swings back. It's up to Fischer to make the difference now. And this one lobbed over to Money. Can he place it? He shot it right at the one man. He couldn't. And Sosa can't put it away either. Kinsey pushed up too far. He has no angle to shoot. Money trying to get back into the mix, but somehow Dr. Buhmann, they come out unscathed.
How? Dr. Buhmann, fluster on the defense and don't give up anything, even so to Sosa on the rebound. They lock up every opportunity, one step ahead of Fischer, who make them work so hard just to get one goal. Money above, to the back wall. Fabso challenges, dangerous stall in front of the box. Zeto helps him out. The support system of Dr. Buhmann is just so good. But getting out of your orange end, that's a different story.
And Fischer really having to stretch out to keep this ball in the Dr. Buhmann side, using so much boost. Dr. Buhmann now able to take advantage of that. Fischer just are forced to go back to pick up boost. Money beats one. Flip reset to force Sai back. Great control and recognition here from Sai. He knew he could go up the back wall. Dr. Buhmann, they're happy to control this game. This is where they've played their best throughout this tournament. They have to hold on for another 3 minutes.
Dr. Buhmann trying to get creative here. Oh, Fabso missed touch. The other shot wasn't on target. Sai, back pass to Zeto. Don't want to get this away from you. It's Dr. Buhmann showing some presence in this blue side. But Fischer, just defense is relentless. Not making any mistakes, it feels like. until the one that slipped by. Now Fisher ready to strike back, but Zeto earlier on the clear than the challenge that came by. Sosa soaring above. Kinsey almost ready for the pass, but he positions on the right to keep this going. He's shoving everyone, almost ready to set up money as Dr. Buhmann unbury themselves from the grave.
Somehow, Dr. Buhmann, they have packed the net, and they have denied Fisher. Sosa with no boost here has to just go back. And Fisher just struggling to find some space. A demo comes out from Kinsey. This one a tough read for Sosa. Kinsey calls him off. Kinsey just can't get anything going. Again, Dr. Buhmann able to clear out and move downfield.
Such an early start for Dr. Buhmann, 3-1 in the series, and we find ourselves in game 7. And Fisher being shut out for so long, no matter how many shots. It's 5-1 shots, by the way, in favor of Fisher! But Buhmann are the ones that are up by 2.
A 2-goal lead for Dr. Buhmann, and look at Fabso taking the challenge on money, and the follow-up is there from Sai. The open shot. Fisher not proactive enough here in game 7. Dr. Buhmann in Europe are up by 2 with a minute and a half left.
It's the Dr. Boo buff. Ty Lacto said they haven't lost since that emotional support plushie, and it's gonna continue to go their way. 3-0 for Europe.
They're laying it on, and possibly a victory lap for Dr. Buhmann. An open net to shoot on, and Fisher have no answer.
Fisher have been pounding this net, and just this defense from Dr. Buhmann. I hope they're given lessons, because it seems North America could use some. If Sai had this on target, this lead would just be out of hands. But Kinsey denied the double tap. Dr. Buhmann deny after deny. An open net. Where is Fisher?
The lights are off and nobody's home. Fisher giving up their 4th as Dr. Buhmann marches to victory.
Minute 3 seconds on the clock. Perk, Daz, you better get your butts out of these seats. And crowd, you better be hyped. 1 minute left. Fisher with the demo. The rally starts! And money, he wants it bad!
It's the witching hour for Fisher, and they've shown up off the kickoff. Sosa with a great pass over to Money, and you know Kinsey's opening up the lane. But they need 3 more in 57 seconds. An almost impossible task.
It was a kickoff goal for Fisher to catch Dr. Buhmann off guard, but once Dr. Buhmann get us down,
No way! No way!
Kinsey! Hold on! The Fisher comeback from 0-4 to 2-4?
Is it happening? 7 seconds off the clock, and a second one is found from Fisher. They're not going down without a fight. They got some fight left in them, and it comes down to another kickoff.
Will the second place curse continue? It's a kickoff for Fisher. Good for Sosa not to go for the shot. He goes for control. Money and Kinsey all committing. Fisher have to be careful. No more mistakes can be made. 38 seconds as Dr. Buhmann just have to not choke the 4-0 lead at this point. Sosa denied at the upper 90.
Look out. Fisher are looking for it, but they're pushing hard. They can't give up another one. Fabso gonna put it away with 21 seconds left.
Can't believe it. Fisher started committing, full sending all 3 members. Those rotations are being punished. Dr. Buhmann being just as fast as those kids from North America. 21 seconds. Fisher, it only took 10 to get 2 goals on the board. You gotta still believe in yourself, and Dr. Buhmann just have to play patient. For the first time in CRL history, the best has left the West and heads to East to Germany. Dr. Buhmann are your CRL World Champions!
They have done the unthinkable. They have gone on an improbable run, an unprecedented team from Europe. It's Dr. Buhmann, CRL World Champions. Talk about a run from this Dr. Buhmann squad. You can see them elated. Europe has taken the throne of CRL for the first time, and in their second World Championship, Dr. Buhmann have done the unthinkable coming into this tournament. 9-0 in groups, first in spring. They've rarely gone the distance in Europe. They were the undisputed best team in Europe, and that was the asterisk. You could take it away. They're the best team in the world.
They are now. And you weren't sure with how the nerves were on day one when West Virginia gave them their first loss in their first match in a grueling Game 5. But Dr. Buhmann rose to the challenge to get their revenge against West Virginia, to get their revenge against North America, to go to playoffs, to be the only European team left in semis, and to go to finals against Columbia, to beat Columbia when they had only dropped one game all tournaments. Dr. Buhmann, you can't be booing them now.
Dr. Boo, you can see so important for this team. And listen, they had to go through all North American teams. They beat Akron in the quarterfinals. They dismantled Columbia College 4-1 in the semis, and they went up against Fisher Falcons to take them down in the final.
Ever since the addition of Fabso, the sky was the limit for this team. They took first place in the most recent spring season. And if there was one team from Europe that could pull off what felt like was the impossible, when Europe wasn't even in playoffs, we had the CRL National Championship. Europe showed up and it paid off. Subi is on the stage, and let's hear it from Dr. Buhmann.
Dr. Buhmann making CRL history. Zai, I gotta know, man, the emotions are running high. You absolutely performed in this tournament. Nobody believed that you can do it. What's the message to all the haters out there?
EU on top.
Let's go! First time ever. First time for EU, and your name will always be tied to that. What does that mean to you?
It's unbelievable. I have no words. It's unbelievable.
Now let's rotate through. We're gonna keep it going. We're gonna get to hear from everyone. Now Zeto, you guys came in this and Fisher looked dominant, and you guys kind of slowed him down, but then it went to Game 7. How did you calm those nerves through that moment?
I mean, we just told us, stick to our plan, let's do it, and I mean, we got it. So what's up?
What's up indeed? I mean, it's incredible to have Europe on top of CRL, and it just seems like North America had some teams created in a lab to just win this thing. North America had some pros, and you guys came in basically unknown. Who are these guys? And you come in, you take them down. What does this mean to take this back all the way to Europe, back to Germany?
I mean, I didn't know NA is that free. No, JK. But I mean, obviously no one knew us in the EU, but no one in NA either. So yeah, I mean, we are really, really proud of ourselves that we could just go through and do it, yeah.
It was awesome. Let's keep the rotations going. Crisp and clean, Phoenix, get up here. They had to call a big timeout because you guys were dominating. Now that timeout works to your favor too. What were you telling them in that one?
Well, I told them just to stand up, shake off their limbs, you know, just get down, take the heartbeat down. And, you know, they did that. They calmed themselves. They took a sip of water, and they just came back and won it.
That's an incredible performance from you and your team, but I want to hear from Fabso. I want one last word with him. This is your guys' first year doing this. How long are you going to be a problem for the rest of the world?
At least 3 years.
At least 3 years. You love to hear it. What's your message to everyone watching back home?
Never underestimate anyone.
Love to hear it here on the stage at the CRL World Championship, but it wouldn't be fitting to send you guys home without something around your necks, and we have someone special, someone that has created CRL history himself, a 4-time champion that's gonna come out. Buzz, handing out these trophies.
DreamHack Dallas. Dr. Buhmann are your CRL 2023 World Champions!
They didn't even give us more than 2 years. We had like a 6-year head start on EU. It took them 2 seasons to surpass NA. I can already hear Johnny Boy. He's already cranking up the numbers. EU on top once again, even in a league we created for ourselves. Dr. Buhmann, the #1 seed from Europe, comes in and takes the championship. Look at the elation. Look at the emotion. The crowd was electric, and everybody at home, they should be very proud of themselves. Germany on top, Talacto.
Absolutely.
And Austria.
And Austria, indeed. Herc, well corrected, indeed. Fischer was a team built from the ground to win this competition, but I think you forgot they weren't the only one, and Dr. Buhmann, they were just that. They were aiming for this first position. Anything else would have been disappointment because the main man, the boss, Dr. Buhmann, he'd have been disappointed otherwise.
The greatest mascot in the CRL. Watched over them like a little angel throughout all of that series.
He looks a lot nicer head on.
He's a lot less scary.
But it's a big wide world out there, teammates. I'm sorry we couldn't get it done after this time, but what a show it was.
What a show indeed. You want to know why NA is small again? NA is small again.
NA is small again.
Yep, we're just not as good. We're just not as good. EU just absolutely came in and took it away from North America. And CRL is not looking good for Boston already.
CRL
It's
of
looking,
all things.
but you got to hand it to Dr. Buhmann because they played the most solid Rocket League. They proved the Chiefs that you don't need to have all the speed. You don't need to have the mechanics. You can sit there and just play solid Rocket League, and you can take advantage of other teams overcompensated.
Welcome back to the old kumbaya on the net from NRG. Just don't mess up. Good things happen. It works. It's powerful. Defensive stability is good right now. Welcome to the defensive renaissance. I saw it in San Diego. I seen it here. It's going to keep going for a bit.
It's going to keep going, Michael. It's not stopping until somebody changes it. Dr. Buhmann, they perform hurt once again.
Thank you. I would love for you to say it yourself, though.
I don't want to say it.
Oh, you need to say it. You yell.
Herc! Never wrong!
I've never seen somebody get every prediction correct all the time. This reminded me of back in LA, back in my prime. I'm washed now. I'm washed now.
I'm like, knew you.
I know, I guess so. You take my spot.
Enjoy being on top. It's tough to stay there.
I'll remember this first, Lan.
Cole's Vale and Oracle services no longer needed. He's been replaced by Herc, and not just really the whole tournament in terms of the play Dr. Buhmann put up. I want to just talk about the play briefly in that final and how it evolved and how Dr. Buhmann loved to play a low, grounded, balanced style. They went 3-1 up, but the Rabbit got back out of a hat, and the Fischer Falcons, what a fight they put back.
They put up a fight.
The crowd as well were incredible, bringing the game to the skies. Kinsey was going crazy, and when it came to Game 7, had Dr. Buhmann not have sneaked out that early opening goal, it could have gone so different so easily.
It could have gone so different. Of course, this is a whole entire weekend that we went through. We had 3 special days, a Friday, a Saturday, and Sunday. We're going to show y'all the best series from Friday, the best series from Saturday, and of course, the best series of the day, the only one that went 7. Champions Field. CRL couldn't end off any better than that. It was special. Dr. Buhmann, Group D, the best group in the whole entire tournament. West Virginia took both of those teams to Game 5. It could have been a completely different tournament if they ended up getting a W. Looking at this was the best series of the first day. Dr. Buhmann going up against West Virginia. They started off this slow. Dr. Buhmann started off slow. West Virginia started off hot. And then ultimately, West Virginia started with a W in the tournament to Lacton out. You were a little worried.
I was worried. Dr. Buhmann really seemed like they were kind of sleeping, Fabio. We won't want to be seeing that whiff again, although he won't mind so much now. It went all the way to 5 while they had a lead. West Virginia Certainly, Streets won't forget this performance from Angel and how they still couldn't get out of groups despite it.
I mean, Winston, when you got two of the three, you got two teams that are both in the grand finals. I can't blame them. That Friday made it seem as if NA was just going to wash EU again. That's exactly what it looked like. It felt that way. Talacta was really sad. He just wasn't feeling it.
He brought it all the way back to
then
day 2.
Saturday happened. And it was all EU. Hamburg versus Northwood White. That started us off a cheese.
Yeah, and that was quite an event to say the least. A lot of work put in from Calix. We were talking to him earlier in the elevator, and he's like, I've been talking trash on lives. They were going to beat him and stuff. So it was a lot of fun to see him go out there and put on a great show, especially in that series in particular. Calix and Hartman Lee Fox could not be denied against Northwood White. It was an awesome show.
And what a catalyst they were. All of the bases were loaded and primed. Those lower round 2s, 4 EU-NA matchups, and Hamburg winning this series and holding somehow, despite what surely looked like a reverse sweep that was going to be inflicted upon them. Really inspired, and having talked to the players, it's true that Hamburg took a lot of pressure off of the axe following for them, and having EU go unbeaten against NA in day 2 to fill up half the playoffs.
To fill up half the playoffs, then listen, the writing should have been on the wall at that point, Cheese. We should have known. We should have known. When they started winning games, they started getting comfortable. It started looking bad. As we take a look at all the groups, we had 4 groups here at the CRL World Championship. Group A, Northwood Blue, they were the defending world champions, but no longer. They took out that group, and then Hamburg beat Northwood White. You saw it in the highlights. Herc, what do you think about that group?
Oh, man, that was, in my opinion, that was kind of a group of death on its own.
It was. Probably second hardest.
Yeah, definitely second hardest right there. I think anybody that was having to go up against Northwood Blue kind of realized what they were getting themselves into going forward. But I loved seeing EU prevail. Hamburg, they put up a great fight despite how the run ended. But it was so much fun seeing EU find success in each group.
That's right. Group A, looking over to Group B, Columbia, the best team in the West. They handled business. They went further this year than they did last year, and in Berlin ultimately got that rematch against Stockton.
And Group E, because it's just absolute madness with UNLV and Stockton. And I mean, you never knew what was going to come out of that bottom side of the bracket, especially with Berlin. And they were probably one of the second best teams over in Europe. And it was just a lot of questions to be asked. We found a lot of answers and never knew what to expect.
And then this Group C. Group C probably had the second best series of Friday. Boise State reverse swept Amsterdam. Talacta was on the floor. He was like, what's going on? Don't throw it to me again. He was running off the numbers. EU 4-20 against NA or whatever at that point. And of course, it ended up going well. Amsterdam came back and beat Boise. And Group D, West Virginia, Fisher, Dr. Buhmann, Nijmegen. That one was the group of death.
I mean, I just need Fs in chat right now for Nijmegen, who just did not stand a chance. The poor lads lost 5 qualification series, I should say 5th time lucky to actually make it here after probably having been here next year, and that's the group they get served for it.
That's right. And then, of course, 2 people came from each group, and that made our quarterfinals 8 teams we started with, 4 from NA, 4 from EU. Northwood beat out Berlin, Fisher, Amsterdam, Columbia, Hamburg, Akron, Dr. Buhmann. Everything was going according to plan a little bit. Besides that Northwood Blue Fisher match, I think a lot of people expect Northwood Blue to beat Fisher, but Fisher played their best series of the day, went up against Dr. Buhmann, and it wasn't enough. Dr. Buhmann are now your new CRL World Champions. Incredible. Incredible.
And it was a lot of fun to watch them do it because we were wondering, Defense Revolution is really going to be able to hang out against some of these high firepower offenses over in North American Rocket League. The answer ended up being absolutely yes, and Talactic talked about it. They tended to play a little more solid, a little more grounded style. It was a great show all around.
Yeah, it was a great show, and then they proved that you don't need all the mechanics. You don't need all the speed. You just.
What do you mean?
What do you mean?
What do you mean you don't need all the mechanics?
Well, what do you mean? They have every single necessary core mechanic they need, and then they got the flash as well. Sai was going for off the corner redirects, but they weren't trying to do it every single time. Dr. Buhmann just knew that we're going to take advantage of them. We're more consistent than them. We know how to play Rocket League better than you do, and that's how they got the W. Dr. Buhmann, solid team, solid execution, the BDS of CRL, and I'm starting to get a little worried. Come seeing a dynasty. Why are you smiling at me?
I mean, if you're going to claim them the BDS of CRL, I won't disagree with you that time.
Oh, okay. You won't disagree with me that time?
We can agree that one time.
Well, I predicted them to lose, and They won. They won. And joined with us at the desk. And they grew a little bit again. We're joined with the reigning world champions. Boys, how y'all feeling?
Pretty freaking good.
Yeah.
Gotta tell you.
Pretty good indeed. Talk to us a little bit about the run that y'all had. Of course, you had to make it all the way through, win every single series. Finally got pushed to 7 by Fisher. Were y'all ever worried?
I think we have to give that one to Fabzo.
Yeah. So where you at?
I mean, I was worried at the beginning, but with every series and every scrim we played, we just got even better. And at the end, you saw it.
Ah, I did see it.
He didn't want to, but he saw it.
I watched it. Chief, you got any questions?
Oh, man. I mean, you got to tell me what goes through your head when you're sitting there and you play against the Fisher squad and you think, great, we're up so early in the series and they start battling back. But what type of relief do you get to experience when you get that big lead in Game 7?
I mean, we were confident throughout the whole series, so
That's
I
good.
mean, it didn't even matter.
That's
Like,
good.
even though they took 2 games in a row from us after a timeout, I mean, we were just really confident. We stayed calm, and I mean, it was enough. And I mean, we were just super confident. We were super happy, and yeah, it's just really good.
Excellent.
Just really good. Does Uni Rocketeers deserve more spots at the CRL World Championship?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
And I'm just curious, is this also the start of a dynasty? You don't think anybody from NA is going to be able to beat y'all next year, or are they just going to be that much better?
Sorry, I didn't hear the question.
Try again.
Oh, no. How do you feel about y'all's performance? I'm going to just ask that.
There we go.
I mean, we're just happy that we performed that good, and then it's unbelievable. I have no words right now.
You have no words right now.
And about setting up a dynasty here, honestly, I think we have the chance to do it. But what has to happen first is that EU needs to be repped a bit more next year.
I
Don't
got
you think?
you. I got you.
You need to be repped more. 3 analysts picked y'all. I was only person.
I finally jumped ship. I made the right
for
choice.
the last game, but not before that.
I mean,
It's true.
True that.
I can give you enough credit. That's my fault.
Does Dr. Boo have anything to say?
Oh, I don't know. You tell me. Dr. Buhmann is world champion.
Dr. Buhmann is world champion.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I don't like it. They got too much technology
my
across the pond as well. What the heck is going on? Dr. Buhmann's out here repeating what people say. I just want to wish y'all congratulations. That's absolutely phenomenal what y'all have done already. Y'all are the reigning CRL World Champions. Y'all got the medals. Those are the best medals ever. And I got to ask, is EU officially on top?
EU definitely on top.
Does EU win in Boston and RLCS?
Does it matter?
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Yeah.
But thank you for joining us. And congratulations. Big ups to y'all. And I hope y'all enjoy y'all's night. Y'all did it, y'all. Congratulations.
Well done, guys. Well done.
Well done. Well done. I can't believe Dr. Boomin talks.
I know, right?
I can't believe Dr. Boo talks. I was not expecting Dr. Boo to start yapping. That was incredible. They balled out.
I want to know if that was pre-recorded or that he was just repeating.
I think he repeated it.
Yeah,
I think he repeated what he said. I was not expecting that. That was interesting right there. Looking at the highlights once again. Fisher, they tried to come back. They tried to rally back, but that game number 7 got away from him. Once it gets away from you, Dr. Buhmann, they weren't looking back. And for a moment, for a split second, it looked like Fisher had a little bit of hopium in the crowd. Crowd started getting loud, but
drop the guillotine on him, put number 5 in. It's like, okay, fine. Fair enough.
I know. You get down by 4, there's not much you can do at that point.
Man, when it was 3-goal difference with a minute left on the clock,
that's hopium.
I had visions. I was visited by past memories. I did not want to be haunted by them again. But on a more positive note, 10 EU teams, 10 EU universities?
Maybe. You actually think you have 10 European universities?
We did have a very much a top 4 all season long. Whether we got the depth or not next year, we'll have to find out.
I like you, Lacto.
Interesting. Okay, you need to slow down a little bit before you start asking about 10. I don't start asking about 10.
I'll win another one.
Not a
and you have
problem.
all
We just
EU
bring
bracket.
NA back down to 6, because realistically, you have 2.5 good teams.
Dagger in my heart.
Nice.
I feel a little bad for them after that one.
Anyways, this has been an absolute. CRL, it starts in October in America. I don't know when it starts in Uni Rocketeers. It starts in October as well, November.
Usually a little later.
Yeah, it starts in November. It's been a whole entire year up to this point. We're reflecting on this season. What were y'all's highs? What were y'all's lows? What were some of y'all's favorite moments throughout the whole entire season, both sides of the pond?
Oh, man. Best moments.
It's tough.
He's reminiscing.
The funny thing about CRL and being online, it's there's absolute chaos that goes on at home when we try and run.
I want to give a special shout out to a very niche memory of ours from the European LCQ this spring split. I want to give a shout out to Barist and the University of Genoa, the best Italian representation we have, who are in the lower bracket of LCQ. And if you check the Union Rocketeers Twitter, you'll see a video of this. He had a bird start making its nest on his windowsill during a couple weeks before the LCQ. Day of the LCQ, the eggs hatch, and he's got a pigeon with little chicks on his windowsill as they reverse swept Lisbon, who are one of the strongest teams in Europe, while using a sub. And then he turns his webcam to it while interviewing, and you just see this little pigeon there, just like,
what?
That's
awesome. I think.
Okay, go ahead, Mike.
I figured it out. My favorite. It's more of a feeling.
What's the feeling?
The feeling of watching West Virginia go from crossbar kings to making semifinals. It was like, thank God you figured it out. I knew you guys could do it. So I loved watching West Virginia evolve and make it this far. Unfortunately, it kind of ran short.
Herc, any moments?
I mean, it's not like a, oh, they won moment, but it was so fun in my first season ever to get to experience casting all the Texas matches. And then it was very heartbreaking when they didn't make it, but the fun part was when they were winning. I loved that.
Yeah. Okay, I love that too. One of my favorite moments probably this LAN. It was cool to see the Irish set too, make a run and everything else in between. This LAN was definitely my favorite moment because CRL, I started playing it all the way back in 2018, early 2018, and it was just a small niche group of people. CRL happened in 2017. It was led by Chiefs and Corelli, and it's grown this far. The fact that Europe's gotten this good, it's becoming an international game, international tournament, and we love to see it. I'm just waiting for the days, maybe 2 years from now, Sam's going to be a part of this. Maybe Meenan's going to be a part of it. I know Callan and everybody are OCE.
Our own university.
We don't need to get more spots where North America's just going to get bounced out.
All right. Achieves is getting defensive right now. He's enjoying casting players that aren't T-bait now in 2020.
The butterfly.
The butterfly was incredible. That was
yeah.
Nitrous trying to audition. If he could sing, he'd be a princess in no time. Seriously incredible stuff that has happened this LAN. And I just want to thank Cyanex for making this all possible. And after last year, EU bottoming out, they didn't remove us. They didn't remove all our slots. So we had a time and a chance, and we did take revenge.
You took revenge indeed, and this whole entire LAN, I just love the community aspect of CRL, because that's all about. Look at that, perfect timing. I've never seen this B-roll, and it's just about that. It's about the hype, because it just when you're competitive, when you're trying to become one of the best, if not the best, when you're grinding, these are the moments that you live for. Everybody that's playing the game, for the most part, when they're ranking up to 1700, 1800, 1900, etc., they all dream of these moments. Whether it be in RLCS, CRL, you all want to play on LAN. That's like the pinnacle of competition, Talacto, and it's something that every person can get behind.
Yep, absolutely. It's such a chance and an avenue for players to show what they've got and get the necessary experience, and really, for some, validation. I feel like no more so than Zedo. On Dr. Buhmann, the winning team here has been a fantastic player in this game all since 2016 and never really got the breakthrough he's been looking for and probably at times deserved. And to now win in front of the big stage here at the Kay Bailey Hutchison Center, it's going to be a memory he never forgets, and we won't either.
Yep. That's exactly what it is. And Sai, you heard he's making close qualifier or something like that. He's making some waves in EU. I hope a couple teams are watching him. I don't know how many people are watching, but listen, put some notes on Dr. Buhmann. They know how to play Rocket League, simple and plain. But of course, CRL, it ends today. But the Collegiate, it never ends. We keep moving on. Summer is just a whole entire show. We got multiple tournaments coming up. And multiple indeed. One starting in North America, maybe Europe needs this as well. It's called the CCA Summer Series, and it's back. Per usual, new format, 20,000 prize pool, and registration is open right now. Sign your team up at the link below. Bing, 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 bing. And make sure to go play that. I've won CCA Summer multiple times. It's a great way to get better.
That's the only thing you ever won.
and then make sure that you take that form over the summer and then you bring that to CRL. That's something I was struggling to do. but it's a great way. It's CCA was what started CRL. It's basically birthed the College Carbo Association. For those of y'all don't know, Herc's on the cast, and you're gonna be on there on the summer series, right?
Yeah, I'll be on the summer series. You guys can, hopefully my voice will be back by then, but I won't sound like a little prepubescent boy.
No, you did great. You did great. It's a lot of work out here. Long days.
Yeah, long days.
That's right. I remember my first ever interview for the CCA Summer Series before the Grand Finals. Oh, after the Grand Finals we won, I finally got to talk to Cheese for the first time I ever said I'm coming for CRL, and then I choked after having a perfect season.
No,
it doesn't matter. Make sure to do well. I'm glad you remember, because I do too. That's the CCA Summer Series. Make sure to sign up for that. Go click that link. But of course, we have a big tournament coming up. I'm not talking about Boston just yet. I'm talking about Dusseldorf, the Germans. They just end up getting a double. What? Did I mispronounce that?
Just a little bit.
How you say it then?
You got it right the second
time. Isn't it Dusseldorf?
All right, Dusseldorf. We got Worlds tickets. If you want to get in the skybox, make sure to.
For the record, you don't. For the record, guys, you don't actually have to book your ticket in the skybox.
No.
There are plenty available.
Go live for that on June 6th. That's in 2 days from now, I do believe, at 10 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, 1 Eastern Standard Time, 5 UTC. Make sure you're ready to get them, because they're going to sell like hotcakes. I know the whole entire Carmine Corp Armada is going to be ready to buy those tickets. So unless you want to see a whole entire blue wall at the land, make sure to go buy yours. Otherwise, you're going to be having to be in the skybox to secure your spot at the land.
Skybox will be your only chance.
That's right. That's right indeed. It'll be your only chance to show up.
It's rough finding 9 other friends on that box.
Not everybody's got 10 friends ready to go to the land.
It's hard enough to find people to play threes with. You think you got 10 friends to go to the skybox? Oh.
You ain't never lie about that. But this has been the CRL World Championship. Congratulations to Dr. Buhmann. We want to see everybody here in a little bit over a month in Boston. If you don't have your tickets for that, go get yours. Go buy your tickets for Germany and how you pronounce it?
Dusseldorf.
And and on behalf of the talent, on behalf of the whole entire Psionics, on behalf of production, on behalf of everybody, we want to thank everybody for watching CRL, supporting CRL, and letting it continue to grow. Congratulations to Dr. Buhmann. EU on top, NA small again, and we'll see you next time.
Leading to opportunities like this. Ahmad off the ceiling. Ahmad with the 7 from heaven. I get higher, I never tire. I'm a promise, I'm a mentality. Can they get control of this? Pop back from a towel as he takes control. Are you kidding me? This is really happening. It's really happening. It actually happened. Fortune favors Liquid.
See this one flipped out. First killer. Does he have a flip? He's trying to use it. The pass down. It's unbelievable.
Game 5. Double match point on the line.
You're your own boys, 5 minutes away from discovering who will have all of that on their side